second floor and opened all of the doors, including those that were locked. It cost me a bit more mana to unlock them, but I wanted to be able to see outside the tower from every angle. Force spells relied heavily on line of sight to work. Once I had everything set up, I'd need to be able to run from room to room in a hurry to target each enforcer still outside. I made sure to clear anything in my way, and to push something up to the wall below the window slits so that I could see out of them quickly and easily. Then chose the person most isolated from everyone else. The strangling hand would hold him upright, hopefully allowing me to grab 2 or 3 other people before anyone realized what was wrong. I cast the spell 3 more times in quick succession through 3 different windows before I heard the cries of alarm go up. I caught 1 more enforcer as he ran into my line of sight, then rushed to the south-facing window to take out the 2 that guarded the front entrance. That left 3 more enforcers. One of them must have known some magic besides basic combat spells, because I heard a woman's voice yell,
"In the tower!"
right before 2 of the remaining 3 enforcers rushed for the door. The last one tried to flee by jumping over the wall that surrounded the tower grounds. I caught him at the edge of my range and left him passed out, right up against the stone. There was no more time for patient murder after that. Without knowing exactly what kind of spell the enforcer had used to find me, and without access to more powerful enchantments that could hide me from a multitude of sensors, I couldn't afford to assume that I would be able to ambush the remaining forces. Boots thumped up the stairs as both enforcers dashed into the barracks. Without hesitation, the woman charged at the room I had hidden in. Her own force spell led the way, blasting apart the furniture I'd dragged around to use as cover, but running out of energy before it could reach me. Behind her, the second enforcer began casting his own spell. Force Bolt took much less time to cast than Strangling Hand. I made 2 of them in the blink of an eye and fired them into the faces of the enforcers. Blood splashed through the air, but neither was close enough for it to reach me. My victory secured, I stopped only long enough to drain their storage crystals, as well as the ones belonging to the 2 door guards that I could access just by poking my head outside, before heading downstairs. It was time for the tricky part. Chapter 17. Knocking the last enforcer out was easy. Doing so in a way that allowed the prisoners to go free was not. In fact, it was downright impossible. I'd initially assumed he would have the keys to the large shared cell and the individual cells on him, but that turned out to not be the case. I'd thought to just wait for him to get too close to the bars, close enough for someone to grab the keys off him after I used a Strangling Hand spell on him. But from the looks of it, that wouldn't have worked anyway. The enforcer knew better than to get within arm's reach of the bars. So I had a man who wouldn't get close enough for any of the prisoners to grab him. Smart of him, but annoying to me, and who didn't have the keys on his person anyway. On the bright side, it meant I didn't need to wait for him to get into position before I attacked him, but it also meant it was going to be more difficult to get the prisoners free without them seeing me. There was no hiding that someone had attacked the tower. I'd left close to 24 bodies in the tower and on the grounds, a fact that I expected to be noticed soon enough, as new enforcers returned with more prisoners. That did mean I couldn't afford to waste too much time on this, lest I find myself fighting through those enforcers on my way back out. The simplest solutions were often the best ones. I could scry for a bit and hope to spot the keys hanging out in the open somewhere. I could wait for the enforcer to get too close and give him a telekinetic shove toward the bars. It was possible that he did have the keys, just hidden away inside his pocket somewhere. Or I could do it the hardest, but simplest way. With very few exceptions, most spells were either internal, touch-based, or line of sight. Divinations bent the rules on that a bit, in that there were plenty of spells that created what was essentially a second set of senses that moved independent of the caster's physical location. Even for those spells, though, the important part was that the origin point was set. Other facets of the spell, things like range or damage, might have gradients that could be altered with more mana or by channeling the spells through a wand or stave. But taking a spell that worked on something, requiring physical contact, and projecting it remotely was extraordinarily difficult to do, even for novice or basic tier spells. I doubted there was a single person in that cell who appreciated quite how hard it was to use a simple unlocking spell on that door while sitting on the stairs, out of sight, relying on a scrying divination to show me my target. Projecting that touch-based spell 50 feet into a room I couldn't even see was one of the more difficult feats of magic I'd pulled off since my reincarnation. It took a great deal more effort than just maintaining an invisibility spell while I ran to the lock, but that would have been 20 or 30 times more expensive. The lock clicked loudly as it turned, causing everyone to freeze and look at the door. The enforcer frowned as he set down the cloth he'd been using to clean some blood off one of the various knives laid out on a tray, and snatched up his baton.
"All right, which one of you was messing with the door?"
Strangling hand took hold mid-sentence. The enforcer's hand came up to grab at his throat, but there was nowhere to get a finger between his skin and the band of force pressing down on it, not without digging through his own flesh. I didn't give him much time to do that either. In less than 10 seconds, he was unconscious. I was already walking back up the stairs when one of the prisoners pushed on the cell door. It swung open with a creak I could hear even on the floor above, cueing me to pick up the pace. I splurged a bit of mana on life sense to make sure I could track where people were, something I would normally reserve for a combat situation when I needed accuracy to fight. It was not strictly necessary here, but it helped me keep track of Tanner in the chaos that was the sub-basement. I made it back outside the tower and fled to a hiding spot where I could observe the freed prisoners escape. They started coming out in groups of 2 or 3, hesitant to poke their heads out the door for fear of sudden death falling on them like a bolt of lightning from the skies. I could see it in the way they moved. The enforcers were all dead somehow, just bodies without a mark on them lying scattered across the grounds. The lock had turned on its own, obviously magic. They probably thought they were caught up in some sort of game between competing nobles or mages or noble mages. I'd seen that happen a time or two myself, and it inevitably led to a lot of innocent people being killed. Those first people who rushed out were brave, desperate, or just plain stupid. They had no idea what was going on, or whether they'd be struck down in their attempt to escape the enforcers who'd captured them. Tanner was in that group, of course. I plotted out his course from my high vantage point and picked a spot about 4 blocks ahead of him, but only 2 away from me. He wasn't making a lot of effort to be subtle, and I needed to stop him before he drew the wrong sort of attention and got caught all over again. I dropped life sense once he was out of the tower and away from the others. It was easy enough to track him through just his mana alone out on the streets. I reached the empty building about 20 seconds before he did, mostly by going across roofs and empty yards to stay off the streets. The back wall of the house had collapsed ages ago, allowing easy access inside. A bit of weight reduction magic to allow me to vault over the rubble got me there fast enough to get into position, with seconds to spare. My hand shot out to grab Tanner's arm as he ran by. He was twice my age and close to a foot taller than me, but with a strength invocation powering my limbs, I managed to drag him off his feet and into the house. He let out a startled oomph as I stopped him and pulled him backward, but had enough sense not to shout or draw attention to himself. As I stopped him and pulled him backward, but had enough sense not to shout or draw attention to himself. "Hi, Tanner," I said.
Holy crap!
He yelped.
Where did you come from?
"Keep it down, please. Let's keep walking, but a little less suspiciously, all right?"
To hell with that. Enforcers are all over the neighborhood. It's like a swarm of sand mantises has invaded. We need to get far away from here until they calm down.
"Sure," I agreed. "And we should do it without attracting suspicion, which running down the street does."
You don't understand. There was some freaky stuff happening back at their watchtower by the east gates. Bad things are going down, and we need to not be in the east side of the city when it does. You can stay if you want, but I'm getting out of here.
"Tanner, I need you to listen to me. We're going to leave the East District together, and we're going to do it slowly and without drawing any attention to ourselves. Once we're safe, we're going to talk about what comes next. Either you become a mage today, or you wait until you've practiced the basics enough to do a better job at it. But regardless of your choice, I want you to take me to the smuggler's tunnel."
That wasn't the deal.
Tanner said. "I know, but there's a real possibility you're going to get yourself killed before you can live up to your end of the bargain," I told him. "Having to save you wasn't part of the deal either, but here we are. So, time to pay up."
That was you?
I rolled my eyes and said, "Come on. This tunnel is in the south side of town, right? Whose territory was it again?"
Iago, in the South Wall District.
Tanner said, his voice subdued. "Great. Let's go then." Together we walked a normal pace, though we avoided the main roads. Instead, we took side streets and alleyways, and sometimes trespassed through houses, empty or not. Tanner proved to be a remarkably good guide once I got him back on track. I just had to keep him from jumping at every shadow and sharp noise, something I would not have expected from a kid who had grown up on the streets. Maybe he'd only recently been orphaned and lost his home. That might explain a few things. I decided that I didn't care right now, not when I had so much else going on.
Did you really kill all those enforcers?
Tanner asked suddenly, coming to a halt about an hour after we'd started walking. We were crouched under a partially collapsed building, one that had been big enough to take up a whole block when it was standing. Now it was a rat's warren of tunnels that looked dangerously unstable, which was probably why most people avoided it. Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want them coming after you once you'd escaped.
You killed them to help me?
"Keep moving," I said, ignoring the question. "The faster we're through here, the better." We didn't need to risk our lives crawling through this partially collapsed building, but it was the only way to get into the South Wall District without going through an enforcer checkpoint. News of the raid on one of their headquarters had spread faster than I'd thought it would, and the city was now crawling with them. I'd probably caused more problems for the people of Darrow than I'd solved by attacking that one base. But I didn't have the time or the energy to go around killing every enforcer in the city. I had to wonder what the enforcers were even looking for, considering I'd left no witnesses alive behind me. My best guess was they were just grabbing anyone with a lot of mana, which probably meant anyone with a reasonable amount of money on them. Presumably, they'd be letting the people who turned out to just be rich and not rogue mages go.
It's kind of tight here, but just stay low and you can squeeze through,
Tanner said as we came to a spot where one wall toppled into another, creating a sort of triangle of open space between them.
You didn't answer.
I killed them because I needed you, I said. We have an agreement, and you can't fulfill your half locked up in a cell.
They'd have let us all go in a day or two.
Maybe, but I have no way of knowing that. I wasn't willing to take the risk. Tanner stopped and twisted in place to give me an incredulous look.
But you didn't have a problem attacking an enforcer tower? How is that less risky?
Because I knew I'd win. Those guys barely counted as adepts. A minute later, we were able to stand back up. My hands and knees were covered in dirt, a problem for later. I suspected it would be a waste of mana to clean myself up now. Sure enough, Tanner went over to a pile of rubble that led into a sinkhole and said,
This will take us to the middle of South Wall, and then it's just a few minutes to the smuggler's tunnel.
We climbed down, and I took a quick look around. It looked like some sort of sewage tunnel to me, albeit one that was bone dry and likely hadn't been used since before the city's collapse. There were probably hundreds of tunnels just like this one, broken and isolated from the system in whatever event had destroyed the city. It was perfect for getting under the inner wall unseen. Chapter 18. It was a 5-minute walk through the dark to reach the first intersection. I'd have probably broken my neck tripping over rubble if not for my light spell. Tanner sucked in a breath when he saw it, but otherwise just nodded and started walking. I noticed he kept one hand on the wall anyway. Maybe it was just a habit for him, or maybe it was to help with his balance. There was more rubble in the middle where a channel ran through the dried-up sewer tunnel, but the path wasn't completely clear at the edges either. Tanner paused for a moment once we reached the intersection and studied something carved into the stone. It was a series of lines pointing in different directions, each one with a different quantity. I got the impression that it was meant to be read blind, just by touching the wall. The grooves were deep and big, spread out to be easier to read. Light was a novice tier spell. Even non-mages could learn to cast it easily. In most cases, it was getting new spells to not leak light that was the problem. Doing it on purpose was so trivial that it was the accepted starting point for any mage beginning their training in conjuration magic. Even a child would be able to cast a light spell with basically no training. Instead, someone had taken the time to carve quarter-inch deep grooves in solid stone, as if that were the easier way to navigate down here. It was ridiculous. It would have been much, much easier to light the place up, or failing that, just clear the rest of the rubble out of the way so that people could walk in the dark without tripping and breaking their necks.
This way,
Tanner whispered, beckoning me to follow him as he went right. Why are you whispering? I asked.
Don't want to disturb anything living down here.
He said.
This section is sealed off from the rest of the tunnels, so the light's probably fine. Just habit, I guess.
What kind of things could possibly live down here that would be dangerous to us?
I don't know. Those are just the rules for using the tunnels.
It was certainly possible for some sort of subterranean animals to be using the tunnels to nest in, but if they were, I couldn't imagine keeping quiet was going to do anyone much good to avoid them. The kinds of creatures that lived underground tended to be extremely sensitive to vibrations, and not just in the air. It was incredibly difficult to hide from those types of predators without the aid of magic. They probably weren't monsters, at least. If they were, they'd have all starved decades or more ago, back when the mana disappeared. Even then, I struggled to come up with any sort of monster that lived underground, but which could be fooled by a lack of light and tiptoeing around. I supposed there were a few weak ones that lived near the surface, but burrowed underground to form their homes, But if those were what was living in the tunnels, they would be making regular trips to the surface for food. Tanner led us deeper into the tunnels, but after another 2 intersections, we climbed back up to street level. This time, we emerged through a hole that had been dug, rather than formed as a result of a natural disaster. It was inside a wide, squat building that reminded me of a factory floor, all open with evenly spaced pillars holding up the roof. There were some people not too far away sitting in some sort of living space, complete with some stone benches and chairs that had been dragged into a circle. They barely glanced up at us as we climbed up out of the sewer before going back to their own business.
Ignore them,
Tanner said. He pointed to a set of double doors that were somehow still intact.
The exit is over here.
And how much longer until we get to the right section of the tunnel to get under the wall? I asked.
Well, that depends on how fast we walk and whether or not any of Hyago's people notice us. We might have to sneak in.
Ah, there was the complication that had been missing from this plan. I'd thought it felt too easy. Just walking over there after killing a bunch of people would have been anticlimactic, though I'd admittedly been mentally preparing more for a bunch of enforcers showing up at an inopportune moment. Getting caught by some street gang just as we were about to go in was probably more likely at this point anyway. "What do you know about Hyago?" I asked. Tanner paused and shuddered.
He knows magic, too. I think he moves stuff for someone in the inner city. That's why the tunnel exists.
A rogue mage turned smuggler wasn't the craziest thing I'd heard. If he really was a mage, and he wasn't actually part of the Cabal, he might be someone I could work with myself. Undoubtedly, he'd have a better understanding of the inner city than Tanner did. "These seem like details you should have mentioned a few days ago," I said.
I told you I knew where the tunnel was, and I'd show you how to get there.
Tanner said, his shoulders hunched defensively.
I never said it would be easy.
"What else haven't you told me?" I asked. He pushed open the door, letting in the noise from outside, and mumbled something that got drowned out. Before I could say anything, he darted out into the street. I took a moment to remind myself that Tanner was an actual child, unlike me, then followed him. "What did you say just now?" I asked.
That the tunnel probably has some people watching it.
"Why would there be anybody guarding a smuggler's tunnel under a wall? The whole point of smuggling is that people don't know you're doing it. It's supposed to be hidden when it's not in use."
Right, that makes sense. But, in this case, the entrance is kind of inside Hyago's main base.
I should have let this little shit die when the first enforcer caught up to him yesterday. "Have you ever seen the tunnel?" I asked. "Do you actually know that it exists, or were you just planning on getting what you wanted and then screwing me over?"
No, I've seen it.
Tanner said. "You've seen the secret smuggler's tunnel inside the base of a mage who controls a district in the outer city?" I asked. I didn't make any effort to hide the skepticism in my tone.
A few months ago, he hired us to do a smash and grab on some merchant. I was the one who had to deliver the box with the stuff he wanted, so I got to go inside. I saw them loading things up to go in the tunnel.
"How do you know the tunnel goes under the wall? It could go anywhere." Tanner shook his head.
Hyago's base is right near the wall, and the tunnel was facing north. It has to go to the inner city.
Every time Tanner opened his mouth, this plan got worse. It had started as a smuggler's tunnel, presumably safe only because its location was hidden. As long as I didn't run into the actual smugglers while I was using it, everything would have been fine. Except now it was located inside a street gang's hideout, and it might not even go where I needed it to go. This was my fault, really. Tanner was a kid, and not a particularly smart one. I was the fool who'd believed his claims. The worst of it was that I couldn't even safely scry it from here to see if it was worth sneaking in, since the hideout belonged to someone who could apparently do magic. I'd need to actually get to the building itself to determine if it had any wards first. The odds that I was chasing a dead end seemed high, but I needed to stay out of the eastern part of the city for a while anyway. I could either see this through and maybe find a way under the inner wall undetected, or I could find a random spot to relax in and wait. It wasn't worth going back to defend my current hideout, not when chances were that no one would find it, and, even if they did, there was nothing there but a pile of mostly dull leech stones. "All right, let's go have a look at it," I said. "But I swear, if it turns out we can't access the tunnel, or if it doesn't lead past the wall, the deal's off." Hyago's home base was a warehouse of some sort, not unlike that factory floor we'd come up out of. There were 2 ways in, and the first wasn't really a feasible option. That was another chunk of sewer tunnels that took a winding route from about 6 blocks over, which was the easy way in, except that it was bound to be guarded. Even Tanner admitted, once I'd started pressing him for information at least, that he'd had to go through a checkpoint at the end of the sewer where it connected to the building. The other way in was to crawl through another partially collapsed building right next to Hyago's base. This one was even bigger than the first one we'd gone through, and Tanner did not know a route through. As long as we didn't disturb anything, it probably wasn't too dangerous to go crawling around in there, but that didn't guarantee we'd find a way through, or even that one existed. He explained all this to me with some trepidation in his voice. It was obvious that Tanner hadn't even begun to think his plan through. When he said he could show me where the smuggler's passage was, he'd been thinking something like point me in the right direction and let me figure out the rest. Probably, he expected me to get caught and killed. No wonder he'd wanted his payment first. In his mind, he was sending me to my death. I stood next to the boy, a block away from the warehouse that had no visible entrance on the ground, and shook my head. "You really tried to screw me on this," I said. "My fault for believing you. You know what? Get out of here. Our deal's off. I've already given you enough of my time and mana."
But...
"Not to mention saving you from those enforcers," I added. "You got the better end of this, you lying little bastard. Unless you want to see exactly how I infiltrated that tower to save you, I suggest you make yourself scarce." Tanner glared at me, his fists clenched at his side. But for once, he did the smart thing. Instead of taking a swing at me, he spun on his heels and marched off. Part of me wondered if he was going to run straight to Hyago and tell them I was coming. If he did, would they believe him? It didn't matter. By the time he got to that sewer entrance and made it back here, I'd already be done. The warehouse had no windows, possibly by design. It wouldn't do to have every passerby getting an eyeful of a secret smuggling operation. That meant I could walk up to it without worrying about anyone inside spotting me. The most I'd need to deal with was hidden sentries on the street, but with no quick way in, they were going to have a hard time signaling anyone outside. They would, unless this Hyago guy was a better mage than I was giving him credit for, but I doubted they could hide the mana usage from me. If some sentry hiding nearby did report me with a divination spell, it would still tell me something important about the mage's capabilities. I walked around the block, approached the warehouse from behind between the houses, and used a spider climb invocation to scale the wall. It took me less than 20 seconds to reach the roof, where I paused in surprise. "Huh," I muttered. "Wasn't expecting that." Chapter 19. Almost the entirety of the roof was made of glass. I hadn't seen a single piece since arriving in Darrow, so finding a skylight over 100 feet wide was surprising, to say the least. It wasn't all one piece, of course, but each pane was big enough that I could have used it as a bed, and there were hundreds of them all set into a metal framework that was anchored directly into the stone. The glass itself had some sort of glazing that made everything inside shadowy and indistinct. I'd seen that before. It was likely one way. My first thought was that it must have been miserably hot inside that building. There was a reason desert dwellings had small windows, and it wasn't to deter thieves from crawling in through them. I dispelled that thought almost immediately after squatting down to study the skylight. The glass itself appeared to be normal, albeit most likely made with transmutation, but the framework had wards anchored to it. My bet was that the runes were on the underside, but even without being able to see them, I could tell that they were heat wards, not unlike the ones in my shield ward amulet. On an average day, those runes drew the most mana out of the inscriptions just fighting off the relentless sun beating down on the wastes. I couldn't even begin to guess why Hyago had gone through the trouble of having an enormous skylight installed in his smuggling headquarters, unless, of course, Tanner was wrong about what this building was. He'd been right that something was happening here, but he'd been wrong about, or had lied about, enough of the details that I wasn't willing to take anything he'd told me on faith anymore. Either way, the skylight was bad news for me. It meant the interior would be well lit, and that the spot I'd opened to use for hiding was exposed to the people inside the building. There was a thin border of 2 feet of stone all the way around the outside edge of the roof, but if anyone inside climbed up high enough on the side opposite from me, they'd be able to see me. I would be better hidden inside the building, clinging to one of the shadowed corners near the ceiling, than I was right now on the roof. That meant my highest priority needed to be getting inside the building, which I couldn't confidently do without checking for wards first. Given the thickness of the stone, if there was a ward layer on the inside, I was going to have some difficulty feeling for it manually. For buildings, that was rarely the case. Wards were meant to protect, which meant they usually went around the exterior. I was reasonably confident that this building wasn't warded beyond the skylight itself. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to settle for only being reasonably confident. Ward Scanner was a relatively expensive divination, but I had the mana to spare, thanks in part from the gains I'd gotten from the enforcers. The spell took me 10 seconds to cast. 10 long seconds where I was vulnerable to detection from the people I could see inside the building. When I was done, I placed a hand flat on the roof and sent a pulse of magic through the entire building. The skylight's wards jumped out at me immediately. No surprise there. As I'd expected, the building itself wasn't warded, but there were wards on the sewer tunnel leading into it. There would have been no way for Tanner to sneak in there without me handling them. There was another set of wards on a partitioned area in the southeast corner of the floor, possibly a vault or Hyago's personal quarters. I could only speculate on what those wards did unless I wanted to get close enough to touch them, or spend considerably more mana on even stronger divinations. Seeing mana through a divination was not impossible, but it was difficult and expensive. Since I didn't care about that vault or the sewer entrance, I didn't bother investigating further. It seemed Hyago was not ambivalent toward his security, but neither was he rich enough to afford a full suite of detection wards. Otherwise, the entire building would have been shrouded in a ward that alerted them as soon as anyone not keyed to the ward itself entered. Since there wasn't anything like that running, I felt safe using Phantasmal Step to sink through the roof and spider climb to hold my position in the shadowy upper corners. The amount of sunlight spilling in through the skylight would make it even harder for anyone to see me. Harder, but not impossible. There were a number of invocations that could banish the shadows to the caster's eyes, and at least one person in the building had enough mana in their core to cast it. It was best not to linger out in the open with only the darkness to protect me. It was only as I started to seriously look around for a better observation spot that I realized what I was seeing. The skylight wasn't some arbitrary aesthetic decision. Row upon row of planters had been placed in the floor in the center of the building, and, even as I watched, 6 men entered from the sewer tunnel carrying heavy metal buckets full of water. Some sort of overseer started directing them to various rows to water the plants growing out of soil that looked far richer than anything else I'd seen since being reborn in the wastes. It was even beating out the greenhouses back at the arbor. This was a grow operation, though it was too soon to tell what exactly they were trying to accomplish. Plenty of plants served as base components for various drugs. They could be making healing ointments, or it could be street drugs that did anything from cause mild euphoria and hallucinations to fracturing the user's psyche. Or it could be neither. Perhaps alchemy wasn't as dead of a discipline as I'd initially thought. I certainly hadn't seen much to convince me otherwise up to this point, but this wouldn't be the first indoor herb garden I'd come across. I had a suspicion that this wasn't the only place like it in the district. The people guarding the place were one thing, but it didn't take half a dozen men to take care of a few 100 feet of planters. One person could have done it full time. 2 people could have tackled it as a side project. 6 was massive overkill, unless they were going to finish this site in an hour and then move on to the next one. None of this was relevant to me. I wasn't here to steal from these smugglers, just to borrow their sewer tunnel leading under the wall. If it didn't work out, I might be able to find my own elsewhere, but that would involve a lot of earth reading, which was both tedious to perform and time-consuming. My self-imposed clock to hunt down and neutralize the wolf pack before they could launch any new attacks against my home village wouldn't allow me to spend weeks searching. It would probably be faster to just pick an abandoned building somewhere and dig my own tunnel than it would be to find an intact stretch of sewers. Before I invested the mana and time into any of that, I needed to see if the tunnel here went where Tanner thought it would. To do that, I needed to get inside, preferably without being noticed. If my suspicions about the grow operation were correct, the workers would be finishing up and moving on to their next location soon, but the others would remain. I didn't like my odds for remaining unnoticed that long, and I had no idea if the security in the tunnel would grow stronger or weaker later on. I could get past what was here now, if I was willing to pay the price. I scuttled across the wall until I was directly over the hole in the floor on the north wall. The exposed sewer tunnel ran beneath it, just as dark and rubble-strewn as the one Tanner had led me through. I pulled my staff out, took a few seconds to build an invisibility spell in my head, triggered it at the staggering cost of 2 full cores worth of mana per second, and flung myself into the open air. I was halfway to the floor before I cast weight reduction, which didn't do a whole lot to slow me down in the time I had left. It was more to lessen the impact of hitting the floor to something manageable. It took me 3 seconds to touch down in the tunnel, then another 2 to scurry out of sight of the hole. I let invisibility drop with a grimace and mentally examined the staff. Those few seconds had burned through all the mana I'd stolen from the enforcers, and then a bit more besides. With a sigh, I placed my staff back in my phantom space. If this sewer tunnel didn't lead to where it was supposed to, I was going to string Tanner up by his ears. I walked into the darkness, my eyes sharpened with magic since I didn't want anyone above noticing the glow of a light spell. After the first turn, I judged it safe enough to switch over to the cheaper and more effective method and summoned up a dimly glowing ball of light, one that cast just enough light to see about 10 feet ahead of me. There was good news and bad news. The tunnel was not as straight of a shot as I wanted it to be, but it did tend to go generally north. In all likelihood, it would pass under the wall. I might have already pushed past that threshold for all I knew. The problem was that there was a whole mess of interconnecting lines down here. Some collapsed and some not. Darrow's sewers hadn't been laid out in anything remotely resembling a grid pattern either, which made navigating them all the more difficult. I could get back if I needed to. Even without magic, my memory was good enough to retrace my steps, but I wasn't trying to get back. And after half an hour of roaming around, building up a mental map of the dried up and unused sewer system below Darrow's streets, I still hadn't found another way up to the surface, let alone one that led to the inner city. There were spells that could help me here. Divination as a discipline excelled at gathering information, but I was a bit concerned about being detected by the mages I'd come to spy on. Very few mages with wards to detect divinations were content to merely block the spells from reaching them. Most mages wanted to know not only that someone was looking at them, but who that someone was and where they were. I didn't have the distance to insulate me that I'd enjoyed during my scrying of the outer city. I'd give it another hour or so. There didn't appear to be anyone else down here, and nobody had seen me go in. If I didn't find an end to this chunk of sewers soon, then I'd reconsider spending mana on a scrying spell with a light touch, one that had a decent chance of beating out whatever detection wards might be lurking ahead. If only I had another 6 mana crystals just like the one I'd placed in my staff. That would have been enough to blanket the whole inner city in a massive ward scanner, one that would give me far more information than the localized version I'd used earlier. Unfortunately, even creating that many would take me weeks, never mind trying to fill them. Abruptly, the bricked walls of the sewer vanished into a wide-open darkness, some kind of massive sinkhole that had formed in the middle of the city. Even brightening my light spell to its maximum range didn't give me enough to see the far side. The sinkhole itself was filled with water, its surface smooth, dark, and glassy. A small wooden boat was tied to a makeshift stone pillar about 30 feet away. That was as good a clue as any that I was on the right track. Somebody was crossing this lake for some reason, else that boat wouldn't be here. I stepped closer to the lake and frowned. There was mana down there, something big. It was moving, too, following my light orb as it drifted out over the water. Some kind of mana-sniffing aquatic monster, I muttered, watching intently as ripples formed across the surface of the underground lake. Water exploded into the air as something vast lunged up out of the lake, reaching for my spell and ripping the mana out of it. Chapter 20. Even blinded, I could feel the mana swimming around under the surface of the lake. And it was fast, far faster than I'd be able to move that rowboat, even if I were a grown man enhancing my muscles with an invocation. The light orb the monster had snatched out of the air had been high up, close to the ceiling even. Crawling over the open water with a spider climb spell was not appealing. I was confident the monster wasn't going to drag itself out of the water to come after me, if nothing else. Even if it did, I could tell that it was far, far too large to fit into the sewer tunnels. Retreat was very much an option, perhaps even the smartest one. I hadn't expected to encounter this kind of natural hazard blocking my way. It shouldn't be here, not in a desert city. The sinkhole itself was plausible, but the fact that there was stone overhead meant that someone had done some work to seal it back up again. It obviously wasn't a natural underground cavern, not considering the broken sewer tunnel running right into it. Given the size, I had to wonder at its origins. I might very well be standing at the edge of a crater left by whatever cataclysm had scarred this entire island. It was certainly big enough, and deeper than I could discern just from standing here. How far down did it go? What else was swimming in there? For that matter, where had all the water come from? It wasn't exactly rare in the wastelands, but this was an absurd amount to be collected in one place. This lake was a mystery to be explored after I'd finished with the business that had brought me to Darrow. For now, I only needed to find a way to get across it. Unbidden, Tanner's words came to my mind. No light and no sound while in the sewers. It had seemed pointless back when he said it, but now I was starting to think that was because the boy was repeating things he'd heard without understanding the context. If the smugglers really were crossing this lake for every trip to the inner city, both of those stipulations seemed like excellent suggestions. I'd made things more difficult for myself by ignoring Tanner's instructions. It might be impossible to cross the lake unnoticed, now that the monster had already been alerted by my light spell. It wasn't diving back down to the depths either, choosing instead to swim laps up near the surface, probably hunting for more magic to devour. How would I approach this problem if I were still an archmage? The simplest solution would be to teleport to where I wanted to be instead of walking. Alternatively, I could fly across the lake shrouded in magic that would hide my presence, defending myself and killing the monster if it became necessary. Another possibility was to use an offensive divination to assert mental dominancy over it. All of those solutions ran into the same issue. They were costly. Flight was probably the cheapest in and of itself, but only if I discounted the extra mana I'd need to hide the spell. Actually, now that I thought of it, for the length of time I was likely to need to fly, an aura of untraceability would probably suffice. It would also need an aura of silence to mute the sound, as well as a spell of dark vision. Sharpened senses would not suffice down here where there was no light at all. All of that would add up to 5 to 6 cores of mana a minute. How many minutes would it take to cross the lake? If I flew uninterrupted at maximum speed, probably only 1 or 2, but that made a lot of assumptions. For all I knew, the cavern's ceiling could drop low enough to touch the water in places, forcing me to navigate to find a space around them that had air. Besides that, maximum speed was meant for overland flight through the sky, not for blindly skimming across the surface of an underground lake. My shield ward would most likely be thoroughly tested if I tried that. It also didn't account for interference from the monsters living in the lake. I'd seen one behemoth creature already, but that didn't mean it was alone in there. I was confident I could survive contact with it if the worst should come to pass, but as I studied my mana crystal and calculated my reserves, I became less sure. The mana was there, but only just barely. If this thing caught me and managed to steal enough off me, I could end up stranded in the water. I needed this monster to settle down so I could confirm my route across the lake. Or I needed to draw it away. That could work. It wouldn't even take much mana, not if a simple light spell was all it took to get such a reaction from it. It might also help answer the question of whether the massive lake monster lived by itself, or if it had friends. I conjured up 3 new lights and sent them racing out across the surface of the lake in different directions. Immediately, I felt the mana moving under the surface change directions and swim unerringly toward the closest light. It was almost unnerving how calm the surface of the water remained as it traveled, silent and invisible to the naked eye. I didn't bother to watch the monster's surface and snap up the mana this time. Instead, I cast a scrying spell in conjunction with Aura of Untraceability, which I hoped would give the magic the cover it needed to prevent it from being discovered. The goal was simple: find the fastest route across the lake. In the meantime, the monster turned in a wide arc and shot off for the second of my 3 light spells. As a novice-tier spell, light couldn't really get all that far from the caster. I'd modified these 3, tripling the mana cost to allow them to move up to 1,000 feet from me instead of a mere 100. They quickly reached their maximum range, and I directed them to flee from the monster. In all likelihood, I could keep them out of its reach indefinitely, judging by the speed at which it swam. As long as I could successfully hide my own mana, and assuming I found the way to the far side of the lake clear of obstacles, this problem could be easily overcome. Numerous smaller chunks of mana rose up from the depths in my senses, each one appearing one at a time. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to do more than count numbers based on that sense, but considering the size factor inherent to the maximum amount of mana a single core could hold, it was probably safe to assume that other monsters did live in the lake, just not ones the size of that massive creature who'd shown up first. The new monsters weren't half as fast as the original one. They also seemed to want to avoid that particular monster, no doubt concerned about becoming its next meal. The scrying spell I had sweeping across the surface of the lake, and rapidly draining my mana since I'd had to imbue it with dark vision, seemed to be going unnoticed. This was going to be expensive, but not prohibitively so. I couldn't see myself taking this route again, so I'd have to make finding a place to hide or an alternate exit back out of the inner city a priority once I was through the other side. Hopefully, I'd be able to tell what wards existed on the wall once I had the opportunity to examine it from the back side. It was simply too big for something like Ward Scanner to give me reliable results, but given what I'd seen of the skill levels of the mages living here, I expected there would be gaps in their defenses for me to exploit. I had one last test to perform after I finished my scrying, which thankfully returned a clear field for me to fly across. There were some stalactites hanging down dangerously low on the eastern side of the lake, even a few that appeared to stab deep into the water. But as long as I stayed on the west side, I had a smooth shot to the far shore. I even found a little wooden dock with its own rowboat over there. Now, as long as my defenses were sufficient to keep me hidden from the monster's mana sense, I was in business. The fact that nothing had gone after my scrying sensor told me that I was most likely safe, but I wouldn't like to be proven incorrect when I was 1,000 feet away from the shore. My whole crossing would take less than 2 minutes if nothing went wrong, not even half the time I wasted testing the senses of the lake's denizens. I used greater telekinesis to send a chunk of stones skimming out across the lake's surface while I watched to see if anything would go after it. It had a tinge of mana to it, the remnant of my spell, but Aura of Untraceability was wrapped around that, the same thing I planned to do for myself. It would be better to know if the combination was going to fail now. There were a few sources of mana that moved in the stone's general direction, but nothing that went straight at it. It was probably just a coincidence. Whatever was living in that lake was aggressively chasing the 2 remaining light spells I had going, with a multitude of small ones going after one orb, and the big one pursuing the other by itself. The few smaller monsters that had gone after the big one's prey had quickly disappeared from my senses when they got close. I couldn't think of any other tests that didn't involve dangling myself like bait to see if they'd take it, and that seemed pointless considering the time frame involved. I had a solid plan that included no less than 5 simultaneously channeled spells: Flight, Aura of Silence, Dark Vision, Aura of Untraceability, and Light. It was expensive and convoluted, but I thought it had excellent odds of moving me to the opposite shore without wasting over a week's worth of mana generation on a single teleportation spell. It would only be roughly 2 days' worth instead. It wasn't ideal, but it was relatively safe. At least, it was if I proceeded under the assumption that there were no other defenses I'd need to overcome. That seemed to be a generally safe bet, what with the mana-eating monsters in the lake, and a warding field's general inability to span huge open spaces. I did have to wonder where exactly all the mana was coming from that kept these monsters alive, however. Perhaps there was an entire ecosystem deep under the water, with plentiful resources for them to consume and grow. Somehow, I doubted it. If such a place existed, they wouldn't be rushing to the surface to chase after a puny little ball of light. These creatures were half-starved, or they were rabid. That, like so many things, was a question for another day. I reviewed my course in my mind one last time, sent my enhanced light orbs out to their full range to drag every bit of mana I could sense in that water far away, summoned my staff from my phantom space, and began casting my spells. Aura of Untraceability was the first and cheapest of them, followed swiftly by Aura of Silence, Dark Vision, and, finally, Flight. My feet lifted off the ground, my body angled forward, and with my staff gripped tightly in my hand, I shot off into the darkness. It took me approximately 3 seconds to realize that, for whatever reason, the giant fish monster had sensed me. It had apparently just been playing around before, because it turned in place and started swimming after me. That wasn't the issue, though. I was too fast, and it was too far away to intercept my flight. The issue was that a second massive mana source had appeared in the water at the bottom of my range and started rising quickly. Chapter 21. I curved sharply to the left, but even as I altered my flight trajectory, I suspected it was a useless gesture. The gigantic monster that I'd distracted was too far away to get involved, but its friend appeared to be much smarter. It ascended through the water at an angle altered to match my new direction. Just as the monster hit the surface, I reversed direction. Something massive, covered in pebbly scales and with far too many eyes and teeth, breached the water. Its whole body twisted to bring its mouth around in my direction. There was no way it was going to reach me just going by the laws of motion. I was too far away. But this was a monster, one with probably 50 times more mana than me. I couldn't get complacent. I raised my staff to channel a lightning bolt through it, always an effective move against waterborne monsters. The power built up, flowing through my mana crystal and out into my staff, more mana than my own core could hold at once. Without the staff, I would have had to channel it through myself, building the spell outside of my core at the cost of reduced efficiency. With it, and with my mana crystal linked to it, I was able to construct the spell directly from my reserves housed inside the staff, with practically no transference loss, and at nearly the same casting speed. Those fractions of a second were important, but I had that much time to spare, at least. I scrunched my eyes up as cold water from the monster's breach struck me and let loose the magic I'd built. The whole underground lake lit up for half a second as the lightning bolt split the air, its course constrained by the magic that had brought it into existence. It smote the monstrous fish creature in a brilliant burst of sound and fury. The monster didn't seem to care. Arcs of lightning trailed across its scaly body, leaving blackened scorch marks and seared flesh. The spell had hurt it, but not enough to slow it down. I blinked at the afterimage dancing in my eyes and threw myself backward to get some distance. The monster's body, already 20 feet out of the water and close to brushing the top of the cave, continued its arc toward me, its mouth perfectly lined up with my body. Something shot out from between its razor-edged teeth, something that could have conceivably been a tongue on a normal creature. In the monster's case, it was a pale, ambulatory, tentacle-looking thing that could only be considered small in the context of the enormous monster it was attached to. It was still at least 3 feet wide and more than long enough to reach me. The tongue deflected sideways when it hit my shield ward, but the amulet I'd carved the inscription in burned against my chest from the abrupt mana pull. That much kinetic force likely would have broken my body otherwise. I quickly pulled more mana through my mana crystal and started feeding it into the alabaster disc to reinforce the rune structure. Undeterred by its lack of success, the monster's tongue circled around the outside of my shield ward and squeezed. Abruptly, I was jerked forward and down as it started to drop back into the water, threatening to take me with it. My shield ward was the only thing keeping the tentacle from crushing me, and it was rapidly running out of mana. It might not be able to physically hurt me, but the fish monster was diving again, and I was going down with it. My flight spell couldn't resist the force dragging me down, nor would it help keep me mobile once I was underwater. This fight had only been going on for 4 seconds, and I was already losing. My shield ward did nothing to protect me from the shock of cold water, and dark vision wasn't designed to help see underwater. I could make out a vaguely mouth-shaped hole that I was being steadily dragged closer to below me, and not much else. The staff was torn from my hand and floated somewhere above me and to my right, its position only clear in my mind thanks to the enchantments connecting it to me. If I didn't do something, I'd be pitting my shield ward against those teeth in about 2 seconds. Fortunately, I knew the weakness of big monsters, especially aberrant ones like this. They didn't just want mana, they needed it. Lack of mana caused them actual pain and was guaranteed to be lethal in the long run. For something this big, so obviously divorced from the natural world, it might kill them outright to have their mana forcibly removed. So that's what I did. My right hand went up to call my staff to me. I needed contact with it to access my mana crystal. My left hand slapped against the tentacle dragging me into the monster's mouth, and I cast Mana Drain's bigger, meaner cousin, Rupture Core. My own mana supply immediately bottomed out. Rupture Core was a master tier spell that cost about 30 times as much mana as Mana Drain. The fish monster froze immediately, then let out such a loud screech that the water itself shook with it. Mana signatures in my mind scattered, even the other big one. Some mages gave their spells fancy names for a variety of reasons. Some of them wanted to veil the true purposes of their spells from any amateurs who might stumble upon their work. Others were just pretentious. I'd met an archmage once who'd tried to use Rupture Core on me. Only he'd called it
the severing blade of heavenly judgment.
Regardless of how grandiose the name was, I'd successfully fended off the attack. The fish monster did not have my skills at corrupting hostile magic. Rupture Core ripped right through it and touched on the mana core buried deep in its body, where the magic promptly and immediately tore it in half. Mana washed out, infusing its flesh to full, painful saturation, and the excess started bleeding into the water, where I was waiting to claim it. I got back everything I spent on Rupture Core and then some in the next 4 seconds while the gargantuan monster convulsed in place. At some point, its own teeth severed its tongue tentacle, releasing me and saving my shield ward from being utterly decimated. I shrugged the chunk of bleeding meat off me and pushed back up to the surface, where my still-running flight spell let me climb completely out of the water. Sometime during the fight, I dropped both of my aura spells. There was no need to try to hide my magic or any noise from my flight, when the monsters in the lake had obviously seen through them somehow anyway. I wasn't sure exactly what senses they'd used, though my first guess was something that detected heat. Either way, there was no point in wasting the mana to keep them going. I had 2 choices now. Either I could continue my flight, probably unchallenged, to the far side of the lake, or I could attempt to harvest the rest of the mana still surging through the muscles and bones of that giant 100-eyed and tentacle-tongued monstrosity. The way it was thrashing in the water, I was hesitant to dive back down and get close, especially with my shield ward so low on mana. Since its entire body was saturated, I had a good sense of its size and shape now. It was over 100 feet long, not counting the trailing tentacles growing out of its belly. Dozens of fins all over its body flailed wildly, each one the size of a small sail. No matter where I looked, there just wasn't a good place to touch it without risking being tossed around by some sort of growth. Not to mention, the mass of its main body was the farthest thing from being still. I considered how much empty space there was in my mana crystal, then how much was in the fish. It had already attacked me, and I'd as good as killed it. I might as well collect the spoils of victory. The water would make it a bit more difficult to use remote casting, but I could manage it. The first thing to do was swap my flight spell for a simple levitation instead. It cost a fraction of the mana, and was more than sufficient to hold me in place without moving while I worked. 30 seconds later, I had a modified mana drain scraping mana from the rampant bleed over in the monster's body, and recycling it into my mana crystal. It was neither fast nor efficient, but the monster was in no condition to fight back, and its death throes had scared off everything else in the lake. My mana crystal refilled before I'd completely drained the monster, so I paused to charge my shield ward as well. It was probably pushing it, but the mana was right there, and it seemed wasteful not to get as much use out of it as possible. I also refilled the enchantment on the hand mirror I'd made to speak with Father. Handling it reminded me of my family, and I found an unexpected pang of homesickness spiking through me. Maybe I'd use some of this extra mana to teleport back home for a visit. I could always come back down here and hunt the other monster fish to top my reserves back off later. It was only as I started getting into the handful of storage crystals I'd stolen from the enforcers that the monster finally expired. With its death, the waters became smooth and flat again. I could no longer see the corpse in the water now that it was bereft of mana, not even with dark vision. Other slivers of mana flickered about at the edge of my awareness, too far away and too small to be worth hunting down. Of the original monster fish, there was no sign. That was fine by me. I couldn't hold more mana right now anyway. I activated my flight spell and skimmed across the lake to the far side while I pondered the strange denizens living down here. Monsters came in a dizzying variety of forms, and I'd certainly seen a few new ones since my reincarnation, but something felt off about that creature. The whole lake was highly suspicious, but it would keep until I dealt with more pressing business. I touched down on the far side near a second rowboat and shook my head. I could not imagine a powerless human with a dormant core braving those waters in that tiny boat. The wooden hull would be a thin shield, far too fragile to save the boat's passengers, and there wasn't a non-magical boat in the world that could move fast enough to outrace those monsters. Certainly not one powered by nothing but the muscles of a man holding a pair of oars. That must mean these boats were magical. I didn't sense any mana in them, but that didn't mean they weren't inscribed. Carefully, I climbed into it and looked around for traces of runes carved into the wood. There was nothing in the interior, and I hadn't seen any on the outside, but there was still one spot left to check. Standing back on the stone, I used telekinesis and lifted the boat out of the water. "Aha," I said. There, covering practically the entire hull, was a set of runes. I spent a few moments examining them, mostly looking for the magic that would hide the boat from the monster's senses. To my surprise, there wasn't one. What it had instead was magic to soothe the creatures as they approached, to turn them from ferocious man-eaters into passive guardians. It wasn't even that expensive of a spell to cast, but whoever had designed it had done it specifically with these creatures in mind. That mage had known the physiology of the fish monsters very well, suspiciously so. They didn't strike me as something that could be easily or safely studied. Perhaps these monsters weren't natural. That might explain the apparent familiarity the rune carver had with them, but it also opened up a lot of new questions. Who would bother to make a giant underground lake and grow monsters to fill it? The mana costs alone were staggering, especially in an environment as starved as this one. I glanced back at the lake again and wondered just how deep it went, and what could be hidden at the bottom. I had a sneaking suspicion that I wasn't done with this place yet. Chapter 22. The far side of the lake led to just as much a mess of sewer tunnels as the first part had been, forcing me to scry the tunnels to find a way out. They didn't seem to be laid out in any sort of logical pattern, though I suspected they corresponded with the streets above. Maybe if more of them were intact, it would be easier to see how it was all supposed to fit together. My scry sensor went up and down tunnels, trying different passages more or less at random while I built my mental map of the place. I'd been at it for about 5 minutes when my scrying revealed a passage that had been dug out of a wall. It was clearly not part of the original sewer system, meaning somebody had come along after everything had been wrecked and made a modification. That probably meant that it was the right way to go. I started walking that way while my scrying sensor swept the rest of the tunnels. Halfway there, I paused. I'd found a ladder leading up to the surface, but in the opposite direction of the hand-dug passage. That was my exit, but if I took it now, I'd be leaving the mystery of what someone, probably a mage, had been doing, making modifications underground. It didn't escape my notice that the suspicious tunnel went back in the direction of the lake. If it hadn't warranted further investigation just by virtue of its existence, that would have sealed the deal for me. That having been said, my primary goal at this point was to determine if it was safe to establish a hidden teleportation beacon. By their very nature, they were meant to be eminently visible, and though I'd taken steps to make sure the one I'd set up in the outer city was veiled by wards, that did not make it impossible to find. I'd simply judged it worth the risk since I didn't plan on actually staying in that ruined building. If an enforcer managed to find it, it wouldn't lead to me. I doubted any of those weak excuses for mages could actually see through my wards, but it was technically possible. The inner city, on the other hand, was likely to have a few skilled practitioners of the arcane arts, at least if I was judging them by the 2 mages they'd sent out to attack my home village a month back. Then again, calling them skilled might be going overboard. I'd tutored literal 10-year-olds who were more capable than the mages I'd fought against, though admittedly they'd all been the scions of wealthy noble houses, given access to every resource they could possibly want, and trained from the time they could walk. Maybe it wasn't fair to compare them to the mages here. These mages had been forced to concoct elaborate schemes to harvest mana from thousands of people in order to gain the resources they did have, and that still wasn't much. I located a dead-end tunnel that nobody would have any reason to visit, then marched over there to set up the wards that would shield my teleportation beacon from detection. Those were visible by necessity, since they were relying on inscriptions physically carved into the ground. I kept the space as small as possible, a bare 3-foot circle. Once they were completed and empowered, I inscribed my teleportation beacon in the center. With any luck, no one would sense anything. On the off chance that someone did come looking, I used stone shape to raise a dome just a little bit taller than me over the whole circle, then spent 20 minutes and far more mana than I should have telekinetically dragging rubble forward to cover it. From the perspective of anyone using only their eyes, it looked like nothing so much as a dead end that stopped a few feet earlier than it used to. Unless they were intimately familiar with what the collapsed sewer tunnel had looked like before, I couldn't imagine anyone guessing there was something hidden under the pile of stone. Idly, I wondered if it would have taken less mana to stone-shape the pile itself to allow access to the ground beneath it than it was to move the pile over to cover what I'd done next to it. It was probably a wash, but at least this way I didn't have to deal with loose stones trying to fall on my head while I worked. No matter how I looked at it, I was still ahead a decent amount of mana thanks to my time at the lake. With my retreat secured, my options were to leave, explore at street level, or investigate the tunnel that had been added to the sewer network. The third option was the one I was most curious about, so I started making my way back in the direction of the lake while I sent my scrying sensor ahead. In the interest of remaining undetected, I didn't look past the tunnel itself. I needed to know what the ward situation looked like, if it existed at all. Once I reached the place where brickwork turned into rough-hewn stone, I paused and placed a hand on the wall. It took me 10 seconds and 4 full cores worth of mana to generate a pulse of ward scanner that swept down the tunnel, a cost I considered well worth it when my spell found a ward line about 50 feet in front of me. Wards weren't inviolable. There were ways to get around them or cut through them, and if they weren't cleverly designed, destroying one might not even alert the mage who'd laid it down. I padded down the tunnel until I reached it, then kneeled down to examine it closer. Unlike my veiling ward that hid the teleportation beacon, or a ward stone with complex inscriptions carved on it, this one was an intangible ward made of pure magic. It had a detection trigger keyed to proximity that circled the entire tunnel like a ring. It would not be possible to avoid setting it off by crawling across the ceiling or flying through the center. Dispelling it would also trigger the ward, since it was set up as a dead man's switch. Bypassing it was possible, but would probably be expensive. Since it relied on a proximity trigger, the easiest way to get around it would be to use a spell like Earth Swim to ghost through the ground outside the tunnel and then step back in later. Easy was not the same as cheap, and Earth Swim used over twice the mana that Flight did. Not to mention that it would be at a literal swim speed, so I'd need to channel it for longer than the flight across the lake took me. The distance I'd need to Earth Swim to avoid the ward was long enough that teleportation might actually be the cheaper alternative. The absolute cheapest way to defeat the ward would be to do something similar to what I'd done to Iskara's paralysis traps, where I worked tendrils of my own mana through the spell and broke it apart. It would even give me a bit of mana if I did it right. This particular ward was far more complicated than anything Iskara had made, though, so it would be something of a time investment to do it properly. Then, there was the simplest solution. The ward wasn't connected in any way to the mage who'd cast it. I could just walk into it, let it trigger whatever it was going to do, and deal with the consequences. As far as I could see from my initial examination, the ward was holding down another spell that had been cast, which was why dispelling it wasn't an option, unless I wanted to deal with that second spell in some way. Getting a look at that second spell was a bit trickier, but necessary if I was going to unravel the ward and slip my own magical weight into its place. I poked at it for a minute, determined to get a good look at what I was dealing with, then stopped and started laughing. I should have known it would be something simple. The detection ward's only purpose was to release a summon shadow construct spell that would, presumably, stalk whoever set off the ward. Shadow constructs weren't dangerous, nor were they difficult to destroy. I could walk through this ward, spend 3 seconds destroying the construct it unleashed, and continue on my way. I took another minute to make sure there wasn't anything hidden under the shadow construct spell or farther down the tunnel, but as far as I could see, everything had come up clear. It wasn't really worth the additional 10 minutes to pick apart such a low-powered ward for the extra mana, not when I'd generate more in my own core just staring at the wall in that time span. So I strode through. The ward flashed out of existence, its purpose spent when it detected my presence. Without it there, the secondary spell collapsed down, completing its own mana pattern and forming the construct. Really, the fact that the spell had been set up to trigger upon the ward collapsing was more impressive than the actual construct itself. Shadow constructs were essentially invisible in a dark tunnel like this. Even with my light spell illuminating my way, there were still plenty of shadows, and it slunk through them as it watched me. Without knowing it was there, I might have missed the faint ripple it left in the darkness as it flowed around behind me to take its position. I scrunched my eyes closed, raised one hand to cover them, and lifted my staff in the air. Mana flowed out from the crystal into the smooth wood, shaped by my will, and a handy little spell called Light Balm erupted over the head. Even through my hands, I saw spots in my vision. I mentally watched the animating enchantment for the shadow construct unravel as I took a blind step toward it. The construct was farther away than I liked, but I managed to capture some of the ambient mana before it could disperse into nothingness. It was probably only half of what I would have gotten if I'd been able to capture and drain the construct completely, but that would have required far more work in addition to the mana spent keeping it restrained. I dismissed my staff back into my phantom space and sighed. It was proving to be a decent workaround tool, but all of my magic was harder to cast because I was essentially using my mana crystal as an external core. Spells were weaker, more difficult, and took more mana, though the staff itself helped mitigate that last issue. A Stage 3 core would help immensely. My total capacity would be 10 times higher than it was now, but if I advanced at such a young age when my core was only a quarter the size of an adult's, it would stunt my long-term growth. My original plan had called for some very complicated and expensive rituals to age myself up faster, but I had nowhere near the mana reserves needed for that. I could only hope to find something to help in the Wolfpack's coffers after I hunted them down. Blinking rapidly to help clear my eyes, I finished settling the mana I'd stolen from the shadow construct into my crystal and started walking down the tunnel again. My ward scanner spell hadn't shown me any other wards ahead, but that didn't mean it was completely safe. Mechanical traps were my biggest concern, since I'd already confirmed the lack of wards, and my ability to feel mana would alert me to anything living coming my way. Unless, of course, they knew how to shield their mana core like I did. Maybe I would run the occasional pulse of life sense as well, just to be safe. Whatever was down here, someone was protecting it. It would be foolish to assume one pitiful shadow construct was the limits of this area's defenses, especially considering the giant fish monsters I'd already encountered. 5 minutes of careful exploration later, I stood in front of a barred metal door that practically glowed with mana in my eyes. Unless I missed my guess, I was right above the edge of the underground lake. I wondered if I'd find the owner of that overblown fish tank on the other side. Chapter 23. I had to be overthinking things. For the past 5 minutes, I'd been poking at this door, trying to figure out what the trick was. It wasn't warded at all. There were no magical traps. I'd even gone so far as to waste mana on a second ward scanner spell to confirm there weren't any sort of magical trip lines directly behind the door. Not that it would have mattered, since it swung outward toward me. After confirming there was no trace of magic on or near the door itself, I sent a scry sensor to the other side to see what was waiting for me. It wasn't that I was expecting a loaded crossbow attached to a pulley system pointed directly at my face, or more realistically a foot over my head, but it was possible. My shield ward would have protected me anyway, but it would have been nice to know about beforehand. But there wasn't one. There were no poisoned darts in the walls, no scything blades waiting to drop down from the ceiling. No hidden pressure plates that would trigger a roof collapse. No floors waiting for me to step on them so they could swing open and dump me into a spike-filled pit. And it didn't make sense. What was the point of an unlocked door at the end of a hand-dug tunnel connected to an old ruined sewer system? Somebody had gone through the effort to set it up. Somebody had left that detection ward and built a shadow construct to spy on whoever set it off. The door was an obvious defense point, but I couldn't find a single way it was actually being defended. I was starting to think someone had put this door here just to mess with people, but I'd run out of tests to perform, or at least ones I was willing to waste mana on, so there was nothing left to do but open the damn thing and see what would happen. Even though I hadn't been able to find a single clue about what would happen when I opened the door, I still moved back 30 feet and used a telekinesis spell to turn the handle and pull. It swung wide, revealing more darkness behind it, and I sent my orb of light forward to show me what it could. After a short hallway of no more than 10 feet, I found myself in a massive room, one so big that my light couldn't brighten the whole thing at once. So I sent 3 more out to do the job. The floor turned into some sort of wide, flat paving brick, mostly smooth but for an occasional piece that had been forced out of place by the slow, subtle shifting of the ground. But that wasn't the interesting part. Many centuries ago, I'd been forced to briefly suffer the company of a petty, foppish nobleman who'd spent the tax money he'd taken from the suffering peasants of his duchy building an exotic menagerie of rare and magical creatures. He'd been inordinately proud of the beasts, as if he'd personally gone out and captured each and every one with his own hands. I'd only been interested in the one, a particularly rare specimen called a black-ringed octopus, so named for the suckers on the underside of its tentacles and, more importantly, for the black, necrotic wounds they inflicted on anything unlucky enough to be caught by one. I'd wanted to study how the living creature managed to safely consume necrotized flesh, but finding one in the wild had proven problematic. I could still remember walking next to that idiot of a duke, counting the cages and pens as we passed them, while he spun outlandish lies about his exploits. In fact, the sight of that endless line of iron bars was what stood out to me the most from that visit. Whatever else he might have been, the Duke had been no slouch about his menagerie. There had been hundreds of rare and beautiful animals and monsters inside those cages. With the giant room fully revealed by magic, I saw a similar sight. Dozens upon dozens of pens had been dug out of stone walls, each one blocked off by anywhere from 5 to 20 feet of bars. None of them had doors, but then, with magic involved, there were other ways to bypass the wall of iron. The things inside the cages were not natural. I glanced around the giant empty room and saw disfigured and mutilated creatures, one after another. Sometimes I could recognize what an animal used to be, but usually the alterations were too severe. In a few cases, I spotted characteristics of 2 or 3 different animals that had been fused into one horrendous amalgamation of flesh, bone, and teeth. And then there were the thankfully rare cages that held monsters that had been sculpted from meat and magic, things that had never been natural, and whose creator had not cared for such distractions as bilateral symmetry or skin. When the lights went up, about half of the misshapen creatures trapped in the cells reacted in some way, but every single one of the flesh-crafted abominations immediately went into a frenzy. They slammed against bars that suddenly seemed too flimsy to hold them back, over and over again, with no regard for how they might be hurting themselves. It was entirely possible they didn't feel pain. In a way, I hoped that was true. It would be a small mercy to them. Several of them were ramming themselves into the iron with such force that I could hear the stone around their pens cracking. Strangely, I didn't feel a bit of mana coming from any of them, nor had my scrying sensor spotted them. The cages must have been enchanted to trap it all inside, perhaps to keep it from dissipating into the environment. I spared a moment to consider that this might be yet another form of mana farming the local mages had thought up to compensate for the lack of ambient mana, which might explain the attention given to hiding them. The monsters weren't the only thing in the room. The very center was dominated by a huge circular table about as tall as I was. It was festooned with leather straps and metal bands, all currently undone and dangling over the edge of the table, giving the whole thing the look of some sort of torturous jellyfish. 4 more workbenches surrounded it in a rough circle. There was an extra-large gap in the formation at the far side, presumably to allow whoever owned the place to lead their next unfortunate victim to the table and strap it down. The workbenches themselves contained a multitude of saws, knives, hooks, and clamps, and I spotted a suspiciously large collection of buckets stacked up next to one of them. As disgusting as it was to stumble into a flesh crafter's lab, I couldn't say I was surprised. I hadn't spent a lot of time studying the giant fish I'd killed, but it had displayed some of the signs of being a manufactured life. The only surprising part was that someone could cobble together a creature like that using such crude equipment. Perhaps there was another lab somewhere else in this underground complex, better suited to marine experimentation. I spotted a single door on the far side of the room, sandwiched between a cage with something that looked like the unholy spawn of a lion and a giant spider, and one of the more aggressive skinless aberrants. It was vaguely humanoid, except for a third arm coming out of its right shoulder, but its muscles were grossly out of proportion. The third arm was twice as thick as a normal one, but its left arm was barely more than bone with some red muscle fibers clinging to it. Its legs were shorter than mine, despite being over 6 feet tall, and where a face should have been was a stack of 3 overly large eyes, more or less lined up down the right side. I'd have been worried about it trying to grab me as I walked past, but the only limb long enough to reach me was the one on its back, and that wasn't getting more than a few meaty bone-tipped fingers through the bars. As long as it didn't break through the cell itself, I didn't see any way it could manage to attack me. That was important, because much like the door I'd come in through, the one I was heading toward was at the end of its own short hall, the depth of the cage on either side by my guess. I was fully planning on examining that door as well, and I'd prefer not to need to keep an eye on the abomination in the cage next to me. By my guess, the stone that made up the wall separating that hallway from the interior of the cage was less than 6 inches thick. A strong enough monster could break through that, given some time and motivation. I doused the lights until only a single orb was left to guide me as I hurried across the floor. It didn't do much to calm the monsters down in their cages, but I'd seen what I needed to. Right now, I was still close enough to the maximum amount of mana I could hold that draining the chimeras would be wasteful. I was more interested in finding the mage responsible for the lab and getting some answers from him. The new door looked the same as the old one, with the sole exception being my position on the inside this time. I took a moment to inspect it, but I already knew it wasn't warded. It was well within the range of my last ward scanner spell, and that had come back blank. I was more concerned with what I hadn't found that might still be there. I already knew whoever owned this place was capable of shielding against mana detection and scrying. My shield ward was full, my core was full, and my mana crystal was almost completely full. I could cast a single master tier spell right now, as long as it was one of the easier ones like teleportation. Short of leaving Darrow and coming back in a year or two, I wasn't going to be more prepared than I already was to face the unknown. I still sent a scry spell through anyway, just in the interest of thoroughness. It was entirely possible that I'd spot some mechanical trap in time to avoid triggering it. Unlike the foul menagerie I was currently standing in, the next room was a simple hall that led to a well-lit botanist's paradise. There were rows upon rows of wooden planters with hundreds of samples growing in them. Herbs that had been hung up to dry on lines under lights that had to be magical, but nonetheless didn't emit any mana that I could sense. That was interesting, but it was the hallway leading up to it that I cared about. That was simple brickwork, so similar to the sewer tunnels that I suspected this whole underground lab might have been integrated with the sewer itself. There was no channel in the center of the hall, but the dimensions otherwise matched up. What I didn't find was any sort of trap on the door. Backing up and using telekinesis to open it would send me back out into the line of sight of the chimeric beasts, and they had, for the most part, quieted down. No one had come to check on them, but I didn't see a good reason to press my luck with a second round. I pushed the door open myself. Immediately, I was hit with a rush of warm, humid air and an almost overwhelming number of smells. Without a backward glance, I stepped through and pushed the door closed behind me. Chapter 24. Whoever had set up this operation had devoted a lot of mana to keeping it hidden. I breached the mana shielding enchantment right as I passed from the hallway into the main grow chamber. Between one step and the next, I went from being unable to sense any mana at all to it practically exploding in my mind. The tables were a bit too tall for me to comfortably examine the various plants sitting on top of them, but I could feel the mana in them. Someone had done their best to recreate the natural environment of an area that wasn't scarred over in order to grow alchemical ingredients. It appeared alchemy wasn't a completely forgotten discipline after all. Who owned this place? More importantly, how hard would it be to take control of it? I hadn't even begun to catalog the resources available to me now, but I was already considering a few concoctions that could prove immediately useful, as well as several others that would keep for extended times and wouldn't have any sort of negative effect on my phantom space. An emergency stash of potions was never a bad thing. A few healing potions would be a good start. The basic ones were easy enough to make, and I knew a few dozen recipes using different ingredients. Whatever was growing in here, I was positive I could find a way to mix them together so that the imbiber would heal rapidly. I wasn't expecting to find the rare esoteric ingredients for something like a potion of limb regeneration, but wound closure and blood replenishment were all that a person really needed to survive an imminently fatal wound. The rest could come later. Sadly, a mana potion would be a waste of time. It would require more mana to brew one than I'd gain from drinking it. Besides, with my tiny core, most of the effects would be wasted on me, even for a weak mana potion. My crystal did a better job of holding extra mana for when I needed it. Most temporary potions or elixirs wouldn't be all that useful right now. All they did was store magical effects I could duplicate on my own, albeit at a slight savings in mana, since I'd be stealing already grown ingredients from this room, instead of having to invest mana into budding plants. Shape-changing potions were great for people who lacked the ability to cast the spell on their own, but inefficient, since I already knew the invocations for dozens of forms. It was the same with potions of night-seeing, spider-climbing, flight, and a variety of other effects. Really, there was only one single thing I was interested in at the moment. There was an ointment that had been part of my original plans, one used to smooth out the pangs from artificially aging too fast. That was a complicated process that could easily kill the subject if done too quickly, since the body needed time to properly build on itself, and all the magic did was stretch what was already there. It was all too easy to overstretch and tear or break pieces of the body. The ointment of aging helped alleviate that by providing all the energy and nutrients a body needed during the accelerated aging process. On my own, I could shave perhaps 2 or 3 years off my journey to adulthood, as long as I was careful and consistent. With an unlimited supply of ointment to reinforce my body, it would be more like 10 years. With the proper preparations, almost all of which were out of reach, I could form a nutrient vat to submerge myself in a magically enforced slumber for a year and emerge an adult, my core fully intact and ready to advance to stage 3. I had just such a vat secreted away inside one of my vaults in the Night Vale, if only I had a way to reach it. But right now, if I could find what I needed here, I could get the process started. It wouldn't be an instant change, of course, but it would be a beginning. Once I dealt with the wolf pack, I could devote my time and effort to expanding my core size. This route also had the benefit of leaving me active so I could take a hand in shaping events to my liking. There was no telling what the council back home might try to do to my family if I wasn't there to serve as a deterrent. I didn't recognize most of the herbs, flowers, thistles, or weeds growing in the planters, some of which were large rectangular troughs up to 10 feet long, others singular pots with lonely occupants. The walls were lined with trellises that had flowering vines creeping across them. In places, I caught flashes of bright colors from berries hidden behind the leaves. Not recognizing them by shape and color did not mean I couldn't make use of them. Each and every one had mana running through it, and any accomplished alchemist could get a feel for that, and at least make a guess as to what kind of properties they could expect to find in a given sample. It would take me hours to sort through the dizzying variety, but I had no doubt I could catalog this entire room. Not all plants could grow in such restrictive climates, of course. Sometimes a plant needed actual sunlight, not artificial mana lights. Even mana shaped to mimic daylight couldn't always provide everything a particular plant needed, which I supposed was probably why those smugglers had their own grow room. It was too much of a stretch to assume they weren't connected to whoever owned this place. Perhaps their leader, Hyago, was the mage in charge of all of this. If I hadn't been actively examining the various mana signatures in the room, I might have missed the feeling of something shifting behind me. It was a presence, something mobile and doing its best to hide its mana. If it hadn't moved, it could have remained hidden, since it appeared to me as nothing more than 3 thin, fragile lines of mana, easily lost in the noise. Once it did move, though, it became more obvious. The lines shifted like the limbs of some sort of 3-legged spider, scurrying across the ceiling and hiding behind the mana lights pointed straight down at the plants. The creature, whatever it was, drew closer, then passed overhead. Once it was behind me, the legs started extending as if they were gently bringing something down from the ceiling.
How curious. A street child has wandered where he doesn't belong,
a voice said behind me. It had a soft, hissing quality to it. Not quite a lisp, but something close to it.
Nothing new there. Children often worm their way into places better left alone. But to find one here is a surprise.
I glanced over my shoulder to see a deformed man, not much taller than I was. He was hunched over, his right limbs larger than his left, and his face disfigured. Despite his apparent height, he still loomed over me due to 2 black lines of twisted cloth reaching up into the darkness, the hem of some sort of robe that was draped across his body and belted at the waist. The third length of cloth was braced against the floor now, helping support the man's waist. Even as I watched, the 3 limbs worked in unison to bring the man a step closer. Now that he was within a few feet of me, I could see the gaps in the shielding hiding their mana. It was better than the shrouds I'd seen other mages craft, but not quite the complete concealment that a true shield would offer. Similar to throwing a threadbare shirt over a lantern, most of the light was blocked, but there was a glow that the thin patch couldn't quite hide. The robe was an interesting example of local enchanting techniques, but not without its flaws.
Tell me, child, how did you get here? Someone must have brought you.
You are wrong, I said. I came on my own. I saw an interesting tunnel dug to connect to the sewer lines of the city, and decided I wanted to know more about what was at the end.
Impossible,
the man rasped out.
I would have known if you'd come from that way.
I shrugged. It didn't matter if the man believed me or not. In all likelihood, he'd be dead in the next few minutes anyway. I was making assumptions, but I'd be surprised if the man wasn't a member of the Cabal I'd come here to find. He was certainly strong enough to be a mage, and unless I missed my guess completely, he had a Stage 2 core. It was admittedly hard to tell through the robe shrouding his mana. Do you have any Lochlamere growing in here? I asked. Or really anything at all that focuses mana into its roots in a Falinshir weave?
You know about alchemy. Even more curious than I thought, the man said.
His robe pushed him forward until we were face to face.
Does my appearance not scare you, child?
I've seen worse. The man started cackling, then quickly cut himself off with a fit of coughing. I took a step back to avoid being sprayed with his spittle.
You're brave or stupid. I haven't decided which,
the man said.
Either way, I'll find a use for you.
I have no interest in becoming one of the aberrations you keep locked up in those pens.
No one ever does,
the man told me.
You seem remarkably calm, considering you've been caught in my domain.
Yes. About that Lochlamere?
I've never heard of it, but I have a few substitutes with the right mana structure in the roots,
the man said.
What do you need them for? I can't imagine you're some grubby-fingered sneak thief looking to grab something to peddle for a night's food in your belly and shade over your head.
I'm looking to make an ointment of aging, I said. I would also be willing to buy some if you have any stock of sufficient quality. Rather, I'd love to know if I should bother to go looking through his storeroom for it later. I doubted either of us thought we'd both be walking away from this conversation alive.
Aging? Don't be in such a hurry to grow up. You might end up looking like me.
I'd just make a malleable flesh potion to reshape my body to my liking, if that were the case.
As if it were so easy,
the man said, his voice full of scorn.
Just a pinch of this and a dab of that. Ha!
I pointed to my right at a leafy plant with a thick stem. Drippings from that to serve as a catalyst in a base solution of liquid mana. My finger moved to a different potter with a small red herb, its body hidden mostly in the dirt except for what appeared to be a bundle of red pine needles. That, ground into a powder and dissolved at a ratio of 3 parts in 10 to the liquid mana to serve as a life force stabilizer while remolding the flesh. Mix using the Caldiver method for 3 hours. Add some of this bearded leaf here for the isolator component, then let sit in a blue box for 6 days until it's ready to be activated in a high-density furnace. The man's eyes darted around, following my finger as I pointed out the different ingredients he'd need to craft the potion. His mouth worked silently for a moment, and I could see him processing the directions, trying to poke holes in it.
It could work,
he said begrudgingly.
Worth experimenting on, at least. How do you know this? Who are you?
Kieran, I said. And yourself?
Vurican is my proper name, but everyone just calls me Freak.
Seems rather rude.
Not because of my appearance,
Freak said.
I have proclivities.
Ah, because of the flesh crafting.
It's a misunderstood art.
That might have been because Freak wasn't very good at it, but I didn't see any point in insulting him to his face. I couldn't tell if it would set him off or if he'd just laugh. There was something broken in the man's head, and that was a dangerous state to be in when combined with the ability to use magic.
I think I'll keep you,
Freak said as he studied me.
You're too interesting to waste on the cutting table.
Chapter 25. I'd been studying Freak since he'd revealed himself to me, mostly to determine how best to kill him when he made his move. He had a shield ward of some type built into his robe, probably a very basic one. Flexible cloth rarely made for good material for inscription, though I'd seen some mages use a hardened trim to hold the runes in shape. Freak's robe was enchanted for strength and movement, possibly to the point where it would reflexively defend him. Physical attacks wouldn't be effective against him, not unless they were overwhelmingly strong. It would have to be something that came in one big strike as well, as the robe could probably handle a group of needling attacks coming from multiple directions easily. There was a brewer's wardstone on his person somewhere too, probably hidden in a pocket in the robe. That was mostly to protect him from a mana backfeed when he was working, but it did make it harder to affect his core directly. It wasn't proof against a deliberate attack, but hitting him with any sort of mana drain would have to come after I'd subdued him, since I'd need time to overcome the Ward Stone. The best way to win would be to strike quickly and decisively with overwhelming force. For the moment, Freak seemed to think he had the upper hand. I'd already clued him in that I wasn't a normal child, mostly to see if he'd react. A mage with bonded familiars had been part of the group that attacked my home, and he'd had more than enough time to spy on us. I hadn't been able to determine how much information he'd fed back to the Cabal in Darrow before I'd eliminated him. Assuming Freak was part of that Cabal and would have access to the information, the answer was apparently none. Perhaps he didn't know about the child mage living in the village of Arcanist. Or perhaps he did, but hadn't made the connection that it was me. I was a long way from home, after all, and I'd taken some pains to hide my full abilities. Or perhaps all of my assumptions were wrong. "Are you part of the wolf pack?" I asked.
I am, little boy,
Freak said with a hissing laugh. He held up one of his deformed hands. It had only 3 fingers to go with its thumb, upon one of which was an all-too-familiar signet ring.
You are surprisingly well informed about a variety of topics.
Your Cabal mates have been interfering with my business, I told him. The only reason I'm even in this city is to deal with all of you.
And how do you plan to do that?
I stared directly into his misshapen black eyes and said, "With excessive violence." Freak started laughing.
Maybe I'll cut you up after all.
Even if you could, I wouldn't be able to satisfy your curiosity that way.
Oh no, my poor naive child. You are grossly mistaken about that.
6 new tendrils grew out of Freak's robe, making him look like nothing so much as a giant, grotesque, lopsided spider. From a pocket on the inside, he pulled out a small metal rod with a hook on the end and brandished it. My blood ran cold at the sight of it. "A soul hook," I said. The enchantments on it were potent, far stronger than anything I'd expected to find in Darrow. Worse, my soul was a weak point in my defenses, being so delicate with all of the invocations I'd laid down before my reincarnation. That magic wasn't necessarily fragile, since souls were by their very nature resilient, but a soul hook was a tool designed to interact with them. Specifically, it was designed to remove them. Of all the possible threats, having my soul harvested by this demented alchemist was high up there on the list. It wouldn't necessarily be the end of my existence. It was merely difficult to use magic as a disembodied soul, not impossible. But it would be an extreme inconvenience. It would be far less of a hassle if I avoided letting Freak use his soul hook on me in the first place.
Would you like to fight back?
Freak offered.
I do love when my victims struggle. It always gives me clues as to how best to use their body after.
Was there anything else I needed from this mage? Some information about the rest of his Cabal would be ideal, but it wasn't worth the danger. No, it was better to kill him now than raid his archives at my leisure. His lab represented a treasure trove of resources I could already see a few good uses for. It hadn't worked so well against the fish in the lake, but then that had been considerably larger than the hunchback in front of me. I raised a hand into the air and reached into my phantom space, then withdrew my staff and channeled a lightning bolt through it. Freak's face lit up in surprise as I pulled the staff out of thin air. He had a single, frozen instant of his crooked eyebrows shooting up before my spell struck him. I aimed it deliberately to throw him back toward the door so that the plants would remain undamaged. I cared far less about his chimeric experiments in the other room, and if he managed to survive the lightning bolt, I'd prefer to fight him in there. The robe protected him from the impact, if not the lightning itself. Freak's hood slipped back when he struck the door, revealing scraggly black hair growing in random tufts on his scalp. It was a bit thicker on the left side of his head, enough so that the length would have partially hidden his general baldness if it wasn't standing on end right now. Light welled up from the runes stitched into his robe as mana flooded through them to protect Freak from the spell. Despite that defense, I could still smell seared flesh and smoke in the air, and as he pulled himself back to his feet, he clutched at his chest with a grimace. With the robe's defenses literally smoldering, I suspected it had lost much of its integrity. A trio of force darts formed in front of me and launched themselves through the air. Surprisingly, Freak was still aware enough to duck beneath one. He took the other two on an arm he threw up to protect his face, tearing the robe further and bloodying him in the process. I threw a mind spike at him, not out of any expectation that it would incapacitate him, but just to test his mental defenses and possibly distract him for a second while I cast my next spell. The stone around Freak rose up like a pair of enormous toothy jaws and clamped down on him, then ground down against each other like a chewing mouth, with the unfortunate mage caught between them. I narrowed my eyes as I watched the jaws work. A creature caught in them would be shredded and pulped under normal circumstances, but that didn't appear to be happening this time. The jaws closed and ground together, but there was no blood. No screams echoed out into the room. The worst that could be said for the attack was that long, shredded strips of black cloth got tangled in the teeth. A misshapen arm, bulging with muscle covered in steel, burst out from between the teeth, followed by a leg. They forced the jaws apart despite the animating magic. After a few seconds of straining, the arm slackened, but by then the spell had run its course, and the stone jaws fell apart into a screen of loose gravel. Freak stood there, his robe hanging off him in tattered strips, his skin the dull gray of burnished steel. Mana flickered around him in a shell, some sort of secondary defense that he'd activated while caught in my stone jaws spell. The twisted smirk was gone from his face now, replaced by anger and pain. For a moment I thought he'd lash out with a spell of his own. I prepared myself to counter it, but instead he just jerked the door open and retreated into his menagerie. Was he actually trying to run away, or just moving the fight to an area that he thought favored him? I'd had some hopes of harvesting the mana in that room after I killed Freak, but he'd proven more tenacious than I'd expected. Chanting came from the room, the first I'd heard from Freak since we'd met. He was obviously able to cast spells without the words, which likely meant that whatever he was using was difficult for him. That meant intermediate or even advanced tier magic, which made it a smart bet to stop him before he finished. A few months back, I would have considered it an extraordinary waste of magic to shadow leap 100 feet through an open door. But right now I had the mana to spare, and it would be far better not to make my entrance through such a predictable location. Just because my shield ward would almost certainly catch whatever spell Freak was casting did not mean it was wise to let myself get hit by it. I emerged out of the shadows around the operating table and spotted Freak standing in front of one of his abomination's cells. Whatever his spell was, it was taking him long enough to cast that it was ripe to be countered, if only I could get close enough. I hadn't known where he was at in the room and could only see one clear landmark for my spell to latch onto, though, which meant there was considerable distance between us. I started forward, only to trip over some sort of mechanical foot pedal built into the base of the cutting table I hadn't noticed in my initial inspection. It was only a second of vulnerability, but in a fight, a second could be the difference between life and death. I was far too used to being so overwhelmingly powerful that my victory was never in doubt. But I wasn't that person anymore. That single moment of inattention could very well have led to my death. Luckily for me, Freak was preoccupied with completing his spell. Unluckily, the pedal seemed to trip some kind of mechanical operation in the table, causing one end to tip down and the other to swing up. It smacked into my shield ward in the process, pushing me back and causing me to stagger 3 full steps before I caught my balance. By the time I had returned my attention to Freak, he'd completed the spell and removed the bars in the cage. I hadn't even caught if he'd done it with magic or by some hidden catch somewhere. Either way, the abomination was no longer locked inside. It looked like it had been some sort of great cat originally, but now its tail was 3 times longer than it should have been, the bones stretched out on some sort of whip-like cord. Additional muscle had been packed onto its forelimbs and shoulders, giving it a hunched-over appearance, and its lower jaw had been split down the middle to allow its mouth to open wider. It no longer had a tongue. All the extra bulk made it appear ponderous and slow, but nothing could be further from the truth. The flesh-crafted cat blurred forward, almost too fast to even see, and slammed into me. My shield ward flared with power, shoving both the cat and me apart a good 20 feet before we came to a stop. I lifted my staff to smite the monster, but as I did so, I saw past it. Freak was standing in front of a second cage, but this time there was no chanting. He made a lifting motion with one hand, and the bars rose up at the same time to free a second flesh-crafted beast. Without waiting for the monster to leave its pen, Freak ran to a third set of bars. Chapter 26. The chimeric aberrations were nothing but a distraction at this point. Fighting them was a waste of time, one that I couldn't afford unless I wanted to let my opponent unleash the entire menagerie on me. I had better uses for my mana, and killing them all now would prevent me from harvesting the creatures later when I put them out of their misery. Flight was probably overkill, but I fully planned on replenishing any mana spent on this fight at the end, and it defeated the immediate issue of having flesh-crafted animals and monsters attacking me. As far as I could tell, I wouldn't have to worry about any sort of ranged attacks from them, and even if I did, those would put far less pressure on my shield ward than standing on the ground while they tried to maul me. I was almost sure the spell Freak had cast was Puppet Master, which meant that he was directly controlling his experiments like extensions of his own body. It was possible to sever the link, but it would be easier, faster, and cheaper to kill the monsters than it would be to attack the spell directly. If I was right, however, that meant he could control at best a handful of the creatures before his mind reached the limits of his ability to multitask. At least, it could under normal circumstances. Freak was an alchemist, though, and an elixir of fractured minds wasn't off the table. If he had one handy, instead of his limit being 3 or 4, it might be 10 or more. Even if he didn't, killing one of the monsters would just free up part of his mind to take control of another one. Regardless of whatever preparations he might have made prior to using Puppet Master, the solution was still to kill him as soon as possible. His robe was somehow still functioning despite the beating it had taken, and Freak was taking full advantage of that to scuttle around. Worse, his skin hadn't yet lost that metal sheen, meaning just about any conjuration I could use below the advanced tier was worthless. Transmutations were a possibility, but the ones that I thought might be effective had long cast times. I didn't want to get up close, not when he still had that soul hook, but my ranged options were limited. Most mages with any real measure of skill could resist mind magic, and until that transmute flesh to steel spell of his wore off, blunt trauma was out of the question. Even the Master Tier spell I'd used on that giant fish wasn't likely to do much of anything against a powerful mage. Freak would need to manually keep his mana stable without his core holding it in place, and the spell might cripple him in the long run if he couldn't repair the damage, but it wouldn't do much to help me win this fight. No matter how I did this, it wasn't going to be cheap. But a glance around the room told me there was plenty of mana to restore my reserves. It was best to end this now, with a spell strong enough to cut through his defenses, and precise enough not to collapse the ceiling and leave me buried under hundreds of tons of rubble. Before I could begin to cast the Master Tier spell that would end the fight, I caught a surge in mana coming from one of the aberrations below me. Fiery red light was starting to leak out through its cracked leather skin, painting a pattern of black ribs lit from inside. It only took a moment for me to recognize the magic. A disturbing spell known as incendiary organs, often used by necromancers. I had just enough warning to conjure up a force wall before the monster exploded in a rolling wave of fire. Most of the heat broke against the wall, and my shield ward kept the rest from reaching my skin. By the time the bursts of fire ended, the corpse was splattered 50 feet in every direction. Incendiary Organs was a nasty spell in that it flooded every organ with explosive magic, then set off a single one with a mere spark. That explosion chained into new ones, causing the subject to blow up, throwing organs in every direction. Those in turn blew up half a second later, spreading the damage even further. It wasn't an easy spell to cast, especially against an unwilling target. I suspected the monsters in Freak's menagerie didn't have the intelligence or the willpower to resist being turned into bombs. And even if they did, he could easily have given himself all sorts of ways past their defenses when he had them strapped to that table beneath me. The ones who managed to resist, well... When the table had tipped itself, a sliding panel had also opened in the floor. I couldn't see where the new hole ended, but my guess was the lake below. Failed experiments were probably dumped in the water, food for the lake dwellers. The whole mechanical mechanism looked quite clever to me, but that sort of engineering had never been my specialty, nor did I have a lot of interest in learning. In the time it took to craft a force wall, I finished casting the Master Tier spell I hoped would end the fight. Telekinesis was a versatile if limited spell. There were plenty of variations, and apprentices since time immemorial had been encouraged to explore the limits of that line. Greater telekinesis retained all its weaker cousin's flexibility, at the cost of increased difficulty to cast, and mana used to fuel the magic. Beyond that was the Master Tier version, Grand Telekinesis. With it, I could reach out my mental hand and crush any of these aberrations to a pulp. It also cost roughly 350 times as much mana to cast as Lesser Telekinesis, and took me a full 5 seconds to pull together instead of being instant and reflexive, so it wasn't something I wanted to use unless absolutely necessary. Channeling grand telekinesis for a single second would drain my current core 14 times over. Without my staff to help limit transference loss, I could expect to use this spell for at most 3 seconds before I was completely out of mana. With the staff, I might get 5. In reality, I'd already used about 1/5 of the mana my crystal was holding for me, so the duration of my spell was even lower than that. 1 second was enough for the magic to grab hold of Freak and rip his head off his shoulders. In my haste, I misjudged the exact alignment of the spell and got the arm he'd raised up into the air as well. Flesh-turned steel let out a tortured squeal as telekinetic force strong enough to level castles bore down on it. Immediately, it gave way, sending the severed arm and head flying in one direction, while the rest of the body slapped against the bars Freak had been standing in front of. I cast a pair of stone needle spells to impale the still-living monster below me, then swooped down to use Paralyzing Touch to hold it still for mana draining before the body went down the convenient disposal chute. With that threat neutralized, I wanted a better look at Freak's body. There was a suspicious lack of blood all over the place where I'd ripped him apart, and I needed to know if that was because of some lingering enchantment holding his blood in, or if it was because he wasn't dead. Flesh crafters were notoriously hard to kill. Smart ones would build redundancies into their bodies that made decapitation or heart failure trivial to recover from, and thus far Freak had been a surprisingly resourceful opponent. I hadn't expected to need a master tier spell to pull off a decisive win, but he'd done an excellent job defending himself against the advanced tier magic I'd started with. It was entirely possible that a single second of grand telekinesis was not enough to kill him. If he was still alive, hopefully I'd have shredded his defenses and left him easy to finish off. That robe of his had been obscuring his mana to the end, and I wasn't sure if what I was still sensing was residual mana that was rapidly emptying out of his body, or if it was hiding an intact mana core. What I didn't know was what the flickering aura still limbing his still form meant. There were so many spells that presented with the same visual indications that it was impossible to narrow it down. I could make some assumptions, given his focus on flesh crafting and, presumably, alchemy. I hadn't seen him use any potions or elixirs, but he could have taken some before he'd revealed himself to me. Considering how badly he'd underestimated me, that did not seem terribly likely, but I wasn't ready to dismiss the possibility. Some concoctions were cheap enough and lasted long enough that any reasonably wealthy alchemist could afford to maintain their effects indefinitely. The light was a soft white, almost cream color, probably not a reflection of Freak's soul. It was just as strong now as it had been when it flickered to life back in the grow room, and if not for the fact that the fleshcrafter's soul hook had gone flying with the severed limb, it would have been enough to keep me from going anywhere near the body. I double-checked that the soul hook was still far, far away from me, and spotted it gripped in Freak's hand 30 feet off to the side. Neither the severed arm nor head moved. The room was silent, save for the slight wheezing growl of the paralyzed monster. Once I thought about it, that was somewhat strange. The first time I'd come through this room, they'd all reacted to various degrees when I'd lit the place up. It wasn't fully lit now, but there were a number of cells I could see into, thanks to the single light spell hanging in the air. That one was Freak's, mine having been dismissed after I'd entered the grow room earlier. Light was another one of those spells that had a lot of variations, and could be something that needed a constant drip of mana to maintain. In other words, cast as a conjuration, or have a dedicated reservoir to draw from, meaning it was an enchantment. Different mages had different styles, and it wasn't uncommon to pick one and stick with it for everything. I tended to prefer long-running enchantments over things I had to actively channel mana into, even if they weren't as efficient. At least, I had in my previous life. Efficiency was the most important factor in almost everything I did these days, so I'd switched over to channeled spells for the most part. What all of this meant was that despite a number of ongoing spell effects in the room that had been powered by Freak's mana, I couldn't safely assume he was alive or dead yet. I'd just wasted the last 10 seconds staring at his body, looking for some sign so I wouldn't need to approach him, but there was nothing definitive so far. While I was contemplating whether Life Sense would give me an accurate reading, or if that robe would block that too, I noticed that the growling had stopped. That was the clue I needed to make a decision. There was no way that monster would have stopped on its own, and I hadn't done anything to shut it up. I didn't even need to look to see that it was dead. Whatever that aura was, it was obviously feeding off the life essence of the aberration. Though it looked no different, I could feel the magic growing heavier. Something black and goopy bubbled up out of the top of the corpse, almost like tar, except that it could stand on its own. It took a moment to reform into the rough shape of Freak's head, shoulder, and arm. Then, he was back in the fight. Chapter 27. The only good news was that the aura around Freak faded away as his regrown top half solidified. My best guess was that it was some sort of life shell that was empowered by the souls of victims. He'd probably used it on that cat monster right before he'd cast incendiary organs and blew it to pieces. When my spell dealt him a wound too grievous for his spell to handle on its own, it grabbed hold of a second victim to give it the power needed to keep Freak alive. Unfortunately for him, the new flesh was plain skin, not transmuted steel skin. I immediately hurled a force bolt directly into his face. He threw his still metal hand up to catch the spell, which forced the limb backward. Though his hand smacked into his face quite hard, Freak didn't let that stop him. Almost at the same time I cast the force bolt, he cast his own spell. It was a greater telekinesis variant called Many Hands. Rather than concentrate all its power into one single movement, it spread it out into numerous smaller ones. It took a nimble mind to direct them to their full capabilities, but it allowed a person to function in place of a whole group, as long as the tasks weren't something that required a lot of muscle. Even if a single hand couldn't muster the force needed to move something, multiple hands could work on the same object, as Freak proved by sending 8 of them my way. My shield ward kept them from grabbing me, but did nothing to stop them from opening other cells, or worse, snatching up the fallen soul hook from where it was still held tightly in Freak's former hand. Many Hands was a good spell. It had flexibility, a reasonable mana cost for what it achieved, and could accommodate a wide variety of skill. It was easy to learn, and beginners could start with 2 or 3 hands and work their way up to a full 20 as they practiced with it. It had a lot going for it, but speed was not one of those things. Flight could be activated instantly, and unlike Many Hands, the problem with using flight in such an enclosed space was avoiding accidentally crashing into things. I had no need to worry about that. I planned on intentionally crashing into something. I oriented myself at Freak and willed the spell to send me forward, an upraised hand leading the way. The soul hook came flying in from my left, carried on a magic hand and heading straight for the outstretched fingers Freak was holding up to receive the weapon. I fired off a single force bolt through the telekinetic hand, disrupting the magic structure for a moment. The hands created by the spell were an application of force magic, that being the primary component to the conjuration needed to modify the original telekinesis spell, and by hitting it with another force spell I could scramble it for a moment. It was barely a blink as my force bolt passed through it, but that was enough to make the hand drop its cargo. The soul hook clattered to the floor, and before the hand even had time to pick it back up, I reached my target. My palm made contact with the bulbous contours of Freak's head, and I cast Mana Siphon. I didn't know how much mana Freak had left, and I didn't want to risk using mana drain and not getting enough. Restoring my own reserves was important, but the goal here was to tap Freak's core and run it dry. Mana Siphon wasn't as efficient, but as long as I could hold the connection, it would keep going until there was nothing left. I crashed into Freak's body, still mostly steel, and relied on my shield ward to protect me from the ragged tendrils of his robe as they tried to pluck me loose. Meanwhile, mana flooded into my core continuously. Just as fast, I sent it to my staff, which was only just now catching up to me from where I'd left it floating in the air when I'd used flight to cross the room in an instant. I pulled enough mana out of him to completely recover what I'd lost casting Grand Telekinesis, which meant that Freak had a Stage 3 core. This was the first confirmation I'd found that mages here even knew how to advance that far, and it was an ill omen for my future plans. Thus far, I'd compensated for having a pathetically small mana core with superior skills, knowledge, and equipment. That could only take me so far, though. If I was lucky, I'd stumbled across one of the most powerful people in the wolf pack. Otherwise, I might need to retreat and prepare some more advanced tools if I wanted to kill the rest of them. But first, I needed to survive this fight. I couldn't trust that Freak was out of options just because I'd drained his mana core to empty. He could have a hidden mana crystal or a potion of some sort reserved for desperate situations. I wasn't interested in risking Freak coming back to life again, or seeing what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. Now that I was able to get within touching distance, I just needed to finish him off. It was overkill, but I'd make the mana back soon. I used another Master Tier spell. Despite my best efforts over the years, I'd never been able to unearth who'd come up with this spell originally. It had such a pretentious name, which told me that it had been created during the Razkelian era. That predated my own birth by at least 1,500 years, likely more. Whatever records that might have credited the master mage who designed it had been lost. Ridiculous name aside, Chill of the Infinite Void, as it was called, and always capitalized in full in the manual I'd discovered it in, was a powerful spell that drained every last scrap of heat out of a subject. It could be used in a wide area as well, making it a flexible spell that excelled at killing large groups of enemies. I didn't need it for that purpose here. I wanted it because it left its victims as nothing more than frozen statues that quickly crumbled to pieces under their own weight. Freak's skin flashed to a cold, pale blue, his pain-filled grimace locked in place, and his tar-sludged hand held out to receive a soul hook that would never reach him. Unless that black tar regenerating spell could build Freak an entire body from a chunk of frozen flesh no bigger than his fist, it wouldn't be saving him from this. On the off chance that the black tar regenerating spell could, in fact, rebuild Freak from a chunk of frozen flesh, I floated back 10 feet and eyed up the body. It seemed like there was something at work trying to save him. Otherwise, he would have collapsed into himself and shattered already. Chill of the Infinite Void was a fast-acting spell. In fact, most of the mana cost associated with it came from just how quickly it removed heat from the area. I suspected the rest was wasted on dispersing that heat away somewhere else. If I'd written the spell, I would have designed it to store that heat as a second attack. A compressed ball of all the heat taken from a 50-foot wide sphere would do a considerable amount of damage. Modifying the spell had been on my list for decades, but somehow something else was always more important, and I'd never gotten around to it. It probably wasn't necessary, but I was equal parts cautious and impatient. I threw a force wave into the iced statue that had been my opponent and shattered him to pieces. At that point, the telekinetic hands of Freak's spell all disappeared, along with the light orb that had been hanging in the air. That answered whether he preferred enchantments or channeled light spells, I supposed. That should have been the end of the battle, but Freak's many hands had managed to open a dozen other cells. All sorts of aberrations were loose now, and without their master to control them, they went wild, attacking anything and everything in sight. I would have been content to let them tear each other to shreds, but I'd used several powerful spells and needed a top-up. I floated up near the ceiling, cast a few new light orbs out into the room to illuminate everything, then swapped out flight for levitation. After that, it was a simple matter of taking the time to remote cast Mana Drain over and over again. I didn't quite fill my lost reserves from the freed monsters before they finished killing each other, but I got close. Now, it was time to rob the place blind. I might just need to upgrade my phantom space with more room soon. The first thing I did was locate Freak's alchemy lab. It wasn't hard to find, being in another chamber just off from the grow room. After I was done sweeping it for traps, I spent a few minutes cataloging the equipment, most of which was in decent shape, if not terribly advanced. It would be more than sufficient for what I needed, and I quickly started touching pieces to pull them into my phantom space. After that came the bottled potions and elixirs, along with the jars of ointment, tinctures, unguents, salves, and creams. Freak had apparently been some sort of pack rat, uncaring if his creations expired. Or maybe he saved them to test on the poor creatures that ended up on his operating table. It wouldn't have surprised me. Regardless of his motives, I had no use for a bruise salve that had started to separate back into its component parts. It took me another 20 minutes to go through everything in Freak's stock, most of which got discarded. Of far more value to me was the supply of processed ingredients just waiting to be used in some recipe or another. Those I could do great things with. I'd need to set this lab back up somewhere else soon. The rest of my time was spent harvesting as many of the plants as I could. Some weren't ready yet. Others needed days or weeks to go from being harvested to being ready to use. I took what I could and stole the mana from the rest. Without Freak around to keep this place going, there was no point in planning a return trip. Most of the remaining plants would wither and die, starved of the mana they needed. I kept exploring, hoping against hope to find some sort of massive storage crystal. There was so much mana left in this lair, but I didn't have the capacity to take it with me. I hadn't been planning on confronting a member of the wolf pack inside their own lair so soon, and my preparations were lacking. There had to be something here, though. Something that was acting as a power source for all the enchantments in the lab. There was no way Freak was doing it himself. He'd never be able to leave. Then again, maybe he never did leave. He'd seemed a bit unhinged when we'd spoken, and practically all the magic he'd used was calculated to take advantage of the place we'd fought at. If that was the truth, though, where did he acquire the creatures for his experiments? From his cabal mates, I muttered to myself. Damn it, there's probably nothing here. But then I got lucky. Tucked away in a back closet was a pillar of granite, 8 feet tall and 3 feet square at the base. It was shielded, just like everything else in the base, but I could feel the mana in it when I touched it. It had 4 or even 5 times the storage capacity of my own mana crystal, and it was unattuned, a smaller version of the mana batteries I'd installed in my own labs. Perfect, I said. Chapter 28. Under normal circumstances, a mana battery's job was to provide a source of redundancy to the ambient mana in the air. Most enchantments, at least the ones I'd made or interacted with in my previous life, were designed to keep themselves powered indefinitely, but experiments could have unintended consequences on the local mana pressure, and in order to preserve complex or expensive enchantments, mana batteries functioned as backups, just in case the ambient mana temporarily dried up. Here, of course, there was no ambient mana. All of the lab enchantments had to be powered directly from the battery, which gave Freak a convenient spot to pool his resources, and saved him from the tedious task of adding more mana to each individual enchantment. If I cared at all about preserving the lab's integrity, I couldn't have moved that pillar of granite. The enchantments were rooted in it, and freeing it looked something similar to the process of pulling a stump. The roots got left behind, while the main trunk was cut away. It was the same case here. Each enchantment I severed caused something else to fail, though rarely did it happen immediately. The grow room's lights were the first to go, those having been enchanted to pull from the battery directly without any sort of internal reservoir. I left the mana shielding in place until the end, without wasting time on a more thorough examination of how exactly the enchantment had been performed. I could only guess at how long it would last. If it was at least half an hour, that'd be enough for me. I had my eyes on a few specimens in the grow room I wanted to salvage, but which weren't in a state where they could be harvested just yet. But everything else was going to get sucked dry, and its mana stored in the battery, as soon as I was done cutting the granite pillar loose from the floor. There was one other enchantment I was hesitant to cut, so much so that I traced it to its source in the ceiling above the menagerie. It was some sort of mental effect that I suspected was designed to aid Freak in keeping his pets under control, similar to a necromancer needing enchantments to grow their horde to impressive sizes. It had been modified since Freak's flesh crafting victims were still alive, but the basic principles were the same. It was kind of clunky, but it technically worked. The enchantment had been modified extensively, making me suspect that Freak had needed to update it each time he finished a new project. Maybe he'd gotten lazy about that, considering how badly a few of the more grotesque creations had reacted to my presence. Even now, while floating near the ceiling in total darkness examining the enchantment, I could hear them pacing back and forth in their cells, agitated. Once I'd confirmed that the enchantment had enough mana in it to not break immediately upon removal of the lab's battery, I went back and began the process of using stone shape to split the pillar from the ground and shrink it to a more manageable size. I ended up with an oblong rock about 5 inches long that still weighed at least 5 pounds after I added a gravity twist enchantment to it. In practice, what I had was an inelegant storage crystal. It was designed to power enchantments, which made accessing it to manually draw mana from its reservoir difficult. Adding mana to it, however, was as easy as could be, and right now that was what I needed. I could begin the process of draining Freak's lab completely dry, or at least as dry as I could get it in the next half hour or so before the mana shielding enchantments collapsed. I suspected if there was any significant source of mana left at that point, somebody would notice and come investigating. I considered sticking around to see if I could ambush another member of the wolf pack, but I suspected it wouldn't just be one person, and that whoever showed up would be ready for a fight. Freak had been a difficult enough opponent that I was hesitant to take on 2 more mages that might be equally strong at the same time. especially not ones fully armed and armored. I shuddered to imagine how much worse the last fight would have been if Freak had been able to down some of his potions or had started with his full menagerie under the influence of his Puppet Master spell. Instead, I spent my time mana draining Freak's circus of abominations one after another. Once I took the time to examine them individually, I found a great deal of animal and monster hybrids, some of which would live for a long time before they starved due to lack of mana. Others were destined to die a much quicker death once I stole what they needed to survive. Regardless of how well the beasts would have fared if left to their own devices, I killed them when I was done. There was no sense in leaving any resources for my enemies to recover. Each body went through the open chute near the cutting table to be dumped into the lake below. Their corpses could feed the fish down there. I might even take the time to go down myself and hunt that other big one if the mana battery had room for it. It was almost full already. Before I left, I located Freak's soul hook. Such a tool had its uses, but it wasn't something I wanted left lying around where my enemies could find it. It also wasn't something I personally had a use for. I took half a minute to transmute it from rune-engraved steel into a handful of sand, then scattered it across the floor. While I worked, I considered where the best place to set up my new alchemy lab would be. Ideally, it would be someplace secure where I could create my own grow room, but that wasn't necessary for what I needed to produce. I could expand the crucible chamber I'd hidden back in the wastes, but it would be difficult to obtain more resources after my pilfered stash ran out. If I was willing to put the time, effort, and mana into it, the best thing to do would be to recruit some of the arborists back home to tend to my gardens. I already had a corner of one of their greenhouses being used to grow a few things for me. It wouldn't be a stretch to put up another greenhouse exclusively for my use. I had no doubt I could trade them something for their services. The problem was that I'd been exiled. There were a few people in charge who would not take well to me showing back up and acting like I'd never left. But then I did have enough power in my hand to flatten the entire village if I needed to. People like Carrot and Solidaire couldn't stop me anymore. Was it even worth it to deal with them, though? There were plenty of other places I could set up a new village. I could probably poach at least a few people from Arcanist, and getting my family out of there would ease my concerns for their safety, if only because I had a constant fear that the wolf pack would send more people to retake control of the village, and my father wouldn't have time to let me know so I could return to defend it. One good thing about the wastes was that it didn't so much have seasons as it did slight fluctuations in temperature, and very little in the way of rainfall, so while we'd need to plant a crop of food immediately, we wouldn't be waiting on the weather. As long as I picked a place near water and applied liberal amounts of mana to the seeds, it wouldn't take even a month to get our first harvest. It was something to talk to my parents about. Despite how the village treated Father, the idea of leaving it didn't appear to have ever crossed his mind. It was easy to see why. He'd been born and raised there, and other than some childhood exploration and a few days out in the wastes after Noctra had kidnapped him, he'd never really left. Mother would probably argue about leaving her garden, but I could easily transplant the entire thing. I might even convince her to let me help her ignite her core. That would make those tasks far easier for her to complete, though I suspected it wouldn't be a strong enough argument to convince her to leave the village. As for my sister, she'd probably see the whole thing as some sort of adventure. There'd be no need to convince her it was a good idea, as long as she thought it sounded fun. If nothing else, I could entice her with offers of magic lessons. According to Father, she'd been experimenting on her own anyway. I set aside a few plants while I worked. A light orb floated around overhead, bathing me in the sole pool of illumination left in the lab. Once I'd finished the grow room, I ransacked Freak's personal chambers. Most of my loot was in the form of books. There was no magical equipment to be found. Apparently, he'd worn what he owned into battle, and I'd destroyed the robe and Brewer's Wardstone when I flash froze him and broke him into pieces. The books were about what I'd expected, mostly alchemy recipes and botany guides that I was interested in skimming through to get a better grasp of what kind of local supplies I could expect to find, and what the best uses for them were. There was also a single book dedicated to crafting and maintaining workshop enchantments, though it appeared to be nothing more than a beginner's guide. Those I kept. The rest was comprised of a surprising amount of erotic fiction. I hoped it was fiction at least, but I wasn't willing to dive into the contents to make an accurate judgment about whether the characters really existed, that I left behind. They had some use as paper to be recycled for future use, but no, I'd find other sources. There were some other personal effects I opted not to take with me after checking them over. Freak had apparently been a collector of masks, and had a variety in wood, stone, metal, clay, and, creepily enough, animal flesh. I hoped it was animal flesh, at least. That one was well preserved, but I wasn't eager to figure out where the leather had come from. With that, my looting was complete. I'd decided while I was working that I'd be delaying my exploration of the inner city for another day. The teleportation beacon I'd set up was well hidden and had enough mana to last 2 weeks before it started to degrade. That gave me plenty of time to sort through my haul and decide on my next steps once I spoke with my family. If Alcarist's leaders would cooperate, I'd set up the alchemy lab in one of the rooms available in Noctra's old lab. If they didn't want to cooperate, I might just do it anyway. If not there, I could use some space at the arbor, or I might begin construction on a true home of my own out in the wastes. I had the mana for it now. Either way, I expected to secure some help from the head of the arborists. Shell had to be bursting at the seams with questions for me by now. Gathering up the few plants I'd spared to take with me, I began the slow process of teleporting back home. I left behind a lair thoroughly stripped of anything that had the slightest value, and a single enchantment that would watch for about 2 weeks for anyone entering Freak's lab, record what they said and did, and then last for another month before it ran out of mana. As long as I returned to claim it before then, it would be as good as if I'd been there myself. It was an expensive spell, but worth it. If I was lucky, I'd get the identities of at least one other Wolfpack mage. If not, well, I'd still gained a massive amount of mana. Today was a solid win for me. Chapter 29. Even with a teleportation beacon, the spell was not cheap. If Father hadn't been the one supplying the mana to keep it active on the scrying mirror I'd left him, it wouldn't have been worth the effort. Keeping it active for over a month had cost him far more mana than it saved me. I appeared near my parents' pallet in front of the scrying mirror. It was leaned up against the wall with the bottom wedged in some type of stand that appeared to be a small wooden log cut into a square with a groove carved into the top of it. The mirror was a bit dustier than I would have liked, but that was bound to happen when it was basically left sitting on a floor made of hard-packed dirt. I'd forgotten for a moment exactly how quaint the village was. Logically, I knew, but seeing it was something else. Briefly, I considered transmuting the dirt to smooth stone, but the mana wasn't worth it, especially not before I'd talked to my parents about moving. For a permanent dwelling, I would have considered it an investment. For this hut, in the middle of a village of perhaps 200 people, a hut that we might very well be abandoning, there was no way. I swiftly unloaded the planters onto the floor, more than happy to be relieved of that weight. It was far greater than I could have managed without magic, mostly because I'd made the decision to bring the dirt and all with me. My phantom space was also stuffed to bursting, but only with things that weren't alive. An already harvested herb was fine. A still living plant would not fare nearly as well. In fact, it would be a struggle just to get the phantom space to accept putting a plant in there. Animals or monsters were completely out of the question. The curtain that served as the hut's front door twitched aside and my mother strode in, a scowl on her face and her strides heavier than I'd expected.
All right, you. Go back to your own home and quit Gravin?
She rushed across the room and grabbed me up into a hug, one that lifted me off my feet. To my surprise, I found myself returning that hug just as fiercely. Having my feet dangle in the air may have been undignified, but there was no one else here to see it. Besides, most of my communication had been with my father alone, though on occasion Mother had shared the mirror with him. I saw Seneca least of all.
What are you doing here? Did your father...
Mother trailed off.
No, I would have known if he'd contacted you.
Contacted me about what? I asked. Is something going on?
It's probably nothing. Just some people getting sick lately.
If it's nothing, why would you think I'd be here because of it?
It's who is getting sick?
Mother said.
So far, it's only affecting people from the garrison and the barrier wardens.
Oh, that, I said. Let me guess. Sudden lightheadedness? Maybe they get a bit dizzy, followed by a massive headache and general body ache lasting anywhere from 1 to 4 days, during which time the person has a hard time holding a conversation or concentrating on anything?
I don't know how long it'll last,
Mother said.
They just started getting sick all at once in the last day or two. You know what's wrong with them?
I'm surprised it took so long, I said. You remember what Noctra did to Nermit? Well, that was the worst case, not the only one. But everyone else had much lighter touches, if at all. Most of the mind magic used on them was just to induce a kind of selective amnesia, but even weaker than that. The enchantment just kind of encouraged its victims not to think too closely about what Noctra had been doing. He used it on the people he had to interact with regularly, the ones he thought most likely to catch on.
And now the enchantment is wearing off?
Mother asked. Starving, more like, and as it does, it starts constricting. Don't worry, they'll all be fine in a few days.
But you could fix it.
I shrugged. Sure, I guess. But why would I waste the mana on it? It's a pain to remove. It'll break down on its own, and they'll all be fine after.
Maybe you should consider helping. Carad's one of the people who's sick.
He's not high up on my list of people to help, I said, for obvious reasons.
A gesture of goodwill now might ease the transition when you return,
Mother argued. While that might be true, it wasn't like I needed it, especially if I set up a new village somewhere else. About that, I said. I wanted to talk to you and Father about moving out of the village.
Moving out?
Maybe with a few other people. Setting up something small and defensible, and, most importantly, not in sight of a cabal of hostile mages. In my mind, I pictured a little magical utopia where everyone was ignited and a small patch of land thrived under their care. Reality was rarely so kind, of course, and never for long when it was. But really, what did we have left here?
It sounds lonely,
Mother said.
Seneca would miss her friends. So would I.
You could come back and visit once I've finished dealing with the wolf pack. I've already intercepted 2 groups heading this way, and gotten rid of one of their inner circle in Darrow. I'm not sure how many are left, but it's a start. Mother paled at my words, and I schooled my face to smoothness to prevent myself from cringing. She'd never quite gotten over trying to pretend I was a normal little boy most of the time, and when I did use magic for something, it seemed like she still tried to slot me into the role of harmless, friendly child, but with magic. Mentioning killing people always seemed to shock her. Being exiled for torturing some captives for information probably hadn't helped. Sometimes I wondered what lies she told herself about me, and what lies she told Seneca. We'd all agreed to shield my sister as much as possible until she was older, though from what I'd been hearing, I didn't think they were going to be able to keep her from magic much longer. If we weren't in a barren wasteland with practically no mana, she probably would have ignited her own core already. Perhaps I needed to take a day or two to give Seneca a grounding in some basic magical theories, so that if I wasn't around to oversee the ignition, she'd still know how to do a good job of it. It would be at least 2 or 3 months for her to gather the needed mana, not including the time it took her to practice, and the mana she'd spend doing that.
Maybe we should move.
Mother said.
All of us. We could just leave. Go somewhere they can't find us. That might be better.
I don't think the entire village would agree to that, I said. It wasn't an impossible plan, though it would certainly be expensive. It might actually be cheaper to build a whole new wardstone, one that isolated the village and prevented people from approaching it or scrying on it. Anyone who knowingly tried to enter would find themselves confused and turned about, and anyone stumbling in accidentally would pass by without ever actually seeing the village itself, never thinking twice about the path they'd taken to go around. Those kinds of spells never worked out in the end. For one, they were devilishly tricky to keep running, especially when some dumb villager inevitably passed the ward boundaries and needed to be rescued to return back home. For another, even in the mana-rich environments I'd grown accustomed to in my previous life, those kinds of wards were a nightmare to keep powered. We could probably make it work, but only if I regularly went hunting for more mages to rob in Darrow. At some point, I'd run out of victims and the wards would fail. It was better to use that mana to empower myself to make the next hunt easier, and it would ultimately serve the same purpose. Alternatively, if I ignited enough cores, the whole village might be able to support it indefinitely. That was still a lot of work on my part, and it would probably take a year or more to get it running. I didn't know exactly when the Wolfpack would send out its next group to reclaim Arcanist, but I was sure they would sooner or later. The village had cost them too much to abandon it now. The cheapest and easiest solution really would be to take my family and a select few other people, then leave the rest of the village to fend for themselves. But I could understand Mother's reticence to that solution. That was why I'd gone to Darrow and started hunting the mages who'd been secretly controlling our village for an entire generation now. That, and because I had some questions about what had happened to the island I'd been reborn on that I couldn't find the answers to here.
What are these plants for?
Mother asked. Various flowers and herbs I confiscated from a lab in Darrow, I explained. I want to make something and I need these for materials, but they're not ready to be harvested yet.
Like medicine?
Something like that, yes. I wasn't planning on telling my parents about my plan to use ointment of aging to increase the rate that I grew older. Something told me they'd be against it, but I doubted they'd notice if I only added a few extra years. At least they wouldn't right away.
Medicine that could help the sick people in the village.
Carrot and his lot? I asked. I don't need medicine for that. I suppose it couldn't hurt to go fix them up. I was flush with mana right now, and I did want a spot to set up my new alchemy lab anyway. It might smooth things over if I did Carrot a favor first, assuming he was still the leader of the village. When I'd left, the council, as they'd called themselves, were splitting up Noctra's responsibilities between the 4 of them. But in practice, most of that work had fallen on the leader of the garrison. That had made him the most politically influential person in the village, though not to the point where he could do whatever he pleased like the former governor. "Let's just leave these here for now," I said. "I'm sure they'll be safe enough for the moment. Now, where are all the sick people? I'm assuming they'd be quarantined either singularly in their homes or all together somewhere."
In their homes,
Mother said.
"We didn't think it was too serious at first, and by the time we realized we had nearly 20 people all sick with the same thing, they were already all home."
"Your plague protocols leave much to be desired," I told her. Considering the size of the village, if an actual plague ever came through here, there was little doubt that it would obliterate the entire population.
"What's a plague?"
"An outbreak of a deadly and contagious illness," I said. Every now and then I stumbled over a weird knowledge gap in my parents' education. I supposed it was an inevitable consequence of living in such isolation that they could accurately count the number of people they met throughout their entire lives, and that number being under 1,000 people. Some of them couldn't even name the next closest town, or didn't believe it actually existed. Sighing, I said, "Let's start with Carrot. Can you take me to his home?" Chapter 30. This time of day, the villagers were busy in the fields or gardens. The children were in school, and only a few of the older generation who'd grown too weak to continue working were relaxing. Of course, that included our nosy neighbor, Malra. She spotted us as soon as we left the hut. I knew because I could feel her mana core, unusually full for a villager's, right near the window in her hut she liked to spy out of. A glance over in that direction revealed an older woman with gray hair and a lot of wrinkles staring at us, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. As soon as Malra realized I'd seen her, she flinched back, and the curtain closed so fast I'd have sworn it was magic if I didn't know any better. Mother followed my gaze and let out a soft laugh.
"She doesn't like to talk to me much anymore,"
she said.
"Things were already strained with her helping herself to our garden while we were gone those few days. After all the rumors about your exile, she came around trying to get the details from me, then left in a huff."
"She's heading somewhere in a hurry," I said after we walked past her house. I could feel her mana core leave the hut and slip around the backside to the street running parallel to ours. I was sure that news of my return would have spread through the whole village by the time I was done with Carrot. I expected Mother to try to take my hand while we walked like we used to, but it seemed she'd broken herself of that habit. Other than the initial hug when she'd first spotted me, it was almost like she'd gone out of her way to treat me like an adult. It was nice, and I was thoroughly annoyed at the part of my mind that wasn't happy about it. The village felt even smaller than I remembered after my recent experiences in Darrow. The streets were empty and quiet, except for the occasional retiree. There was no market. There were no farmers bringing their crops in to sell, no enforcers patrolling. It was just 6 streets of huts, unevenly spaced apart by their gardens of varying sizes, surrounding a single square that had the village's 2 administrative buildings. We reached Carrod's home in under 10 minutes. Knocking wasn't a thing here, mostly on account of how no one had actual doors. Instead, Mother said,
"Melaine? Carrot? It's Zalea. Can I come in?"
A hand reached out and pulled aside the curtain that blocked the entrance into the hut to reveal a young woman in garrison leathers with a short sword hanging off her belt. She started to say something, but the words caught in her throat when she saw me standing next to Mother.
"Are you out of your damn minds?"
she hissed, stepping through the empty doorway and forcing us back. "Hello, Nianta," I said. "I'm surprised you're on your feet. I hear everyone else is sick."
I caught it early, and I'm feeling much better now,
she said curtly.
Zelaya, get that boy out of here. He's exiled.
It's a leftover from Noctra, I said, ignoring her words. It's probably not going to kill anyone, but if it was, Carrot would be the most likely person. Mother shot me an alarmed look, but stayed quiet. It was true what I'd told her earlier. No one, not even Carrot, was going to die from the enchantments Noctra had been weaving in their minds, but there was no reason they needed to know that.
Let me guess. You're the only one who can stop it,
Nienta said. I shrugged. The only one here, at least, unless some new mages moved in who I don't know about.
Wait here,
the garrison woman said before spinning on her heel and walking back into the hut. I caught a low murmur of her talking with someone else, another woman, and 30 seconds later Nienta reappeared. She gestured for us to follow her in. Karad was propped up in a padded chair, one that I recognized from Noctra's manor outside of town. I suspected a lot of his furniture had ended up in the homes of the more influential citizens of Alcarist. And why not? It wasn't doing anyone any good back at the manor. Its location a mile away from the village itself made it inconvenient to use for administration purposes, and since no one was working on any sort of nefarious schemes, there was no need for the privacy such space afforded. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they got around to building a new town hall at the north end of the village at some point. Any other direction would cut into field space, but there was 1,000 feet of empty scrub grass between the village and the edge of the arbor. The commander of the garrison was a ridiculously handsome man in his late 30s or early 40s, who normally had sharp, clear eyes. I spotted a lot of new gray hairs coming in around his temples that weren't there before, but that was overshadowed by the stress lines wrinkling his forehead and the pain-induced clench of his teeth. Another woman I hadn't met, but who I thought was his wife, hovered nearby, worry plain on her features.
You,
he said, looking straight at me.
You did this?
No, I said. This is a very minor version of what would have happened to your nephew if my father hadn't donated mana to him for over a month so that I could remove the subjugation enchantment from his mind. I assume Noctra worked his control over all of you, but I suppose it could have just as easily been Iskara. Her Cabal name had been Perfidy, and mind magic always struck me as something more in line with her abilities anyway. Noctra might have been the one in charge of the village, but Perfidy had been the person responsible for handling him. She'd only been an adept, not a mage, but more and more I considered the difference academic. Most true mages around her seemed to source their mana from whole crowds of people anyway. The fact that she couldn't generate her own like a mage could wasn't all that relevant if it came down to a fight. Karad started to reply, but interrupted himself with a pained wince. Once he'd recovered, he said,
You knew? Never said anything.
I never checked, I admitted. I knew it was a possibility, but your council was borderline hostile towards me. It wasn't worth the time or mana to spare people who so obviously hated me a few hours or days of discomfort.
Typical,
Karad said.
You're only ever interested in what benefits you. Still a monster walking around in a child's body.
I am, I said. I don't think I ever made any effort to disguise that fact, but I was always willing to deal fairly with you.
Let me guess. You're here to offer a deal now. You fix whatever's wrong with me, with all of us, and you get something in return. What? Your exile status lifted?
No. I don't want to live here anyway. I merely need a temporary place to set up some equipment I acquired in Darrow. I doubt I'll be here more than a week, then a few days here and there in the future, until I decide where to set up my new home. Let me be clear. I'll be here as long as I want. I'm not asking for permission. What I am offering is to take a few hours to remove the lingering enchantments from everyone Noctra was working on, in exchange for the lot of you not hassling me. Though, to be honest, I expected that I'd be hearing from Shell as soon as she learned I was home. She'd been the only one who'd managed to talk me into igniting her core before I'd decided to leave. There were 3 other students I'd been preparing to undergo the ritual who would probably be looking for my help as well, though it was possible they'd managed to complete the process without me. Part of me hoped they had, but if so, their improved mana generation speeds probably weren't up to my standards.
I can't make a decision on behalf of the old council,
Kharid growled, his eyes scrunched shut as a fresh spike of pain stabbed his brain. Suit yourself. I guess I'll be on my way then.
Wait!
Kharid's wife said. What had Mother said her name was? Melaine? That sounded right. Yes?
There must be something else we can do. Please.
I thought for a moment. It would probably save me some hassle in the long run if Kharid owed me a favor. Fine. I'll fix up Kharid. In return, he will do his best to convince everyone to leave me alone. If he manages that, I'll take care of everyone else, on the condition that they have to be brought to me at Noctra's Manor. The garrison commander cracked open an eye to size me up, then sighed and said,
Fine. You win.
All right. Go ahead and lay down.
Why?
He asked. So I can reach your head without having to stand on my toes, I told him. Melaine helped her husband over to the overstuffed pallet they shared, and I took a position sitting just behind him. He flinched when I touched his hair, but other than that, kept control of himself. If I didn't know any better, I might not have thought he was afraid of me. The mind magic on Kharid was subtle. So subtle that if I hadn't specifically been looking for it, I would have missed it. That wasn't a testament to Noctra's skill. He'd used an extremely light touch because he was an amateur who knew enough to know that if he screwed something up on people who were mentally healthy, it wouldn't go unnoticed. All the enchantment did was encourage people to view Noctra in a friendly light, something I should have thought to check months ago. They'd given the former governor the benefit of the doubt, leaned into the most charitable interpretation of his actions, at least in theory. Without him alive to spin the narrative to his benefit, the enchantment hadn't done much to save his posthumous reputation. The enchantment had only survived as long as it had because it fed off the host's own mana core to renew itself, but it wasn't enough to endure indefinitely. With the nightly mana tithing being part of everyone's routine here, that had probably hastened its demise. It also explained why not everyone had been afflicted at the same time. People who frequently used all their mana would have starved their enchantments faster. Removing the spell took me about 10 minutes and cost me enough mana that it'd take 5 hours to regenerate it. Kharid gasped and jerked upright the moment I was finished, almost smacking into my nose with his skull. Only the shield ward hanging from my neck prevented it.
Kharid?
Melaine asked. At the same time, my mother started forward.
Graven?
I waved her back. It's fine. I'm not hurt. Kharid stood up and peered around. Tentatively, he lifted a hand and waved it back and forth. I watched his eyes follow the motion.
The pain's gone,
he said.
Thank the spirits for that.
More like thank me, I grumbled, but everyone ignored me. Melaine rushed to her husband and was swept up into a hug while Nianta and my mother watched. Rolling my eyes, I stood up and moved over to the door. I raised my voice to say, "Now I'm off. You go do your meeting and convince the rest of the town to leave me in peace while I work. As long as they agree, you can bring anyone else Noctra got his mind magic into to the manor to be fixed. The smile faded from Karad's face, and he clutched his wife to him tightly. The fear was more evident in his eyes, like he was remembering all the reasons he'd wanted me gone in the first place.
"A deal's a deal," he said. "I'll come find you later at the manor and let you know what I was able to get people to agree with."
"Perfect," I said. I glanced at Mother, who nodded back, and we left together. Chapter 31. We walked for about 2 minutes before I got tired of my mother's silent judgment. "Just say what's on your mind," I told her.
You should help the rest of them too,
she said after a moment. "I will, provided the village agrees to my terms." Mother shook her head.
You should help them because that's how we all survive. Everybody works together. Everybody helps each other.
"The way Malra helped herself to our garden?" I asked. "Or our neighbors helped themselves to the chairs at our table? Or how the village decided to place me under house arrest, not because I killed the person taking advantage of us, but because I didn't do it under their authority?"
Yes, there are some people who are selfish, but if everyone acted that way, we'd all die. If you want people to stop treating you like an outsider, you have to stop acting like one.
I paused and looked up at her. "Is that what you think I want?"
Isn't it?
Mother sounded unsure now. "No, I want to protect my family from the mages in Darrow that are harvesting mana from, well, it seems like almost everybody. I have nothing against this particular village, but the important part of it is you and Father and Seneca. I'll bargain fairly with the council as long as they're fair with me, but I don't owe them anything." We started walking again, this time in silence until we reached the edge of town. I could tell Mother wanted to say something, but she couldn't figure out the words that would convince me to change my mind. To her, the village was everything. She'd been born here, lived here her whole life, and never gone farther than exploring just outside the barrier when she was a child, until Father had been kidnapped and we'd been forced to chase after him. As far as I could tell, the village hadn't treated them well. The accident from when they were kids that had broken the barrier had turned Father into a pariah with almost no friends, and Mother wasn't much better off. Seneca seemed to be doing all right, but I doubted she was going to give up on learning magic. That would alienate her from the other children sooner or later, especially since it seemed unlikely that any of them would be following the same path. And yet, leaving had never crossed their minds. The wastes meant death, either slowly to starvation or quickly to a monster, but death nonetheless. As bad as the village might have been day to day, they associated it with being safe. Now that I'd repaired the wardstone and they had an actual barrier, at least for some portion of the night, to protect them, there was some real safety to be had. "Tonight I want to talk to you and Father about leaving," I said. "I'm not going to force you to do anything. I just want to discuss some ideas and get your thoughts on them."
I can't promise anything except that we'll listen,
Mother said. That's all I could ask for. I paused again. "You don't have to come all the way with me. I'm sure you have other things to do."
No, nothing that can't wait a bit. There are still a few hours until Seneca gets home, and I haven't gotten to see you in months. I'd like to see what you're up to now that you're back.
Alchemy was not exciting to watch, but if it made her happy... I let myself into Noctra's home using an unlocking spell. The inside was significantly dustier than I'd expected. So much so that I paused in the doorway and used a bit of elemental manipulation to gather up the majority of it into a ball of hard-packed dirt and sent it out through the door. Mother watched it go with a blank expression, but said,
"Handy for cleaning, I suppose."
"Just for getting the big stuff. It's not worth the mana to actually clean things properly, I said. At least, it wasn't right now. Once I'd advanced my core another stage or two, mana would be less of a concern, and I could afford to be more frivolous with it. Some rooms in the manor were clean enough, but most had been collecting dust for months. With Noctra's death, it looked like the solution had been to just close the doors and forget about what was behind them. There was a path going from an exterior door to the wardstone that was relatively dust-free, and an office room or two showed signs of use, but the east side of the manor, where Noctra and Iskara had lived and worked, was closed off. I burned a bit more mana, clearing the way until I found the room I wanted. Once, it had served as some sort of experimentation lab for Noctra. The floors were textured clay tiles, easy to clean and good for preventing slips. There were no windows, but hooks built in the walls held empty oil lanterns. I wouldn't be using those, if for no other reason than I didn't need the smoke contaminating anything. A pair of light orbs went into the air to hover near the lanterns. The reason I'd chosen this room in particular was that I remembered it had 2 workbenches against the back wall and a wide table in the middle. All of it was too tall for me to conveniently use, but I'd make do by adding some platforms in front of tables. After using elemental manipulation to give it as thorough a cleaning as possible without having any soap to add to the mix, I decided I was ready to start setting up. A bit of dust left in the corners wouldn't hurt anything, after all. One by one, I started pulling pieces of the pilfered alchemist's lab out of my phantom space. My mother watched from the doorway for a minute, then said,
"You can just make things out of nothing like this."
I stopped and glanced back at the half-full table. Technically, I could do some transmutations to make it look like I was creating something out of nothing, but that was far too expensive. No, I took all of this from a mage who tried to kill me a few hours ago.
"Spirits protect you. Are you all right?"
she demanded, rushing toward me as she spoke. It was so abrupt and caught me so off guard that my shield ward activated, stopping her from grabbing hold of me. She blinked down at me, her arms pressed against the magic that kept her from touching me.
"What is this?"
I took over manual control of the wards to let Mother through. It's a defensive spell that keeps things from hitting me. It reacts automatically unless I tell it not to. Sorry, you surprised me, but I'm fine, honestly. The fight took more mana than I wanted, but I got it all back, and then some. The crazy amount of mana I pulled out of that mage's lair is actually why I'm back. I need to use some of it up, and he had a lot of alchemy supplies, so I'm looking for a place to set up a temporary lab. I let Mother fret over me for another minute until she was satisfied that I was uninjured, but eventually I had to disentangle myself from her grasp after she showed no signs of letting me go. I got back to work and gave her a heavily edited account of my time out in the wastes and Darrow. If I'd known she was going to get this clingy at the thought of me being in danger, I wouldn't have mentioned where I'd gotten the alchemy equipment from, or the mages I'd ambushed on their way to the village. Eventually, someone else showed up. I sensed their mana at the edge of my range, outside the manor. Just one person, but with a core holding 3 times as much mana as mine. Nobody else I'd sensed in the village had that much mana, so my best guess was that it was someone from the Arbor, probably my one-time student, Shell. Unlike my father, she'd taken an active interest in learning magic, and didn't pay much attention to personal boundaries. Whoever it was must have sensed Mother standing near me. My own mana was kept strictly hidden, a trick not unlike walking around with my stomach clenched all the time, except in my mind. I tracked their progress while I bustled back and forth in front of a workbench. Various reagents were laid out in front of me, waiting to be processed so I could add them to my mix. I had everything I needed for a trial run at an ointment of aging, though almost all of it was substitutions and compromises from the recipe I was familiar with. It would probably work, though perhaps not as well as my version. The mana saturation was a bit low on a few of my key ingredients, but in all fairness, I hadn't found anything that could match the saturation levels I was used to in just about everything I normally used. I was compensating with a lot of extra ingredients, which required more calculations to properly balance the recipe, not to mention all the extra mana I had to personally invest to keep everything working together in harmony. Knowing that I'd be interrupted any moment now, I focused on prep work and told my mother, "You're going to want to take a step to the side. Someone's going to be coming through that door any second now." The door burst open about 6 seconds later, revealing Shell standing there.
"You're back,"
she said as she strode into the room, only to pause and look around.
What is all of this?"
"Alchemy equipment," I said. I'd need to put a lock on the door when I started the delicate part of the process. Shell's eyes sparkled as she looked at me.
"Are you going to teach me how to use all this?"
"Depends how long I stay," I told her, "and how good of a job you've done with my corner of the new greenhouse."
"Everything's growing just fine,"
Shell assured me.
"Though there's one patch that's just grass, but it's blue. I wasn't sure if that's what you were going for with that section."
It wasn't what I was hoping for, but it was about what I'd expected. I'd made some alterations to a few seeds in the hopes that with mana embedded in them, they'd grow into something useful. Not every experiment could be a success, unfortunately. I'd find some use for the grass, but I'd been hoping for something else. "How long is it?"
6 inches, maybe."
I frowned. Maybe I wouldn't be able to use it for anything but compost. "Very well. Come over here and I'll explain what all of this is. This isn't really suitable for a beginner's alchemy lesson, but I'm making something as a personal project. Just try to follow along as best you can."
"I need to go soon,"
Mother said from the door.
"Seneca will be getting home from school. You'll come home tonight?"
"One way or another," I said. I gave Shell a look. "It'll be easier if the council agrees to leave me alone."
"You have my vote,"
she said.
"I imagine Carrot will also vote yes, considering he's the one who brought it up. And I might note that he's looking better today, presumably thanks to you. Solidaire will probably also vote yes if it means getting his men back in fighting shape."
Which leaves just Melmir. Does it matter if the vote isn't unanimous? The leader of the collectors did not like me, initially because he thought I was going to put him out of a job. To be fair, if I'd stayed long enough, I would have. That had only grown when the council had realized they didn't really have a lot of leverage to control me. Though, in his defense, Melmir had advocated for exile. Solidaire had wanted to murder me, presumably in my sleep.
"It does not,"
Shell assured me. "Good. Then yes, I'll be home this evening, Mother. If you need me earlier, have Father use the scrying mirror to get my attention." I said my goodbyes, then turned back to my work, my one-time student hovering over my shoulder. Chapter 32. I received 3 visitors over the next hour while I finished up my preparations. None of them were as bad off as Carrot had been, but each one resulted in another 10-minute break. Carrot himself came to the manor with the 3rd one, and not just because the man had needed someone to help him make the walk.
"The council agrees to your proposal,"
he said. "Obviously they do. You're sending people to me to treat."
"On the condition that the rest of the afflicted garrison and barrier wardens be gathered in one place in the village to be treated there. The trip out here is too much for them."
I paused in the act of grinding a few leaves to powder and considered it. "Fine, but it'll be a few hours before I'm done here. Anyone who doesn't want to wait can make the trip. Otherwise, I'll take care of it when I head back to my parents' home for the evening."
"I would prefer if you attended to them immediately,"
Carrot said. He gestured at the alchemy tools filling the center table.
"Surely this can wait an hour."
It could, but it won't. You burned away any compassion I had for your group months ago, Carrot.
This attitude right here is exactly why you're not welcome,
Carrot said.
You refuse to abide by anyone else's authority or work for the betterment of the village as a whole.
True. That's why I won't be staying long. It was just cheaper for me to use a building that was already set up, and which had access to the greenhouses which I helped repair. And besides, it's not like you're not getting anything out of it. Carrot started to say something else, but Shell interrupted him.
Just let it go, Carrot. He told you when he'll be by, and if anyone doesn't want to wait that long, they can come to him. That's not unreasonable. He's not a healer, and nobody is in danger of dying.
How sure are you that nobody will die while you play around with your leaves and your flowers?
Carrot asked. Is anyone worse off than you were? I asked.
I don't think so.
Then I'm completely sure. You were nowhere near the threshold for permanent damage. If you find someone who can't talk or isn't aware of their surroundings, come let me know. As long as it's just pain, even if it's enough to knock them flat, they'll be fine eventually. Carrot grumbled, but gave up the argument and left. Once it was just me and Shell, I said, "This next part is where I can't be interrupted. You can stick around and watch, but I won't be stopping once the process starts. If anyone does show up before I'm done, keeping them out of the room is your responsibility."
Got it. Will you be able to answer questions while you work?
I hesitated to say yes. I could do it, but I didn't want to. Not this time, I decided. I'm kind of winging it with a lot of unfamiliar ingredients I'm using as substitutes, so I need to pay close attention to manage the reactions. If everything goes well, I'll be making a lot more of this stuff. Shell took up her position, and I began channeling mana into the various pieces of equipment in front of me.
This looks like mud.
Shell said as she peered down at the clay jar. Ointments often do.
I guess. What's it do?
If it works right, it'll make me older, I explained. Shell glanced up at me.
Temporarily, you mean? What would be the point?
No, permanently. It won't be by much, a few days maybe. The ointment is magically charged and should contain everything a body needs to remain healthy. It will force a growth spurt, the same as physically aging. If I do it every day, I could age 3 or 4 times faster than normal.
Kids these days, always in such a hurry to grow up.
She quipped. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked over at me.
But I can't see you looking for a job in the fields. It's something else. Your core?
Yes, I admitted. How is your training with sensing mana coming along?
Harder without direction, but I'm still progressing.
She said.
Why?
You've noticed the difference between adults and children.
Significantly bigger cores.
And slightly faster regeneration, I said. That might be harder for you to judge since your own core is ignited, but trust me, it's a measurable difference.
So that's why? All this work so you can become an adult with an adult-sized core faster? No, there's got to be more to it.
You remember what I was working on when you all started your basic mana control exercises? I asked.
Something to do with your own core, but I was never quite sure what.
I used telekinesis on the ointment to swirl it around slowly, making sure that nothing was settling toward the bottom before it finished hardening. The color was darker than I'd expected, but the process was otherwise smooth. In a few minutes, it would be ready for testing. Most people here are dulls. That means they have a dormant core, unignited, a stage 0. You and my father have an ignited core, stage 1. I pointed at my chest. Stage 2.
What does that mean, though? And are there more stages past 2?
It means more than doubling your current mana generation again, and Stage 3 means increasing the amount of mana your core can hold, up to 10 times over. But if I advance to Stage 3 now, when my core is 3 times smaller than an adult's, well, the modifications don't really grow with you. My core would stop growing, and I'd have to break the Stage 3 changes in order for it to start again, which would leave, I guess you could call it a form of scarring. I gave Shell a minute to digest that, then said, "And you'd like to know how to get to Stage 2?
I would.
You're not even close to ready," I said. Noctra was trying to figure it out. I'll point out the books he had on the subject. That will get you halfway there. When you feel like you understand what he recorded in his own notes, come find me and we'll discuss all the parts he hadn't figured out yet. And now, I'll need a little privacy.
You will?
Shell asked.
For what?
Because I'm about to take off my clothes and smear this all over my body. Shell's mouth formed an O of surprise.
Well, I suppose I will go explore the library. Can you point me toward what books I'm looking for?
Check his private study, the bookshelf on the left side. I believe there were 3 volumes. The ones talking about dust jackals are what you're looking for. Shell left, leaving me to peel off my clothes and sweep my body with elemental manipulation to remove as much grime as possible. It was important for the ointment to be slathered directly onto the skin. I scooped up 2 fingers of the ointment and rubbed it into my chest. Cold, I muttered. Maybe if I tweaked the ratios a bit, I could get something that was a bit warmer. After half an hour of letting the magic soak into my body, I scraped the ointment off and got dressed. I was in need of a bath, but otherwise ready to move on with my evening. Other than collecting Shell, who was busy flitting around Noctra's old office, it was time to go home and try to convince my parents to move out of this village before it became a death trap. I'd always been wary of leaving them here, even with the scrying mirror and doing my best to keep my mana crystal at least half full. There was a chance an attack would come, and I'd never know. Maybe my father would die in the opening strike. Maybe the scrying mirror would malfunction, or an enemy mage would destroy it. I would have felt much better if my family wasn't here. I'd done my best to keep the Wolfpack's attention in Darrow, up to and including killing what I hoped was one of their inner circle, and a few dozen of their enforcers. If that wasn't enough chaos to keep the Cabal's interest firmly in their own city for a few days, I'd have to start breaking things.
Did it work?
Shell asked, drawing me out of my thoughts as we walked together. Too soon to tell, I said. It doesn't seem to have had any adverse effects, but I'm not sure how it'll do at actually aging me up. If it worked as well as I think it did, I've advanced 4 days of growth. It'll take another few weeks of daily treatments to see a noticeable physical change. I'd see the difference in my mana core, something I had much better awareness of long before I grew taller. A month's growth there was significant enough to tell me it was working. If so, I'd push myself up to about 9 years of physical age as quickly as possible, then stop. Puberty was full of all sorts of delicate hormones that this simplified version of the ointment of aging would have difficulties with. By that point, I hoped to have this whole Darrow problem taken care of, so I could devote a lengthy stretch of uninterrupted time to finding the edge of this mana desert and figuring out what happened while I was reincarnating. It was obvious that some number of years had passed, and that something catastrophic had occurred. The fact that one of the moons was missing from the sky and no one seemed to even realize it was gone told me it had probably been at least a few hundred years. A lot could happen in that length of time. Kingdoms had risen and fallen faster than that. If it wasn't for the 5 remaining moons, the similar language, though it had enough differences that I was beginning to suspect I couldn't blame it all on regional variances, spoken as my previous life, and the soul invocations I'd cast myself before my reincarnation, I would have given some serious thought to whether I was even on the same planet. Shell and I parted ways when I reached the edge of town. She went back to her home in the arbor, and I reported to the garrison barracks to remove fraying mind enchantments for 2 hours. I finished just in time to see people gathering for nightly tithing. Rather than find my family in the lines, I slunk off through the shadows. I hadn't expected my parents to be home, but Mother and Seneca were there. Seeing my surprised look when I walked in, Mother said,
"Your father donates enough mana for the whole family now, and it's not mandatory anymore."
Seneca looked up and saw me.
"Gravin!"
She yelled as she launched herself off her pallet, a doll going flying into the air. I strongly considered leaving my shield ward up to protect me from what looked like was sure to be a teeth-rattling tackle, but I opted to let her pass through and reinforced my muscles with mana instead. The hug hit every bit as hard as I expected, but Seneca didn't seem to notice or care.
"You're back,"
she said.
"Where did you go? What did you do? Did you have any adventures? Did you use magic? Can you show me?"
I pushed Seneca back to arm's length and said, "I'll tell you all about them soon, okay? I promise. I need to talk to Mother and Father first."
"Dad won't be home for a while,"
Seneca whined.
"Want to play while we wait?"
I smiled softly and said, "How about a quick story then?" Seneca practically dragged me to the table, which had 3 chairs now. With me not around, I supposed they didn't need a 4th anymore and hadn't bothered to try to replace it. I briefly wondered what had happened to the furnishings in the hut I'd used at the arbor, but Seneca quickly distracted me. I told her a few stories of hunting monsters out in the wastes, heavily altered to make it seem like I cleverly used terrain and long-range spells, instead of just casually annihilating them with brute force. It was more entertaining that way. The curtain swished as Father pulled it aside. We made eye contact, and he nodded.
"Welcome home, Gravin."
Chapter 33. Father's hesitation upon entering the hut was not lost on me. He wasn't surprised to see me, but he had the air of a man dreading a task he knew he couldn't put off any longer. After glancing at the row of potted plants I'd left lined up by the wall to be moved to the arbor, he slumped down at the table with a sigh and asked,
"Did you do this?"
"The headaches certain people are getting?" I asked. "No, nothing to do with me. Well, other than killing the guy who was feeding those enchantments."
"The rumor out in the fields is that you've cursed the village,"
Father said.
"You're not safe here. People are getting scared, starting to ask if you're some sort of monster in disguise. There's been a lot of fear-mongering."
How quickly everyone forgets all the good I've done here. It wasn't terribly surprising. In a way, it was almost a good thing. I wanted my family out of here, and an immediate danger from their neighbors might do more to convince them than a possible danger in the future that might never materialize. I was in a hut made out of mud bricks with dirt floors. What little furniture it contained was carved from rough wood with very little thought given to sanding or smoothing it. The beds were pallets laid out on the ground with a single threadbare blanket each and no pillows. This wasn't an opulent palace or richly decorated castle. My parents were practical people, concerned with eking a living out of the dry, sandy soil that surrounded the village. They didn't have the time or the disposition for politics, so there was no need to be subtle or to drop hints. Besides, I'd grown used to having enough personal power that I didn't need to play those games anyway, even if it wasn't necessarily true anymore. "I want you to leave the village," I said.
For how long?
Mother asked. They weren't dismissing the idea out of hand. That was a good start. Hopefully, that meant I could convince them. "Permanently. And I'd prefer you didn't come back to visit until this mess with that cabal Noctra was connected to is finished."
You mean until you're done?
Mother trailed off and glanced at Seneca. "Yes," I said.
How long will that take?
Father asked.
We're gonna run into food issues if we try to leave. Even if we pick the garden clean first, we'll end up with enough food to last a week or two before it starts going bad. That's not enough time to establish a new food source."
No, that's not a problem," I said. "We can transplant everything in the garden, and I can supplement that with some meat if needed. It's not too difficult to hunt down food as long as you're not picky."
What about monsters attacking us?
Mother asked. "I'll make a new ward stone. If it's only covering a home and a garden, it'll be cheap enough that we can keep it active all the time. Most of the problem with the big one here is that it's covering a lot of extra land with the fields, the arbor, and the manor. Well, that and draw stones are ridiculously inefficient. Even the storage crystals I made aren't as good as if Father powered the ward stone directly." Any concerns they had about safety or survival, I had an answer for. Truth be told, they were contributing more to the village than they were getting from it, which made sense. The village had garrison people who weren't out farming, and collectors and barrier wardens. Not to mention at least a fifth of it was getting up there in years and definitely wasn't producing nearly as much as they consumed. The hardest part was going to be the initial setup. I wasn't content to let my family live in a cave or on a plateau somewhere in the wastes, especially since I wouldn't be there to protect them myself. I was envisioning a house made of stone, steel, and glass, enchantments powered by the mana battery I'd taken from Freak's lab, with a permanent ward stone that boasted a 1,000-foot radius. There would be individual bedrooms in addition to a common area. I'd need a few workshops for myself, and some training areas for Seneca and possibly Father. There was a spark of interest buried deep down in him. I'd seen it more than once. But when it came time to actually learn how to be a mage, he balked at the thought. Knowing what I did now about his youth and his time under the village's previous governor, I suspected a misplaced sense of guilt was responsible for his refusal to learn magic. As a child, Father had accidentally gotten a friend of his killed playing outside the village. A monster had chased them back in, and Lord Emito had ended up fracturing the wardstone trying to strengthen the barrier to catch it and keep it out. The feedback from that had also slain the governor himself, who'd been cultivating my father's talent for mana manipulation. The whole incident had turned Father into something of an outcast, and put him off the idea of ever becoming a mage. I could respect his decision if that's what he truly wanted, but I thought some time away from the constant disdain of every single one of his peers might do wonders for changing his mind, especially if he was in a position where learning to cast spells would allow him to defend his home from monsters. I laid out my plans to my parents and provided solutions to their questions. By the time the conversation started to wind down, there were no remaining doubts about whether it was possible, only whether they wanted to leave.
My biggest issue is that it would be just us,
Mother said. Father didn't argue, but I got the impression from the look on his face that he considered that more of a perk.
I know we could do it for a few weeks or even months if we needed, but what about Seneca?
I'll be fine, Mom. I can practice magic,
she said.
You say that, but...
Just think on it tonight, I said. I'll be here for another day or two.
You're leaving so soon?
Father asked sharply. I only came back to get some projects in motion so that the mana I'd gathered wouldn't go to waste, I explained. Speaking of which, I should get these relocated before bed. I gestured to the plants and picked them up with a series of telekinesis spells, one for each plant. Greater telekinesis could have grabbed them all in one spell, but it cost more mana, and I'd grown too aware that wasting mana now could mean dying later if I ran out in a battle. I'd brought plenty back with me, but I had other plans for that.
"Let me help you carry those,"
Father said, but I waved him off and sent them out the door. "It's fine. I'll be back to sleep here if you don't mind. I'm not sure what happened to that hut I was staying in at the arbor, but I suspect it went back to being a storage shed after I left."
"Are you sure?"
Father was tired. I knew he didn't want to make that walk, especially not in the dark. He'd worked all day, then given enough mana to the collectors to cover his entire family. It meant a lot to me that he'd offered, but it was worth it to me to spend a bit of extra mana to save him the trouble. "I'll be back in an hour or so," I said. I got about 10 feet down the street before I heard Seneca start asking questions that I knew my mother didn't want to answer. My sister was smarter than they were giving her credit for. Perhaps smarter than a 7-year-old should be. It was hard for me to judge, really. I didn't know a lot of 7-year-olds, and the ones I'd met in my previous life had been anything but normal. Either way, it worked out just fine for me that those questions got asked when I wasn't around to have to help answer them. I hummed to myself a little, a tune I'd picked up from Tanner during our brief relationship as teacher and student, and a floating line of potted plants followed me down the street. The arborists saw me coming well before I walked between their greenhouses, despite the late hour. I noted, with some surprise, a few signs of magic here and there, mostly amateur attempts at enchanting or transmutations. Those weren't disciplines that I would have started an apprentice with, but they were probably the most useful in an arborist's daily life, so it wasn't terribly surprising that Shell had decided to focus on that. She met me by the 5th greenhouse, the one they'd been putting up with my help when I'd been exiled. We'd made a deal that she'd grow some things for me while I was gone, in exchange for having her core ignited, and it was time to collect the current harvest and give her something new.
"What are those?"
she asked, looking over my head at the plants. "Remember those crumbly brown leaves I was using earlier? That's from this one here. The glowing blue powder is made from drying out that one and grinding it up. The other two weren't used today, but I want to try them as substitute ingredients once they're ready. For now, I need to relocate them to the new greenhouse and harvest what you've been tending to while I was away."
"Ah, about that,"
Shell said.
"I'm afraid most of it wasn't really successful."
Growing magical plants took a delicate touch and a steady supply of mana. I'd left detailed instructions, but I honestly would have been pleasantly surprised if even half of it survived under Shell's care. Still, it was better not to know that I'd expected a poor performance, especially since I wanted better for this new batch, at least for the few days I was planning on being here. If everything went well and I could move my parents out of the village, I'd set up my own greenhouse in our new home and relocate my alchemy supplies there. "Let's have a look at it," I said. Shell let me into the new greenhouse, all the way to the back wall where the entire table was filled with the herbs I'd wanted grown. It looked more like a patch of dead yellowed grass than anything else. Scattered lightly across the dirt were small brown tufts that rose an inch or two higher than the dead grass, the sole survivor of the experiment. Even in those, the mana was weak. Without seeing Shell's technique for myself, my first guess was that she spread the mana too thin when she was feeding them. If she'd cut the number of herbs down by half and gave them the same amount of mana, most of them would probably have thrived. Of course, there was always the possibility she'd oversaturate them as well. I grabbed a wooden block from under a nearby table to use as a footstool to reach the plants that were still alive, and pulled some shears from my phantom space to trim what I needed from them. Then I used a bit of elemental manipulation to rupture the soil and grind away all the dead herbs while moving the remaining living ones over to one side. I'll put these new ones in here. Don't worry about tending to them for now. I'll take care of it myself while I'm here and show you how to do it if I haven't already harvested them before I leave, I said. Shell gave me an appraising glance and asked,
You're not mad about so many of them dying?
I'd prefer if they hadn't, but it's a bit late to do anything about it now. I'll infuse some new seeds before I leave, and you can try again later. The more you manage to keep alive, the more I'll teach you. I suppose you've already decided what you'd like to learn next?
I have,
she said. Meet me at the manor tomorrow morning. I'll be using the alchemy lab I set up there again. We can go over the lecture portion of the spell while I work. Then I'll help you with the exercises after. With our plans set, I made a single detour to the hut I'd briefly used and reclaimed the furniture my parents had donated, including my old pallet. After stuffing that all into my phantom space, I returned home and finally laid down to rest. Chapter 34. I had 2 spots in mind for our new home. The first was a crescent-shaped plateau on the side of a mountain about a quarter-mile wide. It didn't have any trails leading up to it that I'd found, and if I did discover one later on, it'd be easy enough to collapse. As far as defensibility went, things didn't get much better than that. On the other hand, it was a lot of bare rock with no convenient source of water, so a lot of mana was going to go into making it livable. The second location was a valley deep in the mountains that nobody was going to find without magic. It was actually the greenest spot I'd seen since being reborn here, which was why I'd singled it out. There were at least 4 different trails into the valley that I'd noted while using my old scrying mirror to check it out, which meant we'd be relying more heavily on a wardstone to keep our home safe, but it also had 2 streams running through it on parallel courses, and the mountains seemed to shelter the valley from the worst of the wasteland's weather. There was good soil and game to hunt there. I'd seen no sign of other humans in the area, which meant it was probably a relatively unknown pocket of life. And most importantly to me, it was on the east coast of this island, 100 miles past the village and deep into the mountains. Without flight or teleportation, I didn't see how anyone could possibly get there. This is where I want to set up our new home, I told Father, who was getting ready for work while I scried. He glanced over at the mirror, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Everyone crowded around me while I manipulated the scrying spell to show the whole valley, then scan across its length while I pointed out a few good spots for building a house.
It certainly is beautiful,
Mother said.
And there's already a lot growing there. If we could clean out any monsters in the area, it would be a good place to live.
My stories of what I'd found in Darrow must have been more effective than I'd originally thought at convincing my parents that the danger was real. Before I'd left the village a few months ago, they'd been much more reluctant to even talk about relocating somewhere else. Though, I also suspected my family's treatment had worsened over the last month or 2. Not that we'd been well treated to begin with. My actions had no doubt made things more difficult, even if my parents hadn't mentioned it to me. I have a few things to take care of today, but we could be there as early as tonight, I told Father. I hesitate to bring this up, but is there anyone else who also is worried about leaving that you'd trust to come with us? Ayaka, perhaps?
There are a few people,
Mother said, sharing a look with Father.
It might actually be better if we go as a group. I'll go talk to them today.
Can I bring some friends too?
Seneca asked.
We can talk about that.
Mother told her.
But it will depend on their parents. It's not the same as having a sleepover.
Aw, but...
Don't tell anyone yet. Decide who you want to ask, and we'll talk to their families together if we can.
I smiled a bit watching my sister pout, but my mother had the right idea. It wasn't that anyone could stop us when we left, but it would be easier if no one who might want to stop us knew it was happening until it was too late. This was going to be a one-way trip that would cost me a great deal of mana. I didn't need complications making it more difficult. I'll be back in the afternoon. I owe Shell a lesson in exchange for some work she's doing for me, and I have some more alchemy work to do before that, I said. My supply of alchemical reagents was greatly diminished, at least in terms of what I could use to make my ointment, but I had a jar the size of my chest full of it now. That would be enough to last me about 2 weeks. I'd need longer than that to grow replacements, but that was fine. I wasn't actually sure how well this batch was going to work out anyway. The supply I had now would be enough for me to get an accurate measurement of its efficacy. I was in the middle of slathering it on when Shell opened the door and walked into the lab.
Sorry I'm late,
she said.
I had to deal with... What are you? Sorry, I'll just... Yeah.
She whirled in place and strode back out of the room in 2 overlarge steps, slamming the door behind her while I tried not to laugh. I hadn't been able to afford modesty for a long time, especially not with my first mother's career of servicing men, and sometimes women, for money while I was in the next room. By the time I'd been powerful and rich enough for the luxury, it hadn't much mattered to me anymore. Just give me a few minutes, I told her through the door. You're too late to watch the alchemy, but we can do your lesson while we walk back to the arbor. After the ointment had time to do its work, I scraped off the dried remnants. While I waited, I spent the time and mana to leave a hidden and warded teleportation beacon in the lab, so I could come back and collect the equipment later. By the time I was done, all that was left on my skin was a powdery residue, one that was easily cleaned with a bucket of water and a rag, both of which I'd made sure to acquire today. Then I got dressed and opened the door to see Shell leaning against the wall opposite of it. Shall we go?
Yes,
she said. It looked like we were pretending that hadn't happened. Fine by me. All right, walk me through what you've figured out and where you're trying to go from there. Shell's progress was both more and less than I'd hoped. She'd gone off in an interesting direction and figured out a few concepts more advanced than the average apprentice, with only 2 months of experience, would have been exposed to. But at the same time, she'd missed a few fairly obvious foundational abilities. I did my best to steer her towards filling in some of those gaps and showed her a few exercises to practice while I debated whether to offer a spot in the upcoming emigration out of Arcanist. Having an arborist or two would be useful if I wanted to continue making my ointment of aging, which I did. On the other hand, once I was done with this business in Darrow, I expected to have a lot more free time to tend to my own business. Shell was also a member of the council as the leader of the arborists, which meant that telling her what we were up to could lead directly back to the people who could give me a hassle if they found out. Since she was in a position of authority and responsibility here, it also didn't seem likely that she'd be willing to leave. I couldn't really picture her just giving up on the arbor she'd been tending to for decades. We talked the entire trip to the arbor. After setting up my little corner of the greenhouse with some fresh seeds I'd imbued a bit of mana into in the hopes that my next crop would be better, I went over how to care for the delicate plants again and gave her some instruction on how to harvest them if I didn't return in time to do it myself. I figured I was good for one more trip to the village in the near future, if only to collect all the alchemy equipment I'd need to leave behind to make room for personal possessions in my phantom space. Thankfully, Shell had her own work to attend to, otherwise I might never have shaken her loose. She liked to ask questions, and the answers always sparked follow-up questions. It was an excellent quality in an apprentice that I had time to mentor, but an annoying one in a casual acquaintance I was trying to trade favors with. She was definitely getting the better end of all our deals. Once I was free and on my own, I walked back to my parents' hut. It was time to see how much of an undertaking this was going to be. I'd barely made it to the edge of town when Carrot found me. He appeared from around a house, cutting through someone's garden to hustle over to me with his sword slapping against his leg the whole way.
"Gravin,"
he said as he approached.
"I'm glad I caught up to you. I wanted to talk about your plans."
"What about them?" I asked cautiously. I specifically didn't want to talk to Carrot since I fully realized that taking even a small fraction of the village would hurt them, especially since that fraction included my father. He generated enough mana to contribute probably 30 times as much as any other field worker with a dormant core could.
"How long they include staying here?"
Ah, then he hadn't heard. He just wanted to know how long I was going to be a headache for him. It must have looked bad for the council's authority to have me walking around the village freely when everyone knew I was in exile. "Good news, I'll be gone by this evening," I told him. I waited a moment just to see his shoulders visibly relax, then added, "I'll be back for another visit in a month or two, depending on how things work out."
"Why's that?"
Carrot asked, giving me a hard look. He hadn't been amused by that pause I'd put in that statement. "I've got some business to take care of," I told him. "I'll also be leaving some equipment in the manor for the time being. I'd appreciate it if you ensured it was left alone, both for my sake and the safety of anyone who stumbled across it." That brought Carrot up short.
"It's dangerous?"
"Not if it's left alone. I'll be locking the doors so no one will accidentally stumble across it, but if someone decides to get nosy and pokes around in there, I don't want to be held responsible for their safety."
"If it's so dangerous, you need to take it with you,"
Carrot said.
"Allowing you back in the village to visit your family was controversial, but I managed it. Leaving dangerous magical equipment behind that could hurt somebody who stumbles across it is a different matter entirely."
The alchemy equipment locked in that room wasn't actually dangerous, but it was delicate. I was more trying to scare off Carrot from investigating it and potentially breaking something than anything else. The manor had been so dusty when I'd arrived, especially the east side where I'd set up my lab, that I doubted anyone would accidentally stumble across it. The equipment stays. Half the reason I came back was that I needed a place to set it up. It's tucked in a room that nobody uses, in a section of the manor nobody even goes to. Just don't tell anyone it's there and don't go snooping around yourself, and you'll be fine.
"Not to put too fine a point on it, but what's in it for us?"
Carrot asked. "Not to put too fine a point on it," I echoed. "But I've killed something like 30 mages and adepts who were part of the cabal that's targeting this village. It would be very, very easy for me to just not go back to Darrow and let them do what they wanted to this village. How many of your men do you think they'll kill the next time a pair of mages come strolling in?"
"Why are you helping us at all, then?"
Carrot asked. I shrugged. I have my reasons. Those reasons were mostly that I wanted access to the Cabal's archives and their mana, and I wasn't averse to taking what I needed from bad people. Whatever had happened to this area, those mages hoarding the mana of everyone and everything they could get their hands on was undoubtedly slowing down the healing process. We arrived at my parents' hut, and I said, "Was there anything else you needed?" Carrot grunted and glanced past me, possibly looking for Mother. I'd beaten her back, though, and when he didn't find anyone else, he just shook his head.
Next time you come for a visit, come to the garrison first, so we can make arrangements.
Of course, I agreed, though I had no intention of honoring that promise. The next time would hopefully be the last time, and I'd only be there long enough to harvest my last crop from the greenhouses and pack up my equipment. Carrot wouldn't know I'd even been there until after I was gone. If that's all, have a nice day. I slipped through the curtain without waiting for a reply, then smiled to myself when I felt his mana move away down the street. Chapter 35. Teleporting multiple people was harder than teleporting one person, but not by much. The easiest way to do it was to inscribe a runic construct commonly referred to as a teleportation circle, though it was more accurate to call it a modifier that changed how spells with individual targets worked. Instead of affecting just myself, the magic would grab hold of everybody in the circle. There was an increased mana cost, of course, but it was more like 1/10 more mana for each person. I estimated that I could safely teleport 9 people using my staff to cut out the transference inefficiencies of drawing from my mana crystal. That would include only the possessions they could carry on them. Teleporting something like a wagon was a whole different issue. The best part of an inscription circle was that I could carve it, then let someone else power it. By someone else, I meant my father, though I would still have to help a little unless he'd gotten hold of a personal storage crystal and hadn't told me. Even then, the capacity on the ones I'd made for the village was limited enough that it wouldn't make up all the difference. I spent a few minutes with the scrying mirror checking on my family. Father was working in the fields as if it were just another day. Seneca was talking to some of her friends at school, a bit teary-eyed but refusing to answer their questions. This was going to be hardest on her. Unlike our parents, she wasn't isolated and looked down on. If not for the concerns about the village being attacked again, I would have rethought my desire to pull my family out of here. Mother was the hardest to find, mostly because I wasn't interested in checking inside the huts, and it wasn't until she walked out of one a few streets over that I spotted her. I recognized the woman who followed her out as one of my distant relatives. My great-aunt, I thought. We hadn't talked much with my mother's family in the years since I'd been born, and according to my mother, well before that. They hadn't been happy with her decision to marry Father, and had shunned her since before Seneca's birth. Father had been an only child, born late in his parents' lives, and both of my paternal grandparents had died before my birth. My grandfather had gotten sick and succumbed to his illness when Father was a boy, and my grandmother had passed on years later. Father hadn't been specific as to why, and I hadn't wanted to press, since it seemed like a sensitive topic. What that meant for me was that, functionally, I had no extended relations, at least none that Graven had met before I'd reawakened. I knew Mother had a sister, but not who she was or if I had any cousins. If there was ever a time to meet my extended family, this was it. But Mother walked away alone while her aunt scowled at her. The conversation must not have gone well. I wondered how many times Mother had gotten the same reaction when she tried to visit her family over the years. She didn't strike me as the kind of person who gave up on her family, no matter what the problems were. If she was, I had no doubt my own relationship with her would have been substantially more strained. I wasn't exactly an easy child to have. It was time to begin my own part in this operation. I stashed every personal possession my family owned in my phantom space, which filled up most of the remaining space. If we actually did manage to convince anyone to come with us, I was going to be leaving behind all of the furniture to make room for their possessions. Then I started inscribing the runes on the floor with magic. It was actually cheaper than usual, since I was able to use elemental manipulation on the hard-packed earth directly, instead of the more expensive stone shape spell I did most of my rune work with. It took me about 15 minutes to draw the full circle, and twice my maximum mana, but I saved myself hours of painstaking work, and the mana I'd have to force through my body to keep my hands steady through the whole process. Mother returned home first. She stopped in the doorway, surprised, and looked around.
Where is our bed? And our table?
I've got them stored, I told her. To demonstrate, I pulled one of our chairs back out, then made it vanish again. It's called a phantom space.
That's useful,
Mother said. You could learn to make one too, I told her. Actually, that's something I wanted to talk to you about. I know you didn't want to do the training to ignite your core earlier, but I was hoping you'd reconsider. If it's just going to be you and Father keeping our new ward stone, you should have as much mana as possible available.
About that. It was supposed to be a surprise, but I've been practicing my mana control. Your father's been helping me out. I'm sure I don't meet your standards, but I'm getting better.
Oh? I wondered what had brought about the change of heart. Mother already knew how much easier life was with an ignited core, but she hadn't wanted to learn the techniques necessary to ignite hers before.
Your father talked me into it,
she said.
Let me show you.
And then she did, going through every single exercise I'd taught Father. She didn't do them all perfectly, but she'd obviously been working hard because she was better than any of the 4 students I'd been training up before my exile. We could ignite her core right now and get results comparable to Father's, maybe slightly better. The way I see it, you've got 2 choices. You're ready for an ignition ritual today, and with me helping you, I think you'll come close to a perfect ignition. Close, but not quite perfect. Otherwise, I'll help you learn the last few things you're missing, and in a few weeks, you'll be at your peak.
What's the difference?
Mother said.
I remember you talking about this, but the exact numbers escape me.
Father increased his mana generation by about 16 times, but if we hadn't been so pressed for time, we could have gotten that up to 20. There are some ways to help repair some of the flaws, but he will never quite achieve a perfect Stage 1 core.
He knows, but he thinks it was worth it to save Nermit's life.
It wasn't a choice I would have made, which was why I'd left it up to Father. If it had been just me, I would have given Nermit a merciful execution to release him from Noctra's mental subjugation spell and the physical and mental torment that came with it. Father was a better person than I was. We'd managed to save Nermit at great cost, and I hadn't seen him again since then.
Let's wait until we're sure I can do it right,
Mother said. I gave her an approving nod and changed the topic. Are you ready to start digging up the garden?
I suppose we should get started,
she said.
Are those going into your... what did you call it? Your phantom spot?
Phantom space, and no, living things don't do well in there, not even for a few minutes. We'll need to pick everything that's ripe, then dig up everything left and carry it with us.
And that will work. You're sure?
As sure as I am about anything else.
I guess we'd better get to work if we're going to clear the whole garden out in a few hours.
It took less than half an hour of us working before Malra made her appearance.
What are you doing? If you pick all that now, it'll go bad before you can eat it.
We're leaving, Malra,
Mother said.
And taking everything we can with us.
Oh my! That's a shame. You've such a lovely garden, too. I'll be quite sad to see it in rough shape.
I suspected it was more like Malra would be upset that she couldn't pick through it herself, though she undoubtedly thought she'd be entitled to the still ripening fruits and vegetables we'd be leaving behind. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't planning on sacrificing a single scrap of food. That decision might have been motivated more by pettiness than practicality, but that didn't make it any less valid.
Where will you go?
Malra asked.
Somewhere far away.
Mother said. She, more than anyone, knew better than to feed our gossipy old neighbor any information. After another few minutes of trying to pry details out of us, Malra gave up in a huff and headed back into her own hut. I caught Mother smirking for just a moment while she picked a pepper off the vine, but when she raised her head, the smile was gone. I must have imagined it. Keeping Seneca from messing up the runes carved in the dirt was a chore, but we managed it by taking her for a walk around the village. Well, Mother managed it. I stayed at home to keep an eye on all of the food we'd picked. The village didn't have a lot in the way of preservation techniques, mostly because it didn't need them. The weather was stable year-round, and the food was grown more with manna than it was with good soil. For all that, it was an impressive haul, and I didn't trust someone like Malra not to make off with a bit of it if she thought she could get away with it. Father arrived home with the rest of the family, followed by Ayaka. That wasn't a surprise to me. I knew she was friends with my parents. And she'd taken an interest in having her core ignited prior to my exile. What was surprising was having Shell and Talik walk in with her.
I can't believe you didn't tell me you were leaving like this,
Shell said. I didn't think you'd be interested in going, not with all the years you've invested in the arbor.
Oh no, I'm not.
She agreed.
But I would like to say goodbye. Talik, on the other hand.
Yes,
he said.
if it's all right with you. I was told the spot you found is rather lush, and I'd like the chance to work with it and see what can be made of the trees there.
I studied him for a second. You ignited your core, I said.
I did. Shell helped me.
I see. How'd it go?
13 times increase,
he said. He even sounded proud about that number. I supposed I couldn't fault him for not waiting for me to return. It wasn't like they'd known for sure that I ever would. Both Ayaka and Talik had rucksacks full of what I assumed were their worldly possessions. That made 6 people, including myself, who'd need to carry the still-living plants from our garden to transplant. We could make it work, as long as I took all the non-living luggage into my phantom space. All right, if this is everyone then, I said. I directed the organization, got everyone into position and loaded down, and had both Father and Talik pour everything they had in their mana core into the inscription circle I'd made. The runes won't last long written in just dirt, I told Shell, but I'd appreciate if you erased them when we're gone anyway.
I can do that,
she agreed. We made our farewells and I started casting the spell. Normally, a teleportation took 5 minutes to set up, but with the additional complications introduced by the runic circle and the heightened mana cost, this one took 8. The whole while my family and students just kind of shuffled in place and whispered to each other in low voices. Somewhere around minute 6, I sensed the mana of a person standing outside our window. No doubt it was our neighbor spying on us again, and I wished Shell all the luck in the world dealing with the old woman. Then the spell went off. We vanished from the village of Arcanist, and at approximately 2 hours to sundown, set foot in our new home for the first time. Chapter 36. I had 3 goals to accomplish in the next few hours. First, we needed to get the garden planted back in the ground. Second, we needed to raise some kind of shelter. Third, we needed a wardstone to protect us while we slept. That third one, at least, I'd been able to work on before we teleported to the valley. The runes were carved, but I hadn't had a chance to give them a final inspection or actually channel mana into them yet. I'd placed us on a flat piece of ground in the middle of the southern side of the valley, which stretched about 3 miles from east to west and half a mile north to south. Our home overlooked the valley with 100 feet of elevation, though the slope was gradual enough that there were a few obvious trails leading up and down. If I had the mana and time to spare, I might shape some stairs into them to make it easier to bring supplies back up from the valley floor. As to why I'd chosen this particular spot on the southern slope of the valley, the biggest draw was that it was already mostly clear of trees, meaning it would take very little prep work to set up new fields. About 300 feet away from where we'd arrived was a small stream that was only a few feet wide and deep. It would probably be more convenient in the long run to build farther down the valley wall where it would be easier to get access to everything the valley had to offer, but that would require a significant amount of labor clearing out space now in order to build and keep the wards functioning properly. That was labor I didn't have time for, not if I wanted to get back to Darrow soon. While everyone else started discussing how best to lay out the garden with a mind for expansion since they did have 4 adults and 2 children to feed, I marked out the dimensions of the home I planned on making. I had to make a few adjustments to my base design since we had the extra people, but I'd accounted for that in my original plan, and it just meant extending one side a bit further out. Transmute earth to stone did most of the heavy lifting for the first portion of my construction. I stood there, staff in hand, and turned a section 80 feet long by 30 feet wide and 12 feet deep into pure stone. Then I started raising it straight up, forming exterior walls with a roof that curved up into a dome. I split the bedrooms, 3 on one side for my parents, my sister, and myself, and 3 on the other for Ayaka and Talik. The extra would likely be used as storage for now. I put a kitchen and common room in the center, along with a bathroom. Closets were added, then windows and doors. I molded a set of stairs leading down to the basement near the back door of the kitchen, then divided the basement itself into sections. One would be used for my alchemy lab, another for my workshop. A third section was reserved for my crucible, though I was not looking forward to transporting it. Those rooms I left sealed up behind a wall of solid stone, empty for now. No one needed to know they were there. My exterior work finished, I glanced back at my family to see everyone gawking at the new construction. It had taken about an hour between transmute earth to stone and stone shape to transform that raw material into suitable dwelling. "How's that garden coming along?" I asked. Father glanced back at the half-planted rows.
It's coming.
I want to see!
Seneca yelled, racing past me into the house. I followed after her, mostly because I was extremely ready to unload my phantom space of all the furniture that was clogging it up. While my sister raced around an empty stone house, I went from room to room, dropping pallets in the bedrooms, our table in the dining room, and books into the common area where I'd formed long rows of shelves into the wall. Lastly, I accessed a closet off the kitchen, though perhaps calling it a closet was misleading. Stone doors were cumbersome to handle, so I hadn't bothered forming any. Right now, it was just an empty nook, just big enough to accommodate one thing. The granite pillar Freak had used as his mana battery to maintain his enchantments slid out of my phantom space and onto the floor with a loud whoomp as it regrew to full size. There was no need to waste mana on the enchantments keeping it portable anymore. That was where the real work started. I made light enchantments that were tied to touch panels I carved into the wall. I made heat enchantments for cooking on. I made vermin-repellent wards that covered the entire structure. I even created sound wards for individual bedrooms. Lastly, I made water enchantments to go along with the indoor plumbing I'd whipped up. No more outhouses for me. I ran multiple pipes in from the stream leading to the kitchen and the bathroom, and those were enchanted to block or allow water through at a touch. I also ran waste pipes to come out down the slope from us at a spot I'd noted that was partially sheltered under a ridge of stone and unlikely to become accidentally clogged. With the vermin ward extended through the pipe, no animals would try to make their homes there either. With my phantom space finally, mercifully empty, I was free to go find a nice spot where I transmuted dirt to sand, then sand to glass, so that I could make windows. Those got loaded back into my phantom space and brought to the house, where I used stone shape to install them flush with the exterior of the house. Every room got at least one window, and I shaped benches directly beneath the ones in the common area. Then I took my family and our permanent guests on a tour, where I explained to them how to activate the enchantments and what they did, followed by showing them the mana battery and how to recharge it. This is different from the ward stone, I said. Think of it like a pantry full of food. Every time you use one of the enchantments, a bit of food gets consumed. If you don't want to run out of food, you have to keep adding more to the pantry. And if you do run out of food, you starve to death. The ward stone is a bucket with a hole in it, where our goal is to keep adding water faster than it drains away. You can't plug the hole because you need the water to drain, but if it runs out, that's fine. You can just add more. What I am saying to you is if you let this battery run dry, all the enchantments I laid down in this house will break. Adding more mana to the battery after the fact will not restore those enchantments.
Wouldn't it be better to do everything with inscriptions then?
Ayaka asked. Not unless you want to leave the inscriptions empty and constantly needing just a little bit of water added to your bucket every single time you want to do something. Otherwise, there's no way to turn the lights back off when you're done, and it's just wasted mana. The battery is far more efficient for maintaining enchantments, and this thing will hold a huge amount of mana. There should be enough here to last you all for a month, even if you don't ever give it more.
You all?
Mother echoed.
That sounds like you're not staying. You're not?
Seneca asked.
No, it'll be so boring without someone else to play with.
Given that Seneca and I hadn't done much in the way of playing in the last 2 years since I'd awakened my old memories, I wasn't sure why she thought that would change now, even if I did stay. I could only blame the notion on a child's selective memories. Either way, I was far from done in Darrow. My parents finally agreeing to leave Arcanist only alleviated some of the time pressure I felt to act, not the need to be there. I'll stay the night, I said. Then I expect to be gone for another month or 2 before coming back here permanently. The last thing I'd like to do is evaluate everyone to see if you're all ready to have your cores ignited. 4 cores would go a long way towards keeping everything powered properly here. The results were more than adequate, but no one was quite ready to do it on their own. I thought I could probably help Ayaka achieve close to a perfect ignition, so that got added to tomorrow's agenda before I left. Mother needed a bit more practice, and I was less willing to let her have anything less than a perfect core, not after the compromise Father had made to his own capabilities to save Nermit. Seneca, surprisingly, was also doing quite well for her age. While nobody specifically asked her to demonstrate, she demanded that I watch while she mimicked what the adults were doing. If I took a month to tutor her exclusively, we could probably make a good showing of her ignition. Considering how limited her resources were, and how much she'd figured out just by watching other people, it didn't feel excessive to say that my sister was something of a prodigy. She was certainly doing better than I had as a child the first time around, if nothing else. My reserves were starting to dip from all the work I'd done today, not to mention the expensive teleportation. After setting the wardstone up between the house and the garden where it could encompass both, I was starting to consider stealing a bit of mana from the granite pillar just as a top-off. But no, I reminded myself of that giant fish monster waiting for me below Freak's lair, and my plans to harvest its mana after I killed it. As long as I kept enough mana in reserve to teleport back to Darrow, I'd be fine. And if not, well, It probably wouldn't hurt to sow a little more chaos, and then I would have time to generate more naturally. We ate a late dinner that evening, one cooked on the new magical stove I'd enchanted. While we were eating, Ayaka said,
It feels strange not to be administering to the nightly tithe. Been doing that for years now.
I, for one, don't miss it,
Talik said. Consider the battery and the ward stone your nightly tithe targets, I said. I don't know what kind of monsters are in this valley, but the ward will keep them from even knowing you're here if it stays powered all the time, and it'll defend against anything trying to break through if you do get spotted.
Huh. Yeah.
Ayaka glanced out the empty doorway down the valley below. It was only lightly forested, but that still left a lot of places for things to hide. I wondered if she was having second thoughts about coming along. It won't be for a month or two, but I will be going back to the village at least one more time. If this experiment doesn't work out, you can always go back, I said. Or, if you just want to go visit for a day, I can add a teleportation circle later on once you've all had a bit of training and can be trusted to activate it without blowing anything up. That got me some slightly alarmed looks, but the idea of not being trapped here if something happened to me seemed to reassure them. Of course, none of them could use such a circle yet, nor could they power it, even if they knew how, until they learned how to create a large enough mana crystal. Those details could wait for another day. We finished our meal, stayed up for a bit discussing future plans, and, for the first time in months, I slept on something besides sand or cold, unyielding stone. Chapter 37. I didn't sleep well that night, partially because my mind was consumed with thoughts of my return to Darrow, something that I was both eager for and dreaded. I wanted that business closed as soon as possible, and I hoped to find some clues about what exactly had happened to the world and the missing moon in the sky. My spells should have ensured I'd been reincarnated almost immediately, but it was obvious something had gone wrong there. How much time exactly I'd lost was difficult to figure out, and therein lay the problem. More and more the evidence pointed to some kind of world-spanning cataclysmic event, perhaps even an assault on the world core itself. It would certainly explain the lack of ambient mana, but if that were the case, it would mean the entire world was mana-starved, not just the little corner I'd been reborn in. Something like that couldn't have happened overnight. How many years or even decades had my reincarnation been delayed? And how had it happened? No matter how often I went over the soul invocation spells I'd used, I couldn't find a flaw in them. That left the idea that something had intervened, but that seemed equally impossible. I remembered the last seconds of my life, and the spells had gone off without a hitch. In order for someone to interfere, they would have had to fish my soul out of the reincarnation cycle during the brief window I hadn't had a body. No one I knew of had that kind of magic. I didn't have that kind of magic, and to the best of my knowledge, I'd been blazing new trails in the field of soul magic. It was an impossible conundrum, one I'd lost far too much sleep puzzling over. Last night had been no different. I was hoping to find some history books in the libraries of the Mages of Darrow that might help me shed a little light on how long I'd been gone, if not why it had taken so long to be reincarnated. The other reason my sleep was riddled with interruptions was much simpler. It took a little over 2 hours to fill my mana core from empty to full, so I'd woken up several times to drain that mana into my crystal in an effort to recover some of the resources I'd expended lately. It was a process I'd be doing regularly over the next few days. Once everyone was awake and ready to start the day, we gathered for a meal in the common room. Talik cooked for us. Surprisingly, he was one of the best cooks in the village and regularly prepared all the arborists' meals, Shell was not too happy about my decision to go, he said with a laugh. But when Ayaka told me what was going on, I figured this was my best chance to keep progressing my magical studies.
It worked out well for us,
Mother said.
It's nice to get a day off. Celis is such a horrible cook that I haven't let him touch the food in years.
Hey now, Father said. He paused, then shook his head and sighed. Well, it's not like it's not true.
Your talents lie in other areas,
Ayaka told him.
One day I'm sure you'll discover what those areas are.
I don't mean to interrupt your fun, I said. But once breakfast is over, I'd like to start working on your ignition rituals. I'm not sure how much Shell has told you about what needs to be done, but I expect it to take a few hours to practice before we do it for real.
Right, that.
Ayaka exchanged glances with Talik.
I think I'm ready. We've been talking about doing the ignitions without you for weeks now, but Shell made it clear how much you helped with hers, that I didn't want to risk trying to do it unsupervised.
That was a smart move on her part. It would be less of a hassle for me personally if she did it herself, but my inner perfectionist would settle for her achieving a flawless Stage 1 core with my help. Ideally, she'd manage the ignition on her own, but that wasn't a reasonable goal. I ran her and Mother through a set of exercises while everyone else watched. Mother would be going through this next. Seneca was beyond fascinated by the whole thing, and when Father tried to excuse himself, I said, I'm working on an elixir that will make the edge of your core malleable so you can try to fix up the rough spots. You'll be doing an even harder version of this soon. I didn't know you could do that, he said hesitantly. It's not easy or cheap, but yes, it's possible. I don't think it'll ever be a perfect core, but it'll get a lot closer than it currently is, I said. That's all well and good, but is it really necessary? Think of how much mana you made in a month before your ignition. That's how much extra you could be making over what you already make now every single day if your core was perfect. That much? Father's eyebrows shot up. I thought you said we did a good job the first time. Adequate job, I corrected him. It was sufficient for keeping Nermit alive. If you hadn't decided to do that, I would have insisted on more training prior to your ignition. After she demonstrated mastery over her mana, I left Ayaka to go prepare herself for the ignition ritual. While she was getting ready, Seneca walked over and sat down next to me.
Gravy, when do I get to be a mage? It's not fair. I'm older than you are.
Sorry, I said. You're doing very well, though. If Mother and Father agree, I'll help you once I come back from my trip. I think you'd be a powerful mage once your core is ignited.
Can't you do it before you go? It's going to be really boring out here with no one to play with. Magic would make it a lot more fun.
I'm sure it would, I said.
No,
Mother said.
Remember what happened a few weeks ago? That was an accident!
Mother just gave Seneca a flat stare.
It was.
Seneca muttered. What happened a few weeks ago? I asked, trying, somewhat unsuccessfully, to hide my amusement. Wait, is this related to the scorch marks?
It was an accident!
Seneca yelled again.
She went out into one of the fields to practice without anyone finding out and started a small fire.
Mother explained.
I put it out right away!
Seneca said, scowling up at Mother. She huffed and stomped off. These kinds of mistakes happen all the time in training, I told Mother. She won't be the last one to accidentally start a fire in this group. It's not that big of a deal.
The village felt differently,
Mother said dryly. Our conversation was interrupted by Ayaka's approach. Ready to get started? I asked. Ayaka's ignition went about as well as could be expected. She managed 19 times a dormant core's generation rate, and I assured her that we could smooth over the imperfections in her core with the appropriate alchemical concoctions and some effort. I spent the next hour or so walking all of them through more training exercises and teaching everyone a few novice-tier spells to practice. Just some weak conjurations and invocations like elemental manipulation, light, sharpened senses, and weight reduction. That was more than enough to last them a few months. The last thing I did was drain enough mana from the battery to fill half my mana crystal. It wasn't meant to be used that way, and it fought me the whole time, but I knew what I was doing, and I skimmed enough mana to let me teleport back to Darrow and still defend myself immediately if necessary. Then I bid my family farewell, filled my phantom space with a few pieces of food to last me for a day or two, and began the teleportation spell that would return me to the city. As soon as I got to the point where I'd normally visualize my destination, I realized there was a problem. I could feel the teleportation beacon on the scrying mirror in the house, the one in Arcanist, the one hidden with my crucible, and one more far to the west in the city. There should have been 2 in the city. Damn, I muttered. One of my beacons got discovered.
Maybe you should stay here,
Mother said immediately. I shook my head. The other one is still up. They were spaced far enough apart that I suspect the one I left near the lair of the mage I killed was discovered when they were searching for clues about what happened. If they were smart, they'd have left it there and trapped it. Still, I need to make sure they didn't discover the second beacon and do exactly that. I retreated into the house to use the scrying mirror and gave silent thanks that Father had taken my warnings about keeping it charged to heart. It had more than enough mana to do the job. Unfortunately, I still hadn't upgraded it to see mana, so I was limited to a visual inspection of the ruined house I'd claimed as my home base. There was nothing there to indicate anything had been disturbed. Even the pile of leech stones I'd left in the corner was untouched. After expanding my radius and sweeping the other nearby buildings, I found no sign that anyone was waiting for the beacon to activate. Unless they'd managed to break the wards I'd left up, no one was going to be able to sense me using it anyway. There was some risk that the enemy mages had managed that, but if that were the case, I'd have enough mana to kill anyone who wasn't as strong as Freak had been inside his own lair. Certainly I could destroy a dozen enforcers without issue. If there was someone stronger, they'd need some time to close in on me after I arrived, long enough for me to assess the status of my wards. I'd have enough time and mana to escape and hide if it came down to it. I think I'm fine, I said to my parents, who were anxiously hovering over my shoulders, watching me manipulate the scrying mirror to show the streets and buildings of Darrow. The second beacon was placed in a conspicuous location where a large-scale battle took place. I looted that mage's lair as thoroughly as possible, so it makes sense that they'd find the nearby beacon. This one, in the mirror here, is on the other side of the city, not as conveniently placed, but with nothing to point toward it. My scrying session had cost me practically no mana, though it had drained the mirror a noticeable amount. I reminded Father again that the beacons on it were my lifeline if I needed to flee the city quickly. Not that I thought he needed it. Then went back outside to resume my teleportation spell. It wasn't that I needed the space or anything, I just liked the view. It was the closest I'd come to finding another Night Vale in my new life, even if it wasn't even a fraction of a pale imitation of the real thing. A few minutes later, the spell took hold and whisked me hundreds of miles to the west to land inside the shell of a home in a ruined desert city. Chapter 38. The wards shielding my hideout from detection were still active. I was almost certainly safe here, but I couldn't see any good reason to risk hanging around. Other than the mana I'd invested in the place, I had no connection or attachment to this particular building. I gathered the leech stones, only because they had a bit of mana in them and it wasn't enough to justify the effort in pulling it all back out, and placed them in my satchel. On the off chance I needed to make some money out of any of them, it'd be slightly less mana to finish working with these. It took me 30 seconds to erase all lingering traces of my presence, not including the wards and the teleportation beacon. If anyone was staking out my hideout, they were too late to catch me. After abandoning the place, I set off deeper into the city. Thus far, I'd stuck mostly to the east side, except for my one foray to the southern section, and if anyone was looking for me, that was the most likely place they'd find me. Relocating to the north or west quarters was a good precautionary measure. I also needed to have a discussion with Tanner. He'd grossly misrepresented his knowledge and access to a tunnel leading to the inner city. But, at the end of the day, he'd pointed me in the right direction. Never mind that no normal kid would have been able to bypass those defenses. He hadn't really lived up to his end of the bargain, but I felt like I owed him at least a little bit. It was late enough in the day that the street kids had already scattered to do whatever business they occupied their time with. If it was anything like my own memories, it involved a lot of skulking around looking for places to steal from without getting caught, and going home hungry when I realized that people in general weren't so stupid as to leave anything unattended if they wanted to keep it. But every now and then, the right set of coincidences would line up. Or, if they got desperate enough, they'd band together and manufacture those coincidences. That was likely what they'd done when I'd first met them at that farmer's wagon. I hadn't stuck around to watch the whole thing, but the fact that something like 24 children had hit the wagon and bolted in every conceivable direction without a single one being caught made it pretty clear it wasn't a crime of opportunity. The dull shard I'd used to trace Tanner's location last time was still in my possession, but I'd already burnt out his essence with my previous tracking spell. It had been a weak link the first time, and after a minute of fiddling with it, I decided there just wasn't enough left to work with. I didn't need to speak with Tanner right now, or really ever again if it was going to be a huge hassle, but I knew where to find him this evening. For now, I'd explore on my own. Darrow hadn't exactly been a cheerful place when I'd first arrived, though at the time I was too distracted to pay much attention to it. Now there was a definite feeling of unease in the air. More than once I spotted bloodstains on the walls of buildings, or saw the scars left by conjurations levied against the citizens. Enforcers marched up and down the streets in droves, their storage crystal batons clenched in their hands. Rarely did I see them in groups smaller than 3, and never alone. They cast angry glowers at anyone and everyone, and people cowered from them in turn. It would be a lie to say I'd been expecting my attack on one of their towers to be ignored, but I could admit I was surprised by the sheer number of them that had taken to the streets. My best guess was that other towers in the inner city had sent out reinforcements and overcompensated to patrol the area.
You there!
Someone shouted. I glanced behind me and saw a trio of enforcers descending on a nondescript man who looked to be in his 20s. From the panicked look on his face, I supposed he'd been caught doing something or other. Maybe he was a pickpocket. Whatever his crimes were, he turned and fled from the enforcers as soon as they started yelling. One of them lifted his baton and chanted a short litany that I didn't catch from so far away. A conjured rock the size of my fist whipped through the air and struck the fleeing man in the back of the head, dropping him to the ground in a limp sprawl. I frowned at that, not because I cared about the man the enforcers had attacked, but because of the way they'd done it. Specifically because the enforcer had drained mana from his storage crystal when he still had plenty in his core. It was inefficient to do that. I knew those batons weren't designed like my staff was to reduce transference loss. I'd examined plenty of samples myself. Was this particular enforcer just dull-witted? Neither of the other ones seemed surprised by the way he'd cast that spell, which could point to him being a known quantity of idiocy. But it might also mean that he'd cast the spell correctly, according to Enforcer doctrine. The only reason to do that was if they'd been trained to rely on the storage crystals first and keep their cores in reserve, just in case their weapons were taken from them. If that was the case, it reinforced the vague notion I had that Enforcers weren't actually mages. None of the ones I'd seen had enough mana in their cores to make it even worth draining them, which I hadn't thought much of initially, since, frankly, neither did anyone else. The leech stones everyone carried around saw to that. For my sake, I hoped the Enforcers were at least adepts. The level of understanding people had about how magic worked back in Arcanist had been disappointing, to say the least. I was expecting more from the mages of Darrow, but if they didn't know how to ignite someone's core, there was no way all the Enforcers had become mages by accident. If Enforcers were adepts, I might have gotten my hopes too high about the quality of the libraries I planned to raid once I hunted down the rest of the wolf pack. On the other hand, Freak's library had been a treasure trove of local alchemical information. He hadn't had much in the way of history, geography, or politics, but it did prove that there were quality tomes to be looted. After the Enforcers finished hauling their brained victim off the streets, the regular citizens slowly crept back out from where they'd scurried off to. Most of them had ducked down the nearest alleyways or taken refuge inside any building that was accessible. The farther north I got, the more run down the city appeared, with sometimes barely a single home still accessible in a block of houses. In the market squares, some effort had been made to restore function to the buildings, but it was still shoddy work by a transmutation mage's standards. Then again, a whole army of mages could descend on this city, and it would still take months upon months to repair everything. These people were spending all their mana as a currency, one that presumably led back to the coffers of the inner city mages. It wasn't reasonable to expect them to even know transmutation magic, let alone have the resources to use it. It very well could have been less work to build a new city somewhere else than to try to fix Darrow. While I walked, I occasionally cast a spell I hadn't had much reason to use since my reincarnation. Similar to how Life Sense showed me everything living nearby, and in greater detail than my ability to perceive mana possibly could, Earth Sense gave me a feel for what was going on in the ground below me. It was a highly situational divination, but perfect for what I wanted to check on. Specifically, I was looking for sewer tunnels. The ones leading to Freak's lair were all well and good, and I still planned on harvesting mana from that underground lake. But, with the destruction of the teleportation beacon over there, I wanted a different way under the wall. While it was possible someone had deliberately collapsed all the other sewer tunnels leading into the inner city, I wouldn't know without checking. I was still a mile from the inner walls, far out of the range I was looking for, so I only used the spell intermittently to get a feel for intact lengths of sewer going southwest as a way to guide me in the right direction. The farther north I went, the more intact the whole system seemed to be, and I started sensing bits of mana underground. If I had to guess, I would say some people were living in the sewers for whatever reason. Enforcer presence started to thin out, until finally I could walk multiple streets without noticing one, and the general attitude of the city slowly shifted from apprehensive fear to the typical stagnant apathy of impoverished people stuck in their ruts, living day in and day out with no hope for anything better. It wasn't pretty, but it was common. These people knew there was no way out for them. I wondered if killing the wolf pack would have any effect on their lives at all. It was entirely possible that there were plenty of other mages not affiliated with that particular cabal living in the inner city, and that their deaths would change nothing, not even so much as saving Arcanist from predation by other mages. With my family finally agreeing to leave, I was far less concerned with the village's future. My motive now was to acquire resources quickly. The wolf pack was a convenient target that I wouldn't feel bad about killing. I just needed to figure out how to get to them first, preferably one at a time so I could pick them off without them overwhelming me with sheer numbers. 6 mana presences started ascending toward the street into a nearby building, noteworthy to me only in that it marked the location of a sewer tunnel access point. Unfortunately, we were still far enough from the wall that I doubted I'd find a useful connection here, and all of Darrow's streets looked enough alike that I probably wouldn't be able to find it again without magic. 2 people walked out of the building onto the street in front of me.
That him?
One of them asked, shooting a glance my way.
Must be. I can't feel any mana at all.
He's just a kid.
Thought he'd be older. Shut it. Come on.
Someone was looking for me. That was a surprise. I wasn't in the habit of leaving witnesses behind who might report on my activities. The only ones were the street kids, and they weren't based anywhere near here. I studied the men for clues, and my eyes settled on a tattoo poorly inked on one of their wrists. It was what appeared to be a rat tail, done in blue. I vaguely recalled Tanner and his friend had mentioned being afraid of a blue rat and his gang. They'd been forcefully recruiting preteens. Had one of those kids sold me out? I mentally moved finding Tanner up higher on my priority list.
Hey, kid,
the one with the rat tail tattoo said.
I need you to come with us.
No thanks, I'm busy, I told him. Rat tail snickered.
Got a pair on you, don't you? Look, my boss wants to talk to you about this business of yours. Might be he could help you out.
I doubt I need help from anyone like him. The other guy bristled, but Rat Tail stopped him with an upraised hand.
Look, we know you were involved in killing those enforcers. Now, that made things a bit harder for us, but the boss thought it was hilarious. He just wants to talk, see if maybe you need a little help from the underworld.
I started to refuse again, but then I stopped and frowned. You guys know the city pretty well, huh? Above and below ground?
Of course we do.
I checked my mana reserves. There was more than enough to shadow leap straight up to the surface from anywhere in the sewers if I needed to flee, and plenty to fight before I got to that point. My shield ward was also fully charged. Meeting with Blue Rat himself wouldn't be that dangerous. Think you could get me to the inner city? Both men blinked in surprise at that, and Rat Tail let out a low whistle.
You're gonna raise all kinds of hell, aren't you? You just come with us to talk to the boss. He'll get you sorted out.
I had more than enough mana to kill all 6 of them if I needed to, and I was curious. Rat Tail could sense mana well enough to know he couldn't feel mine, so maybe Blue Rat knew a bit about what was going on behind the inner wall. I followed the men back into the building. Chapter 39. I wasn't terribly surprised to see a familiar face waiting for me with the group that hadn't left the house. There wasn't a lot of detail to be gleaned about a person based just on my sense of their mana, but one of the things was relative size. Mana was in the chest, and based on where exactly I could feel it, I knew that one of the people waiting for me wasn't an adult. He was the boy I'd met with Tanner a few days ago, the one who'd been worried about being abducted and forced into Blue Rat's gang. It looked like his fears had been well-founded. Maybe he'd even gone willingly, knowing he'd end up there either way and figuring that it would be easier on him if he didn't resist. The boy watched me wide-eyed as I followed Rat Tail and his friend to a staircase that curled down into the darkness of the sewers. The other adults moved to surround me from behind, with the boy trailing after them, a move that might have made me nervous if I could sense enough mana to do more than light a candle from any of them.
Grab hold of this rope line.
Rat-tail instructed me, pointing to a thin thread of the stuff that had been tacked up like a handrail.
We'll keep you going the right direction. You ever walked in the sewers before? It's pitch black down there.
I'll be fine, I said. In fact, I sent a little orb of light ahead of me, startling the gang members.
One of them said. What the hell was that?
Magic? Another asked sarcastically. Rat-tail gave me a speculative look. I got the impression he was the only one in the group who knew anything about magic at all. He was probably wondering why he couldn't feel any mana in me when he'd just seen me cast a spell, and if he was an adept, like I was starting to suspect, he might also be wondering how I'd done it without using any sort of verbal incantation to help me. I was more than happy to let those little mysteries stew in his mind. Maybe it'd make him think twice about trying to attack me if this meeting went sour. I gestured for him to lead the way after a moment. He glanced back at the rope still held in his hands, then laughed quietly and let it fall. Together, we all marched down the steps and into the sewers. The gang hideout was not an impressive structure. We took a winding path through the sewer, though I wasn't sure if it was because it was the only way or if they were deliberately trying to confuse me. I suspected the latter, and if so, they utterly failed. It wouldn't have mattered even if they had managed it. I didn't need to trace my steps back to get out. Once they reached the end of the route, we ascended back up to the street level inside some sort of office building. It was one of the largest places I'd seen in Darrow, or at least that's what it looked like from the inside. There were 3 levels overhead, and the stonework was in good enough shape that the people here were relying on daylight coming in from the windows to see. There were no holes in the walls anywhere that I noticed, and the windows themselves were thin horizontal slits near the ceiling, though there were plenty of them. Luckily for the ones on the ground floor, the building's interior was an open atrium, letting light shine down from the floors above as well. It lacked the skylight Hyago's grow room had, but the windows must have been bigger higher up because there was still enough light to see by. We got some curious glances from the men and women in the middle, but no one made a move to stop us. A quick look around showed me more blue ink rat-tail tattoos on some of them, perhaps as some sort of officer mark. It seemed like a bad idea to me. Did he just kill everyone he demoted later on? But I wasn't here to critique Blue Rat's organizational skills. A pair of armed guards flanked a set of stairs leading up to the 2nd level, but they let us pass without more than a glance at Rat-tail when he led us through. The 4 behind me peeled off, leaving just the 2 in front and myself. I mentally tracked the boy's mana as he walked away, but he didn't linger in the building and was underground again soon after we'd finished climbing the stairs. We went up 2 flights and stopped 1 level from the top. There, I lost the other man from my escort, leaving me with just Rat-tail for the moment.
Right through here,
he told me, gesturing toward a door right across from the stairs. There were 6 sources of mana behind that door, assuming there were no wards to hide anything. Thus far, I'd seen no sign of any sort of magical protections, but if they were going to be anywhere, this was the place. I sent out a quick pulse of life sense, which matched what my mana perception was telling me, and then prepared a conjuration that would send an explosion of force darts out in every direction and held it primed in my mind, just in case there were any surprises. Rat-tail opened the door and led me into an antechamber past 2 more guards with what looked like sledgehammers held in their hands. They flanked the door on either side, and other than glancing over at Rat-tail as he walked through, they were motionless and silent. I walked past them into the main part of the room. The man I assumed was Blue Rat was sitting with his feet up on a desk that had obviously been made with magic. It looked to be carved entirely from a single piece of wood, but a tree that size would have dwarfed anything I'd seen growing in the wastes, including the old growth in the valley I'd relocated my family to. No doubt it was meant to be an ostentatious show of wealth, but I'd seen 1,000-pound statues made of pure gold and entire palaces constructed out of crystallized mana. A wood-warped desk wasn't going to impress me. Rattail gave him a quick bow and backed out of the room. The others ignored him as he left.
So, you're the one who did the enforcers?
The man asked.
Shit, you don't look like much.
Blue Rat? I asked, ignoring the question.
That's me. Who are you?
Kieran. A pair of women were lounging on an overly padded couch pressed up against the wall to my right. One of them leaned forward, the movement drawing attention from Blue Rat and me, though for different reasons. For me, I was on edge, not precisely expecting an attack, but ready to handle it if one came. For Blue Rat, I had no doubt the ample cleavage practically spilling out of her low-cut top was what drew his eyes.
He's adorable!
She practically squealed. The other woman, a tall, slim lady with her hair cut into a straight, no-nonsense bob, looked up from a book she was reading, glanced once at me, then rolled her eyes and ignored us. When her friend didn't get the reaction she wanted, she grabbed the book reader's shoulder and shook her.
Look, Mayumi, he's so tiny! So what?
She asked, not looking up again.
Ladies, if you don't mind,
Blue Rat said, an edge in his voice.
Sorry, Bluey.
Do not call me that.
I still had the Force Blast spell primed in my mind, but no one seemed all that threatening so far. There was, however, one more person I hadn't gotten a chance to gauge yet. He was standing in the back corner, behind Blue Rat. Of all the people in the room, he was the most interesting to me. He didn't have more mana than anyone else, but he was wearing a mask enchanted to repulse attention. No one else in the room looked in his direction or acknowledged his existence in any way. I wondered if they even knew he was there. He was short for an adult, just barely over 5 feet tall. From what I could tell behind the mask, he'd shaved his head, and he was covered from neck on down in plain, somber browns, typical desert clothes, that even included a pair of gloves. I spotted a knife on a belt sheath and a brace of what appeared to be throwing needles strapped to one forearm. His eyes were a sharp, piercing blue that were locked on me.
You're a mage?
Blue Rat asked, drawing my attention back to him. Does it matter?
Little bit, yeah. If you're not a mage, then I find it hard to believe you raided an enforcer tower. If you are a mage, then I find it hard to believe that you're as young as you look.
I am a mage, and I'm not as young as I look, I told him. Why don't we get to the point of this meeting? You want something. Something ugly lurked behind Blue Rat's eyes, something cruel. Here was a man who wouldn't balk at killing children or anyone else that got in his way. I'd seen his type before. He'd be dangerous if he had a lick of real power, but resources were too scarce to allow people like him to grow. Anyone with any sense knew better than to teach someone like him magic, lest he inevitably turn it on them. Blue Rat was left with nothing but what he could scavenge from those too weak to fight back. It was probably my apparent age that made him target me. Whatever he wanted, he thought he could bully me into giving it to him. I gave it even odds between me ending up getting what I wanted from him and me ending up killing everyone in the room before I left empty-handed. My eyes didn't quite flick to the silent bodyguard in the back corner again, but only through an effort of sheer will.
Your little stunt, if it really was you, is causing me problems. I've got 1,000 enforcers up my ass,
busting my men on the streets, confiscating my merchandise, disrupting my operations, Blue Rat said. But hey, I know it wasn't your fault. You weren't trying to make my life difficult, so I'm willing to let it slide. I just want you to do one thing for me. You see, I run this part of the city's underworld, but I'm sharing Darrow with 16 other guys just like me, and the ones nearby, they're laughing their asses off. So, I want you to do what you did to the East Tower again over in their territories. I want to be the one laughing. Only, I want you to do it when I say, so I can take over their areas. You want me to kill a few dozen enforcers in their homes, I said. Okay, I could. What's in it for me? Blue Rat laughed and spread his hands. What do you want? I want into the inner city, I said. You've got people all over the old sewer tunnels. You must know one that goes under the wall. Ah, the gang leader said. Now that I think I could help you with. Let's talk specifics. Chapter 40. Blue Rat snapped a finger and pointed at the couch. Map, he said. The book reader, Miyumi, sighed and stood up. I glanced at the book she left behind on a couch just to see the title, The Restless Duchess and the Errant Knight, and blinked. That wasn't a sword on the cover. Why would she be reading something like that in a room full of other people? Miyumi opened up a cabinet to the side of the couch and rifled through it for a moment before withdrawing a scroll. She plopped it in front of Blue Rat, then resumed her place on the couch and opened her book back up. Blue Rat spread the scroll wide open and beckoned me closer. I could just barely see over the top of the desk and ended up levitating myself a foot into the air, causing the man in the back corner to shift slightly. Blue Rat leaned back in surprise, then laughed. That's a neat trick, he said. Must be helpful for reaching things on the top shelf. It has its uses, I said. The city was drawn on the parchment, and in astonishing detail. Individual streets were labeled, as well as important buildings like the reliquaries and enforcer towers. I saw a few other sections labeled with things like schools, hospitals, and something they called water control, which, judging from its position near a river at the west side of the city, probably had control over the city's wells in some way. The inner city, on the other hand, was a blank circle. Whatever went on in there, Blue Rat didn't know any more about it than anyone else did. However, the map also included a set of pale yellow lines that, unless I completely missed my guess, were the city's sewer tunnels. They ran underground like a jagged spiderweb, full of gaps and isolated sections. I spotted 3 different lines that ran up to the wall, the closest of which was right underneath a place called Flanders Street, which ran directly north and south from a market square in the North District. It passed right under the reliquary there, which would make it extremely easy to find with such obvious landmarks. The map didn't show a way into the sewer tunnels there, but that didn't matter to me. I'd make my own entrance if I needed to. One small hole bored 10 feet straight down would take almost no mana compared to the task of burrowing hundreds of feet underground, and was far less likely to be detected by any wards on the wall, since I wouldn't be using magic to dig directly beneath them. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that he'd just given me exactly what I wanted, Blue Rat started pointing out various enforcer towers. This one here first, tomorrow, and then in a few days, this one here. Depending on how well Grimkin's boys react to the chaos, we might need you to take out a third one here. I ignored the towers he was pointing to and scanned the rest of the map for landmarks that would guide me to the other sewer tunnels running directly up the inner wall, just in case the first one didn't pan out for me. The one I'd used when I'd found Freak's lab wasn't on the map, proving that just because it only showed the 3 didn't mean that's all there were to be found. I'd investigate the information, but if it failed to lead to an easy way in, I wasn't out of options. The only question left in my mind was whether to go along with Blue Rat for now, then walk away once I was clear of the building, or if I should just kill him now and head off any future problems he might cause me. If I did kill him, I'd want to take care of the guard with the enchanted mask as well. I did not need someone like that hunting me down. Then I'd need to worry about some idiot trying to get revenge on me, which meant killing everyone in the room to eliminate witnesses, then using a spell like Shadow Leap to leave the gang's hideout without anyone seeing me. I had the mana for it, but I'd be leaving myself vulnerable for at least the next day while I built my reserves back up. It still might have been worth it, but the more I thought about the whole bizarre scenario, the more certain I became that this was some sort of trap. No one who got to the point of controlling an entire section of the city with 100 people or more reporting to him could possibly be that stupid. I'd told him what I wanted, and he was just giving it to me. On the surface, there was nothing preventing me from just walking away. Darrow was a big city, at least in terms of sheer physical size, and I doubted Blue Rat's men would be able to effectively search for me in some other gang's territory. So, what was the catch? It almost seemed like it had to be the masked man. It seemed clear he was supposed to be some sort of hidden defense against me. There was no other reason to act as confident as Blue Rat was right now when talking to a person he believed had killed 24 adepts without getting caught. Nobody had so much as glanced in the masked man's direction, which meant either they were all fantastic actors, or that the enchantment was strong enough that it was working on everyone in the room except me.
Kieran,
Blue Rat said. What?
Can you do this?
I can, I said, but I won't. It's way too much work for just a bit of information that you're already giving me right now.
Call it a gesture of goodwill,
the gang leader said.
I know you could kill everyone in this room. There's nothing any of us could do to stop you. Besides, how could I have known you'd want to know about tunnels under the wall before now?
Because that little boy who'd been with Tanner knew what I'd named as my price, and he was working for Blue Rat now. The more I thought about it, the more the whole conversation seemed staged. Everything was playing out a bit too conveniently for me. Blue Rat's attitude didn't line up with his actions. He didn't believe his own words. Was it because of his secret bodyguard? Or did he have another trick waiting for me? There could be some sort of mechanical trap I hadn't spotted that he thought would riddle me with crossbow bolts or poisoned darts. Just because they'd fail utterly against me didn't mean Blue Rat wouldn't have faith in them. On the other hand, a few people had tried to grab me and missed because of my shield ward. It was possible, but unlikely, that Blue Rat knew about it. I already knew the concept wasn't unknown here. I'd collected belts inscribed with weaker versions of it from the mages who'd come to the village a few months back. And the presence of the masked man indicated Blue Rat had at least some access to magic. So the plan is to just give me what I want and hope I go along with what's frankly a ridiculous amount of work to repay you?
From what I've heard, you're a man of your word. So to speak.
There were too many possibilities here, and I didn't have enough information to pare them down. Blue Rat was obviously trying to run some kind of game on me, and I had a feeling if I tried to ignore him, he'd crop back up at the worst possible moment sometime down the line. I estimated my reserves, good enough for about 50 seconds before I was completely tapped. I'd give myself 10, maybe 15. While I was constructing the spell, I asked, "And if I decide not to go along with this murder spree you're planning out?" Mind Read was a difficult and expensive spell, not one I would have attempted under normal circumstances. But with at least one person in the room who had some sensitivity to mana, I was limited to divinations and invocations if I wanted to be discreet.
Come on, kid. I just need proof that you're the one who did the enforcers in. No fucking way am I taking this to Velvet if I don't know for sure. Either agree to it, or walk away and fight your way through the sewer tunnels I marked for you. Either way, I'll know what you're made of.
Velvet sounded like an assumed name. It reminded me of the nicknames Noctra and Iskara had used for each other, Nocturne and Perfidy. Even Freak had been an assumed name, and all three of them had been a member of the cabal I was actively hunting. Perhaps they were now hunting me in turn. That wasn't surprising, nor was it hard to make a connection between someone slaughtering an entire base of enforcers and a powerful mage appearing in the same day. 1 tower, I said, and no more than 10 enforcers. Pick a smaller one that's not staffed very well. We'll do it tomorrow, and after that, I'm gone into one of those tunnels on my way to the inner city. There was no way in hell I was taking out another enforcer tower, but I'd learned what I needed to know from this meeting. The sewer tunnels were going to be well guarded, which wasn't a deal breaker in and of itself, but I needed to figure out who this Velvet was, and if I wanted to lure them to me through Blue Rat. Deal, the gang leader said, flashing me what he probably assumed was a charming grin. He jabbed a finger down at the map and said, "This one. Noon. Tomorrow." I pretended to study the location for a moment, then nodded. Blue Rat, if you try to screw me on this, I'll make you regret it, I said. Ha! As you say. You take out this tower for me, and I will get you a personal escort through the sewers. We know these tunnels. We know the dangers. We'll get you through, safe, on the other side. I didn't need to read his mind to know he was lying. Everyone in the room probably knew, even the woman reading some sort of erotic fiction while her boss plotted to kill me. I had not missed dealing with situations like this. What I did miss was having so much mana that I could rip the entire story out of his head before killing him, then teleporting straight to this Velvet person and neutralizing them too. Oh, I could still do it, but it would take me something like 3 months to build up the mana supply, and I'd need a few extra mana crystals just as big as the one I was currently using to hold it all. I had a long way to go before I regained access to my old levels of power, let alone before I could use them casually when this kind of stuff came up. I let myself be escorted out of the gang's hideout and pretended not to notice the masked man following me. Once I was back on the streets, I started walking in the direction of the enforcer tower I'd agreed to take care of while I searched for what I needed. A few blocks later, I spotted it. The combination of run down enough to be unoccupied but still having ground-level access was not common in Darrow. But I spotted a building that looked like the back half had collapsed in on itself, taking the majority of the roof with it. That still left a room's worth of space near the empty archway that marked the front door for me to work with. I darted inside, still tracking my masked pursuer's progress through the feel of his mana, and started winding my way through the piles of rubble until I was out of sight of the door. Then I sat down on a stone and waited to see if the man would follow me in. He took longer than I thought to take the bait. After the 3rd time he circled the building, I thought I might have to rethink my plan, but eventually he must have decided I'd used a secret exit or something and came in to investigate. I pretended to be absorbed in the rough city map I'd drawn in the loose sand with my finger as a cover, and waited for him to take up a discreet position out of the way of my exit, which would allow him to still keep an eye on me. A minute later, I stood up, destroyed my fake map by dragging my feet through it a few times to scuff up the sand, and walked past him. Just as I went by, I casually reached a hand out to discharge a paralyzing grasp spell into the man's leg. To my surprise, he faded backward a step, avoiding the touch. Our eyes met, and his widened in shock. Chapter 41. It took the masked man a fraction of a second to realize the enchantment wasn't working on me, and he immediately responded with violence. His legs snapped up in a roundhouse kick headed directly for my face, not a stretch to reach that height when I was so short. It was so fast that there was no way I could have dodged it either. I barely even recognized the movement before it reached me. My shield ward knocked him back, throwing him off balance from the unexpected resistance. I chased after him, but even surprised he was taller, faster, and apparently trained in hand-to-hand combat. He hopped back a step to avoid me grabbing hold of him. I tried again, but there was no way I was going to make contact, not without cheating. Stone Shape was not a combat spell. It took far too much time to get the magic going, and honestly, it was overkill anyway. Transmutations could be effective with proper preparation, but there was a much easier spell that could accomplish my goals. It took 1 second to cast Stone Needle instead. The conjuration shot a thin pillar of stone with a tapered tip straight out of the ground into the masked man's back, or at least it would have if he hadn't pivoted to the side. The needles from that spell disappeared after a few seconds, but that was more than long enough for me to cast the spell twice more. Caught between the 3 thin pillars of stone shooting up and around him at different angles, the man had nowhere to go but forward. He still almost got away by flushing mana into his muscles and leaping straight up over my head. But all I needed to do to win was touch him, just once. I smacked my hand against his foot and discharged the paralyzing grasp spell I'd been holding on to, then took a step back to let the man slide off my shield ward and land on the ground. "Hi," I said as I squatted down next to him. The mask was held in place with a leather strap, which I worked free of the cinch so that I could pull it off him. "This is a neat toy, but I'm guessing whoever gave it to you didn't tell you about the weakness of this kind of enchantment. You see, it works fantastic to get people to not notice you, the person wearing it. But for anyone with any real ability to sense mana, it's like a beacon drawing attention to the mask itself." The now unmasked man twitched slightly but didn't respond. That was fine. I just needed him to be awake for this part, and the paralyzing muscle spasms would wear off in 10 or 15 minutes. That was more than enough time to roll him onto his back and cast Stone Shape. Thick bands of rock emerged out of the floor at my direction, securing his arms and legs in place. More bands came down from either shoulder and circled under his armpits to hold his chest down, and I used 2 more on his neck and head. I probably didn't need 20 individual restraints to keep the man in place, but I'd already cast the spell, and it barely cost any extra mana to go overboard on it. With the amount of mana he had left in him, he wasn't breaking out through brute force alone. Part of me wanted to use Mana Drain to steal that away too, but I wouldn't get enough from him to cover half the cost of the spell. "Right, where was I?" I said after I finished binding him in place. "Oh yes, the mask. Interesting enchantment, but since whoever made it didn't include a way to hide the mana, it's kind of like having a bright light on your face to everyone who can sense that kind of stuff. It makes it very hard for the enchantment to do its job of forcing me to forget that I noticed you. But don't worry, I'm going to remove all the mana from it anyway." Unlike people, enchantments could be drained at no cost to myself, and this one had a lot. It wouldn't make up for all the mana I had burned on that well-timed mind read, but it more than compensated for what I'd used capturing this man. I got back a good 3 cores worth of mana, then dropped the mask on the ground. Depending on what I learned from the man who'd been wearing it, I might use it as a focus for future divinations to find who made it, but that would come later. Based on your twitchiness, I'm estimating that the spell I tagged you with is going to wear off in the next 2 or 3 minutes, at which time I'm going to start asking you some questions. It would be much easier for the both of us if you answered them honestly and fully. But if you don't want to cooperate, well, I understand. That's why I picked this place to ambush you. And believe me, I just took enough mana out of the enchantment on the mask to block any noise from escaping for a good long while. In actuality, a good long while was only half an hour before I had to dip into my reserves, less if I counted the mana spent subduing and restraining the man. He didn't need to know that, though. I didn't want him thinking if he just held out for so long that he'd win. Once paralyzing grasp wore off, I said, "So, let's get started here. First question. Who do you work for? Blue Rat or someone else?" The unmasked man glared at me but stayed silent. "Okay, let's try again. How about, who made the mask? I can figure that one out myself, but it'd save me a little time if you tell me."
"Demon child,"
he spat out. I nodded. I've been called worse. I cast Aura of Silence, then yelled at the top of my lungs. "I just want you to know that no one more than a few feet away from me can hear a word of this. Scream as much as you want." I cast the first of what was sure to be many mind spikes on the man. It took 12 minutes to break him. I had to be careful not to overload his brain with too much pain at once, but I got the job done. However distasteful torture might be, I wasn't so squeamish that I'd shy away from it. The man tried to lie to me just once, about halfway through, and claimed to be a spy for one of Blue Rat's rivals. I didn't even need mind reading to confirm that wasn't true. The idea only barely made sense to begin with, and not at all once I reminded him that people who were sensitive to mana could see him through his mask, and pointed out that Rattail, who'd escorted me to Blue Rat's office, had been just such a person. "So, who are you really?" I asked after he recovered from the mind spike.
"Yano,"
he said.
"My name is Yano. I'm an aide for Lord Velvet."
And who is Velvet? Yano went quiet on me again when I asked him that, but he gave in eventually. At that point, the dam broke, and secrets started spilling out of him as fast as I could gather them.
"He's a member of the Wolfpack Cabal from the inner city,"
Yano told me.
"He handles a lot of the city's governance. I don't know the details, just that my position is to go between various gangs and guilds on his behalf, gathering information, taxes, giving out instructions. They're looking for you, want to ask you some questions. Blue Rat wanted to make sure you were the right kid before he told Lord Velvet."
"And the sewer access points? Are those real?"
"I don't know," Yano babbled. "Please, I promise I'm not lying. I don't know. I only ever use the gates in and out of the city. I think if they were real, someone would have destroyed those tunnels a long time ago. I wouldn't expect to find anything like that anywhere."
Freak's tunnel system had certainly stretched to the outer city, but I believed Yano thought he was telling the truth. That one was a bit of an unusual circumstance anyway, what with the whole giant underground death lake. I wondered how much he'd paid those smugglers to brave a trip across that repeatedly. It was probably a waste of time to go looking into those other tunnels on the map then. I mentally shuffled them down to the bottom of my priority list, only to be explored if all other options failed. I might still consider them before using Freak's Lake Tunnel again, since someone had found my teleportation beacon down there, and Yano had confirmed that the Wolfpack was looking for a child specifically. On the other hand, there was still at least one giant fish monster waiting to be harvested. Tell me about the Cabal, I said. Velvet is your boss. He keeps you organized. So he's up there in the hierarchy? Who's his boss? Who are his subordinates?
I don't know, Yano said. I don't meet with any of them, just Lord Velvet. I don't even know who his other operatives are.
How about a guy named Sibilant? I asked. Noctra and Iskara had mentioned that name months ago as someone she reported back to. Yano just shook his head. That wasn't surprising. Informational security was important for any clandestine organization. If the Wolfpack ran the city, they were doing it from the shadows. I wasn't really sure why they'd set themselves up that way, given that they seemed to be the top authority in Darrow. At least, they were in the outer city. I really needed to get a good look beyond those walls and see what it was like there. Next question, I said. I reached down and scooped up the mask. Who made this for you?
Lord Velvet gave it to me,
he said immediately. And he made it? I asked.
I don't know where he got it from.
How long have you been using it?
A week, maybe 10 days?
That was long enough that an object reading spell would place Yano firmly as its owner. But I could get past him and see who'd had it earlier. Maybe I could even glean a bit of information about this Velvet character. You're not a mage, are you? I asked, changing the topic.
No?
Yano seemed confused. Adept?
No. I only know how to turn the mask on and off.
Now came the important question. I'd been spot-checking him with mind read every few questions, just for a second here and there. It was too expensive to use casually, but I didn't have anyone else to check his answers against. Every second of mind reading cost me an hour regenerating the mana for it. But for this question, I needed to know for sure. You know how mages are made? I asked.
What kind of question is that? Everyone knows. Who cares? Just answer the little psycho before he uses that spell on me again. The spirits grant their blessings to someone at the end of a ritual. I'm sorry, I don't know the specifics of how the ritual is performed.
That was more or less the same answer my father had given me. It was the same answer I'd gotten from every person I'd talked to about it, and every book about magic I'd been able to find. If Yano believed it too, then I didn't have a lot of choice but to accept that nobody outside of the Cabal itself was likely to know. They might not have a clue either. I'd find out once I caught one a bit less dangerous than Freak had been and asked some questions. Perhaps Velvet would give me the answers I needed. I am feeling merciful today, Yano, I said. You've told me everything I wanted to know.
Then you'll let me go?
He asked, his voice mixed parts hope and disbelief. No, I said, but you won't feel a thing. I wasted the mana to cast Sleep on him, then used Stone Shape to tighten the band around his throat until he died. The ground opened up for him, and I smoothed it flat after he was buried. Chapter 42. I spent the next few hours slowly circling the entire city, doing my best to stay within a block or two of the wall. I ran into some problems on the west side of the city, which was apparently the richest outer wall area. It was more heavily patrolled by enforcers and even had quite a few regular non-baton holding guards. People were cleaner and dressed in better clothes, and the number of abandoned and ruined buildings cut drastically the farther west I went. I stood out starkly on that side of the city. My own clothes were clean, but they were old, worn out, threadbare, and torn in places. I was also a small child, unattended and wandering the streets alone. That didn't fly in the more affluent neighborhoods, and it drew enough unwanted attention to me that I ended up diverting my course back out of the district and circling the long way around near the edge of the city where I drew less attention. I didn't find what I was looking for, but I did have plenty of time to think. When I'd first come to Darrow, I'd felt a lot of pressure to act quickly and decisively, but with my family finally out of harm's way, I could reevaluate my timetable. I'd been acting as if I were in a race to tie up the Wolfpack's attention in an attempt to keep them from dispatching more of their agents to Arcanist. That would be a shame if it happened now, but I wasn't quite so willing to risk my own life rushing forward to save those of the village. I'd allowed myself a month to prepare for my trip to Darrow, and while I felt I'd done well, I'd taken some risks that could have been mitigated with another few weeks of preparation, and a bit more selfishness with my mana. For one thing, I needed a significantly larger mana crystal so that I could properly harvest the spoils of my battles. If I'd had that, I could have banked far more of the mana I'd taken from Freak's lab instead of feeding it into that mana battery. It was incredibly inefficient to use it the way I had, and I'd barely left enough mana behind to keep the enchantments in the house going for a few weeks without being recharged. I also needed to focus more on my plan to raid the repositories to speed up my own growth. It was less necessary now since I'd already begun my probe into the inner city, but the mana stored in those buildings would still be useful to me. Besides, it was always a good idea to deny an enemy their resources. It was tempting to just hunker down, spend a week or two generating the mana I needed to bring myself back to maximum capacity, and fly over the top of the wall. It would almost certainly trigger some sort of defense, but if I was completely topped off, I thought I had a good chance of fighting my way through and dispelling any tracers that might latch onto me. If I could have guaranteed myself a good hiding place in the inner city, I would have already begun preparations. Instead, I did my slow circuit around the city, ending it on the south side near the grow room Hyago's gang had created. It looked like that was going to be my only way in after all, unless those trapped tunnels actually went where they were supposed to. Since that seemed unlikely to be the case, I'd just need to be careful of any traps Freak's Cabal mates had left behind for me. On the bright side, going in that way would likely allow me to top my own reserves off with a little fishing trip, and then I could recover my monitoring enchantment along the way. Before I descended back underground, I took the time to work some magic on the mask I'd taken from Yano. It was an interesting piece, carved from a single piece of wood and painted black. 2 eye holes and a single slit under the nose were the only holes in it. It was far too big for me to wear, not that I had much reason to try, since I'd already stripped the enchantment for mana. Object reading gave me very little in the way of useful information, since I was fighting to get past the Yano layer of ownership. Whoever he'd gotten it from hadn't had it for very long. I got some vague impressions of a tall, handsome man with long hair, styled in some elaborate braids, who was dressed in something that wouldn't have been out of place in a noble court. Yano had met him at a castle in the inner city, one I was confident I could find once I found my way past the wall again. That nobleman, presumably Velvet, only had possession of the mask for a few days. He'd gotten it from someone else, another mage. Things got muddled from there as the mask broke down into the individual components that mage used to create them. He was a stocky man with a thick beard and burn scars from metal splatter all over one arm. The only vision I was able to pull from the mask was the crafter hunched over a workbench, painting over the plain wood of the mask with a thick brush. Once I'd extracted everything useful from the mask, I destroyed it with a burst of fire, then finished my circuit. It ended in an abandoned shop in the southern district. A 2-story building with far too many shelves built into the walls to be anything but a place designed to display goods and wares. That, coupled with the stone framework for a counter that had probably once been mostly glass, told me I was settling in the ruins of a store for the night. I set up the bare minimum detection and obfuscation wards, enough to let me know if anyone entered the building and to protect me from any sort of scrying. I stepped outside my wards and had a brief conversation with my father on my mirror, just long enough to assure him that everything was fine and that I was still working diligently on a solution to the problem. I dreamed of summoning meteors from the sky to pummel the wall, then cleaving my enemies in two with a single flick of my wrist. Such spells existed. I knew the secrets to casting them. In my dreams, I had all the mana I could need. I woke up feeling vaguely annoyed. My lack of mana was like an abscess in a bad tooth. I couldn't help but be aware of it at all times, couldn't stop myself from continually prodding at my mana core for signs of growth. The ointment of aging I used every morning was only going to last another week or so, and so far I couldn't tell if it was making any difference. I'd need about 6 days to bring my mana reserves to maximum if I did it myself, but only about an hour or two if I went down to that lake and hunted that other big fish monster. It was a bit of a gamble, but I suspected no one wanted to tangle with the things living in that lake if they didn't have to, which meant that any mages from the inner wall probably wouldn't have crossed over to the other side to trap the outer wall portion of the sewers. I could be wrong, of course. They might have known where the other end came out and just walked out one of the gates connecting the inner and outer city, laid their traps, and then went home to wait for me to stumble into them like an idiot. But I had a suspicion that Freak's secret smuggling tunnel might have been so secret that not even the rest of the Cabal knew about it. The things he'd been making in his labs were considered indecent, even back in my time. I didn't need to go through that grow room again to access it. Instead, I found a nearby sewer tunnel that only had about 20 feet of dirt to dig through and made my own connecting passage. No doubt someone would discover it eventually, but with their weird rules about bringing light into the sewers, I didn't think it would happen anytime soon. Once I was in the sewers, I kept my own light down to almost nothing, and made use of a pair of ward scanner spells to sweep the tunnels for traps. Everything came back clear, and my own sense for mana let me know that there was nobody down in the sewers with me. With nothing but my own memory to guide me, I made my way back to the lake. I could feel the monsters in the water, deep down near the edge of my perception. None of them were the big one I was looking for, but I knew how to bring it to the surface. I sent my orb of light skimming across the black opaque surface of the water and waited. Smaller monsters showed up to investigate, but none of them breached the water, and my light was left to dangle uselessly. Failed bait. I wondered if the fish monster had learned from the death of its companion. It hadn't struck me as particularly intelligent, so perhaps there was a simpler solution. Maybe it was asleep. Or maybe someone else had beaten me to the harvest. I released 3 more orbs and set them to rotating in a slow circle hundreds of feet wide while I considered what to do next. I could cross the lake anyway, but I'd planned on refilling my mana crystal to its maximum before moving forward. If I had to fight someone on Freak's level again with my current reserves, well, I'd still win, but it would be a much more difficult fight. If 2 mages came at me at the same time, however, I'd be forced to retreat. I cut my deliberation short when something appeared at the edge of my mana sense in the water. It was big, and it was full of mana. I smiled. It appeared I'd just been a bit too impatient. I'd never been much of a fisherman in my past life, and that quality had carried over. My reserves were just large enough to cast Rupture Core with a bit of mana left over to keep me in the air, though I'd be relying on levitation and momentum to carry me out into the open water. If things didn't go according to plan, I'd be swimming back to shore. The fish monster breached the surface in an explosion of water that echoed across the lake and snapped at one of my light orbs. It danced away, and, predictably, the monster gave chase. As soon as I could get it to come, I led it closer to my side of the lake, then took a running start and leaped into the air while casting levitation to float up and out 30 feet past the edge of the water. "Come on up," I muttered. "Get close so I can catch you." Without my mana sense, I wouldn't have known it was coming, and likely I would have been eaten then and there. That would have been a pain to get free from, but it didn't come to that. Just as the colossal fish monster started to leap out of the water, my spell hit it and split its core apart. I hummed happily to myself as I got to work collecting the mana spilling uncontrolled from its broken core, while the fish convulsed in pain. It was hardly a humane death, but I'd hit my quota for those this year already, and I recalled how hard it had been to seriously injure the first one of these I'd killed. While I worked, I wondered if there might be a third one in the lake I could come back for when I needed another refill. But if so, it didn't make itself known. A few minutes later, I touched down on the far side of the lake, my mana crystal and all of my various trinkets completely charged with mana. Idly, I noted that the boat on the north side of the lake was missing from its dock, most likely a sign that someone had come through here after all. There was a time for haste, and there was a time for caution. This was the latter. Carefully, I started making my way toward the underground lab where I'd left my monitoring spell. Chapter 43. Whoever set the traps around Freak's lair wasn't very good at it. They were enthusiastic, though, I'd give them that. After disarming the 12th trap in the same tunnel, I had to wonder if it wasn't some sort of strategy designed to waste an intruder's time and try their patience. Eventually, I made my way back to the former menagerie and collected my surveillance monitoring enchantment. It showed me 2 women crawling all over the place and apparently arguing with each other, but I didn't take the time to actually listen to the conversation yet. That would come later, when I was secure behind some wards of my own, and not in a place that my enemy might conceivably return to for unrelated reasons and find me. I didn't have any other reason to stick around in Freak's old lab. The mana I'd stolen from the various traps, presumably laid out by the 2 bickering women who'd combed the area for clues, had been more than enough to recover from flying across the lake, and my various divinations. Which meant it was time for the most dangerous part of my infiltration. First contact. The exit I'd planned on using to get back up to the surface inside the wall was gone. I assumed the 2 women who'd investigated Freak's lair had collapsed it upon discovery, but that was a minor hurdle. Earth sense gave me more than enough information to come up into a building, though it did take me several minutes to excavate my own tunnel, levitate up, and seal it behind me. I left a shallow skin of dirt only 2 feet deep on either end, hiding the tunnel from casual inspection, but still allowing me to retreat through it quickly if I needed to. Finally, after all the setbacks and detours, I was inside the wall. I would need to be careful to avoid detection until I knew what I was dealing with, but I had a full mana crystal and probably several dozen more traps behind me that I could go drain if I ended up needing more. Short of the whole cabal coming down on my head, I was prepared to deal with any danger I might find. I'd met plenty of mages who believed in the power of aggressive force, of storming an enemy stronghold, blowing up anything or anyone who got in their way, and battering down distractions or hindrances to their targets with sheer brutality. Some of them were even strong enough to get away with it. But most mages who thought like that eventually underestimated someone and paid the ultimate price. That was why, when I finally made it beyond the inner wall, the first thing I did was sit in the cellar of the building I'd tunneled up to and scry my little heart out. This was no time to be stingy with mana, so I used ward-piercing scries, invisible scries, auditory scries, and tracing scries. That last one was targeted at the 2 women my surveillance enchantment had revealed to me, but unfortunately they weren't within the radius of the spell. Despite that one particular failure, I learned quite a bit in the 2 hours I spent studying the interior of the city. First, I got a look at the enchantments and inscriptions on the inner wall. My paranoia was only partially justified. Whoever controlled that wall would have known if I'd tried to fly over it or pass through it. They even would have known if any new tunnels had appeared underneath, which was why all the sewer tunnels terminated there. Somehow they didn't know about Freak's smuggling tunnel. Or maybe they did, since he was part of the cabal that I assumed had control of the city, and they just ignored it up until his death. To be fair, the lake made for a formidable defense against anyone trying to cross with magic. And I expected the smugglers had been trained on a very precise protocol for crossing by rowboat without attracting the attention of the lake's guardians. Passing through the walls anywhere but the gates tagged the intruder with an enchantment designed to announce their presence to the associated scrying spells. I could have removed it, but it would have taken me about 20 minutes. If I'd brute forced my way through the wall, it would have most likely resulted in a prolonged fight that ended with me retreating if I couldn't get enough time to work on breaking the tracer enchantment. However, now that I had a chance to observe the inscriptions on the backside of the wall and study exactly what the defenses were, I knew what I needed to do to bypass the alarms. It would be time-consuming and expensive, but if I absolutely had to, I could phase through the wall without anyone realizing it. That was the good news, such as it was. The bad news was that the inner city was, as expected, home to the wealthiest families and rife with magic. Enforcers regularly patrolled the streets, ones that were far, far better equipped than their co-workers outside the wall. I couldn't be sure just from my scrying alone, but I was betting the bracers they wore were enchanted with some sort of defensive magic. The storage crystals on their batons were twice as big, and the way their steps thudded against the ground made me think the boots were magic too. More important to me, the inner city was a lot like that district I'd run into in the west side of the outer city. People were well-dressed, clean, and healthy. There were no slums to skulk through, no orphans scrambling to survive. That wasn't to say the streets were teeming with the wealthy elite and their servants, of course. Despite being significantly smaller than the outer city, the inner city could have easily supported 10 times the number of people living there. It seemed Darrow's center was only for those who had the magic or the money to hold a place there. It wasn't exactly surprising, but it did mean that I'd have my work cut out for me if I wanted to blend in. It looked like my best option was going to be to wait for nightfall to start moving around. In the meantime, I had plenty of other options to explore. Unlike the outer city, it was worth it to spend mana learning the layout here. When I was done with that, I turned to my surveillance enchantment and sat down to go over the whole thing. That would keep me occupied for a few hours. The 2 women entered Freak's menagerie 3 days after our battle. They were preceded by a pair of light orbs, one of which looked more like a fireball than a light orb, and the women quickly split up to investigate.
Lots of blood over here.
The one with dark hair called out.
Got some here, too.
The light-haired one said.
So Freak's pet monster collection fought somebody. An intruder, though? Someone who is strong enough to win?
Lighthair said thoughtfully.
Who'd he piss off that bad?
Darkhair shrugged.
Probably abducted the wrong person's kid for his experiments or something. Well, I guess we're all done here. You've got the case wrapped up tight.
Lighthair said acidly.
Let's go tell Velvet so he'll know how thorough we've been.
There was that name again. Whoever Velvet was, he was important in the Cabal's hierarchy. If he wasn't Inner Circle material himself, he was at least the gateway to it. It wasn't uncommon to have someone whose whole job it was to deal with the weaker Cabal members so they weren't constantly taking up the time of the ones at the very top. The two snipped at each other for another minute until Lighthair started casting some sort of spell. Whatever she was doing, it took her almost 20 minutes of chanting to complete it. The whole time, Darkhair paced back and forth, little flickers of fire jumping up from her fingers repeatedly. I couldn't see the mana structure itself, but I could make some educated guesses based on the cadence of the chant and the time frame involved in casting it. Lengthy cast times almost invariably indicated someone trying to cast a spell that was beyond what they were comfortable with. If I assumed both women were mages capable of using intermediate-tier spells, that meant an advanced spell, most likely from the divination school. I didn't have to sit around for 20 minutes watching her work, thankfully. My own enchantment allowed me to view events at any speed or order I wanted, rather like flipping through a book to find the section I was looking to read. I simply skipped ahead a page at a time, skimmed a few words to confirm the spell was still ongoing, and eventually reached the point where Lighthair had finished.
First of all,
she said to Darkhair,
shut up.
Huh, preemptive shut-ups.
What was I right about?
It was a kid.
Seriously, whose kid? Who came to rescue them?
That's the thing,
Lighthair said.
No one came to rescue him. He fought Freak himself. The whole section of time is choppy as hell. Heavy mana interference. They were both slinging some serious magic, and the kid won. Freak is dead. And after he kicked it, the kid went around harvesting mana from everything else in the cages.
My eyebrows shot up. A temporal scry, even a weak one, was not something I'd expected based on the caliber of mage I'd seen so far. But upon closer inspection, I realized I couldn't credit Lighthair herself for it. There was a diviner's third eye amplifying her focus with divination spells hidden under her hair, the golden chain just barely visible in some spots, and the gem itself behind her bangs. I couldn't even begin to imagine where she'd gotten something like that from. It was well beyond any tools I'd seen anyone else using around here.
Where would someone like that even come from? Wait, you don't think...
That village Nocturne got himself exiled to. Remember that one transmission spell they sent back? About the kid who was showing people mana-controlling exercises.
That doesn't mean it's the same kid.
Darkhair argued.
Pretty big coincidences. You know Velvet hates coincidences.
I heard it was some child mage who took out the Enforcer Tower on the east side of the city, too.
Darkhair said.
Maybe we'll get lucky, and they'll send a swarm and Monolith to deal with it.
Lighthair said.
Maybe they'll send Velvet to deal with it himself.
Darkhair muttered.
Wouldn't mind it one bit if that prick got his skull caved in.
Darkhair didn't notice her companion's eyes flashing with anger at that statement, but I caught it clear as day. Lighthair was close to Velvet in some way. If I captured either of them, Darkhair would be the one to drag information out of. She'd give her boss up to save herself if it came down to it. I might even be able to turn her against the rest of the Cabal if she realized it'd be aligning herself with the winning side.
So, where'd the bodies go?
Darkhair asked, still oblivious to Lighthair's expression. With a moment of visible effort, the blonde woman smoothed her face out.
Doesn't really matter, does it? Come on, I want to see if I can figure out what all this kid stole from Freak's plant collection. Maybe I can take a guess at what he's trying to make and what he's missing. Might give us a lead on where to look for him.
Spirits save me, I hope so,
Darkhair said.
Last thing we need is to have to sort through every damn orphan kid in the city trying to find one particular boy.
The two women left the menagerie, but the enchantment had tagged them now, and I could follow their progress as they finished investigating the destruction of Freak's lab. The biggest surprise came when they discovered my theft of the mana battery. That prompted a new round of speculation, but nothing conclusive. My teleportation spell would also cause too much temporal static for them to get a good idea of how I'd left, beyond that it used a lot of magic. It would have been better if nobody had gone to check on Freak at all, but this was an acceptable result. The Cabal had learned more than I'd expected them to, but not enough that it would pose any sort of problem to continuing my work. Velvet remained my next target, and after I caught up with him, I'd see who his boss was. Someone around here was going to be educated enough to tell me just exactly what had happened in my absence. Chapter 44. I made a detour back down into the sewer tunnels to drain away more mana from the traps left behind. There wasn't a lot left, but I had time to kill while I waited for night so I could begin navigating toward the building I'd decided was most likely the home of Velvet. There were only so many that were large enough to be suitably castle-like, after all. Moving across the inner city would have been easier if I'd had a mask like the one I'd destroyed, but it also would have been prohibitively expensive. Keeping one or two people from noticing me was inside the realm of possibility, but the more people the enchantment had to affect, the faster the mana drained. There'd been a reason Yano had kept his hood up while he followed me. In all likelihood, he'd been using the mask specifically on just me. Trying to use it to walk completely undetected down a street full of people would have drained it dry in under a minute. That was why I'd waited for nightfall. It was easier to blend into the shadows and far less expensive to use mana to hide my movements, especially since there was only a single moon in the sky tonight. Even so, I had my doubts that I'd make it to what was practically a castle a mile away from my current location without being forced to expend large amounts of mana. People wrapped up their errands and chores and retired to their homes, but the enforcer presence actually increased after the sun went down. They marched along in groups of two with crude light orbs bobbing along in the air behind them, casting their shadows out into the streets as they patrolled their routes. I moved as quickly and silently as I could without the aid of magic, which was to say not really all that fast. Even at a dead sprint, I could barely match an adult's steady jogging speed. More than once, I was forced to scurry into an alleyway or around the corner of a house or business to dodge an incoming patrol. I'd wait a minute or two for them to go by, then continue on my way. If anyone had been using a dark vision spell to see beyond the range of their light orbs, I'd have needed a completely different approach. One that probably would have involved retreating for now, acquiring better clothes to blend in, and possibly creating my own attention-diverting enchantment to help me cross the distance to my destination. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. It took me the better part of an hour of creeping down the back streets and dodging enforcers, but eventually I reached the 4-story monstrosity of a building. I devoted a significant portion of my scrying efforts to mapping it out, mostly due to its size and the amount of security around it. Noctra's manor had been light on wards. There had been a few here and there, but for the most part, anyone who could pick a lock would have had the run of the place. The castle here was different. It had its own walls separating it from the rest of the inner city. Those were both warded and patrolled, similar to the repository I'd scoped out, and I planned on bypassing them with the same tactic. I was going to hand-shape the enchantment the guards had that exempted them from triggering the wards. That strategy would actually get me through quite a few wards inside as well, though my scrying had revealed a few places that would require different spells. One of those places was a rather large archive in the second-level sub-basement, which was going to be my first stop. I had an almost empty phantom space just itching to be stuffed to the brim with various pilfered books and treasures. Thoughts on how to penetrate the castle's defenses occupied my mind while I crossed the inner city, but once I actually arrived, I narrowed my focus down to the immediate problem. Ideally, I'd get in, take what I needed, and leave with no one the wiser. More realistically, I was probably about to kill a handful of people who had the simple misfortune of getting in my way. Unlike the streets, there were more than enough men to guard the entire length of wall without anyone having to patrol back and forth, which meant there were no gaps I could exploit to slip through. I still wanted to make it past unseen, if only because having the alarm raised 5 seconds after I got inside the castle was going to make everything else I did that much harder. I spent a few minutes scanning the length of the wall using a sharpened senses invocation, combined with dark vision, in hopes of finding an inattentive or even sleeping guard. I didn't find any. But I did find a section of wall that only had a single person there. That was about as weak a defense as I was going to find, and if I wasn't going to get lucky, I'd make an opening instead. It was easy to sneak up to the base of the wall. Guarding something like this place in the middle of a fortified city with no real enemies to speak of and 1,000 neighbors who probably knew better than to so much as glance at the castle when they walked by was boring enough to make even the most diligent soldier lazy. It was dark, and no one was expecting an attack. Once I got close enough to reach the lone guard 15 feet above me, I cast a sleep spell on him. Then I scaled the wall with a burst of magic, all the while holding the enchantment key stable in my mana pattern outside my core, and passed by the sleeping form. The lack of patrols meant I'd have some time before he was discovered, hopefully an hour or more. I went over the backside of the wall and into the courtyard undetected. There was no easy way to do the next part. I just needed to stick to the shadows, keep quiet, move quickly, and hope that no one noticed me crossing the open grass of the courtyard. At least it was soft grass that made no noise, rather than the typical prickly yellow scrub grass I'd grown accustomed to since my reincarnation. There were 2 trees in the courtyard, which was itself about 200 feet of open space from the wall to the building. Both trees were closer to me than my destination, which gave me some cover for the first half of the run, but left me wide open for the second half. No matter how I did it, there was going to be a spot where anyone who looked in my direction would see someone running across the lawn. Unless I used magic to cheat, that was. Shadow Cloak was my spell of choice for a nighttime infiltration, and the main reason I'd even waited until dark. It was relatively inexpensive, though still costly enough that I'd use an entire core of my mana every 5 minutes or so. It wasn't foolproof either, being only an intermediate tier conjuration that lasted precisely as long as I was willing to continue pouring mana into the spell structure to hold it steady. There were dozens of ways to see through it, but I didn't think it was likely that the guards here would have access to any of them. I took a deep breath and started my run. Really, the whole infiltration had gone far better than I'd had any right to expect. I'd made it inside the castle, successfully penetrating not 1 but 2 ward schemes, and, thanks to what was probably an excessive amount of precautionary scrying, I'd managed to reach the basement archive undetected. That was when I'd hit my first real snag. The archive was boxed in with a simple ward. The walls, ceiling, and floor were covered. That ward wouldn't stop anybody from entering, nor would it attempt to defend the contents. The setup was what was known as a tattler. All it did was tell somebody that someone had walked in. The easiest way to defeat it was to surround the entire tattler ward with another, larger ward that muffled the magic. Easy was not the same as cheap, however, and I would bankrupt myself in the process. I couldn't think of anything more foolish than standing in the middle of an enemy fortress without a lick of mana to defend myself with. That left the hard way, which was to starve the ward of mana. It was easiest to accomplish that by preventing anyone or anything from feeding it and waiting for the ward to fall on its own. But that could take weeks or even months. In some cases, wards could last for years. The ones I'd left on my own vaults would stand for about 3 centuries if nobody attacked them. Actively draining a ward was a whole different set of challenges under normal circumstances. Plenty of wards had traps built into them, designed to go off at the first sign of tampering, so draining a tattler without setting it off added another layer of complications to that task. Since all it did was alert someone that someone was using something in the warded area, they were notoriously trigger-happy. All said and done, it took me about 15 minutes to penetrate the ward scheme and find the portion of the spell that would send the signal to its owner. Then I ran into a new problem. The ward was hooked up to a ward stone, and draining it of power meant draining the entire stone. Disconnecting it wasn't possible without accessing the ward stone itself. The only remaining option was to bypass the ward, which was akin to passing through a net by stretching out the holes wide enough to accommodate me, while simultaneously making sure not to damage them in the slightest, since any snapped threads would trigger the alarm. It took more mana than I wanted, but I managed to gently pry a hole in the ward just large enough to block its coverage of the door. Then, while I was holding the ward open, I had to use another spell to unlock the door so I could slip inside. I closed the door behind me and relaxed my grip in the ward. It slowly settled back into place, smoothed out under my guidance. I watched it closely to ensure that it wasn't going to activate, wary since the whole point of a tattler ward was to alert somebody without letting the intruder know they'd been detected. Even someone with the ability to sense magic would have to keep a careful eye on the ward to ensure they hadn't tripped it. Only once I was finally convinced that I'd made it inside the ward box undetected did I allow myself to relax. As long as the owner of the castle didn't decide he needed something out of this room, I was practically guaranteed to remain hidden for as long as I wanted to stay here. I didn't plan to abuse that fact since I intended on taking anything that looked even mildly interesting. But it was good to know that I could take my time sorting through the archive. I conjured a ball of light and started reading through the titles. The first few shelves were boring administrative and clerical files, though a brief skim did reveal the mana taxes from a dozen small villages in the basin being organized and distributed. It made for a dry read, but there was a lot of information to be gleaned from those columns and numbers. I ran a finger along the spines of the reports until I got to the most recent year, then flipped it open. After a few minutes of skimming pages, I found what I was looking for. My home village, Arcanist, was reporting no mana, largely thanks to my actions, though it was only a small fraction of the total tax the Cabal was gathering. More importantly, 2 pages later, I found the list of how that mana was spent. Fully half was going to what I considered to be Outer Circle mages, of which there were 26. The other half, however, was divided up among a list of obvious code names. Swarm, 3%. Monolith, 3%. Ash, 4%. Echo, 8%, Weaver 21%, Velvet 12%, Freak 15%, Keeper 8%, Monarch 26%. I recognized 5 of those names. Flipping back a few months, I found Ebelnaut's name among the outer discipline list. He'd disappeared from the roster after I'd killed him, and a new name had been added to replace him. The outer circle wasn't important to me. If they were all of similar strength to the few I'd already killed, they wouldn't have the resources or power to hold the Cabal tighter, at least not at a level where it would be a credible threat. But those 9 names, those were the important ones. The real question was if the list was complete. I hadn't missed that Sibilant's name wasn't on the roster. Either he'd gotten himself killed, or his existence was secret. Flipping back through months of reports didn't reveal any sign of him either. Interesting, I said. Chapter 45. The archives hadn't held all the answers I'd hoped I'd find, but I had learned enough interesting information from them that it had been worth the effort to break in. There was a private library a few floors up attached to a suite of rooms I had planned to investigate, and if possible, I was going to drain the wardstone dry on my way out. That would most likely break it beyond repair, but that was just a bonus in my mind. There was one other spot I was interested in checking out. It was a room on the top floor, heavily warded, even more so than the archive room I was sitting in, and with things far more dangerous than a tattler ward. If I made a mistake getting through those wards, they'd do their best to kill me. Even my scrying spells hadn't had enough oomph to get through them, leaving me with only a hazy impression of the room's size and suspicions about its contents. It was going to be my second-to-last stop, just before the wardstone, in part because it was the most well-protected area in the castle, and in part because all of my scrying hadn't located the mage known as Velvet, and if he was in the castle, that was the only place left to look. My only proof I was in the right place came from the records I'd found here in the archive, and the hazy visions I'd gotten from object reading Yano's mask. And that didn't mean I was right about this castle belonging to Velvet. Even if it did, it was possible he just wasn't home. But I hadn't come this far just to give up because things got a bit harder to handle at the last step. My next task was to get back out of the archive without setting off the wards. For most wards, that would be considerably easier, since they were generally designed to keep things from getting in, not the other way around. In this case, tattlers only cared about things crossing the line of the ward, not about which direction they came from. I took my time browsing the rest of the archive, but there was little of interest left. I found a few stacks of beginner spell books and swiped them to read later. If I was lucky, they'd be of use to the fledgling apprentices I'd left at my new home. More realistically, they'd probably be full of awful advice, and I'd end up throwing them out. I also found some empty books waiting to be filled, and a supply of loose paper, pens, and ink. Those weren't terribly important, but I had wanted some supplies of my own, and I had the space. If I found something more interesting later and needed to reclaim that little corner of my phantom space, I'd just jettison them. For the time being, that was one chore I could cross off my list. Once I was sure there was nothing left of interest for me, I set about the tedious process of peeling back the ward so I could pass through it undetected, then gently sliding it back into place. After I was free, I started scrying ahead of me as I moved. It wasn't efficient, but since I was planning on recouping all my spent mana by draining the wardstone on my way out, I prioritized speed at this point. I charted a course that kept me from encountering anyone and dodged around as many wards as possible, though there were a few I was able to simply pass through by convincing them I was a member of the staff. I got a lucky break on the 3rd floor and ran into someone with a different type of ward key. She was somewhere between 15 and 20 years old, dressed in frills and lace, silk and jewelry. Whoever she was, she certainly looked important. Her core was almost completely full of mana, too. It was entirely possible she was a mage, in which case she'd likely be able to fight back against an enchantment spell like sleep. Her eyes widened when she spotted me, and she opened her mouth to say something. Before she could, I wrapped us both in an aura of silence. Whether she'd been about to call for help or cast a spell, I'd interrupted her. If she was a competent mage, she'd switch to something she could cast silently, and I'd trust in my shield ward to protect me. Either way, it took only a few seconds for me to put together the same strangling hand spell I'd used on the enforcers when I'd rescued Tanner. No amount of willpower was going to prevent her from going unconscious. While she drummed her heels silently against the carpeted floors, I forced open a nearby door heading into an empty sitting room and dragged her inside. By the time I closed the door behind us, she'd stopped fighting back. I pulled my staff out of my phantom space and cast sleep on her to keep her that way, once I was sure she wouldn't resist it. Then I released the strangling hand spell and gave her a once-over. The necklace was the ward key, but it was tuned specifically to her. Taking it would deprive her of access to specific areas of the house, but it wouldn't grant them to me. I swiped it anyway to make a copy that was attuned to me and to drain the mana later. She also had a bracelet that was enchanted to resist heat, though it was so weak that it took me a moment to realize it wasn't a defensive object. It was just to keep her cool when walking around outside. The ribbon in her hair was enchanted with a weak glamour designed to draw attention to its owner and cause mild infatuation. The effect was so slight that it would be hard to detect, which was probably the point. It would give an edge in a social situation, but it wouldn't warp people to her will. Now that I thought about it, that ribbon might have been what caused me to take notice of her as someone important in the first place. Lastly, a ring made of smooth, polished stone adorned her finger. It was a small mana crystal, maybe 5 times bigger than my own core. That would be harder to drain and probably not worth the effort. But it was interesting in that it looked to be far better crafted than any other mana crystals I'd come across since my rebirth. I took all of it, then hit her with a mana drain as well. Her core was 3 times bigger than mine and completely full, so even with the spell cost, I still gained plenty from draining her. Then I broke down the enchantments in everything except the ward key necklace as well. The heatsink bracelet was a neat idea, but people around here had no concept of efficient and elegant designs. My own shield ward did the exact same thing, except with a runic inscription that used 1/5 of the mana. It took me about 3 minutes to replicate the new ward key, which gave me access to everything the one I'd copied painstakingly from studying guards via scrying, as well as several other warded areas in the castle. That included the suites of rooms on this floor. Since one of those was my destination, this was a bit of a stroke of luck for me. I'd fully planned on breaking through the ward when I got there, but this would save me some time. I had one last complication to consider. Did I want to kill this woman? My first instinct was to say yes. She obviously lived here, she had a full core of mana, and might be a mage. That meant she had a connection to the wolf pack and was an enemy, at least indirectly. Presumably, if she'd been one of the inner circle with their code names, she wouldn't have been defeated quite so quickly and easily. But that didn't mean she wasn't someone important. Were there any advantages to keeping her alive? I might extract some information from her, but I couldn't take her with me, and this was hardly a secure room to work in. I could place some of my own wards to buy me some time, but if she was important and someone started missing her while we were busy, it could lead to being interrupted and pulled into a fight before I accomplished the rest of my goals. In the end, information was what I was here for. This woman looked important and might know things. It was worth it to spend some of the mana I took from her to question her. If it came down to a fight, well, there wasn't a lot of difference between one body and 10. I took a minute to set up a new aura of silence, this one shaped like a shell around us so that we could talk without being overheard, and broke my sleep spell. The woman's eyelids fluttered immediately, and she sat up with a gasp. She focused on me for an instant, then let out an ear-splitting shriek. I let that go on for a second before I got annoyed and used a cheap trick I'd learned many, many years ago. As it turned out, if there was no air, people couldn't speak, and elemental manipulation did a good enough job of pulling it away from someone's mouth that it was possible to momentarily gag someone who just couldn't shut up with a simple novice tier spell. It didn't work completely, of course. For one, it wasn't possible to form a complete vacuum with such a weak spell, so it was more a noise reducer than a silencer. For another, all a reasonably intelligent person needed to do was take a step in any direction to get clear of the effect. It was mostly useful for shock value, to let someone know that I was sick of hearing the sound of their voice. Surprisingly, this woman appeared to be familiar with the trick. She took a step back while staring daggers at me and said,
"Who do you think you are?"
"Kieran," I said.
"Kieran?"
She repeated.
"Am I supposed to recognize that name?"
I shrugged. "You asked." She drew herself up to stare down at me, then blinked in surprise and patted at her hair for her ribbon. I let a smirk curl my lips and said, "It wouldn't have worked on me anyway."
"I don't know what game you think you're playing here, little boy, but you just wait until I call the guards. My father will have you beaten bloody and raw for this."
She'd sure swung from terrified to overbearing in a hurry. I supposed that once the shock of the situation had left her, she'd recovered that famed noble arrogance so many of them possessed. The young ones especially thought they were invincible, that nothing bad could possibly happen to them. They were too smart, too strong, too wealthy. There would be consequences to anyone who dared raise a hand against them. They had guards and servants, and their families. This wasn't the first time I'd dealt with this attitude, and I'd always found a bit of violence worked wonderfully to adjust their opinions on their own mortality. I flicked a finger and sent a weak force dart into her stomach. The noble girl barely had a moment to recognize the magic as it flew through the air before she was thrown backwards to crash into a side table and sent sprawling to the floor.
"How dare you!"
She snarled at me with murder in her eyes. I suspected that was the point she realized there was no mana in her core. The fight seemed to drain out of her all at once, and the only move she made was to stand up, then flounce back down into a chair.
"Well,"
she said,
"you obviously want something. Go on then."
"I do have some questions, now that you mention it." Chapter 46. I studied the woman's sullen expression for a moment. Whatever was going through her head, she still wasn't afraid for her life. Probably the fact that the person menacing her was a 4-year-old contributed heavily to that lack of fear. My staff was so tall that I had to stand on my toes to touch the silver crook at the top. I wasn't exactly intimidating. Still, I would have thought the abduction, confiscation of her enchanted trinkets, and draining of her mana core would have drilled a bit of caution into her. Apparently, I was giving the girl too much credit. Even smacking her with a force dart hadn't done more than take the fight out of her. She'd been convinced that she couldn't beat me or escape, but not that her life was in danger. "Let's start with something simple," I said. "You live in this castle?"
Of course I do. Don't you even know where you are?
I took a few guesses when I picked this target. "Who's your father?"
Ronak Actalis, Patriarch of House Actalis.
She said with a sneer. Sure. Never heard of him. Does he go by any other names?"
Never heard of.
She cut herself off.
How did you even get in here?
"Irrelevant," I told her. "Is your father the mage known as Velvet?"
What? Never heard of anyone named that.
She said, catching herself a moment too late. I smiled. "Yes, you have."
No.
"So is he Velvet? I don't think he's Weaver, but I could be wrong."
I don't know what you're talking about.
The girl insisted. I spent some mana on Mind Read just for a few seconds to confirm what I already suspected.
Keep this little brat busy until the guards show up and run him through. Just deny until then.
That was a bit more vicious than I was expecting, but it wasn't exactly a surprise. I was an intruder, after all, one who'd already demonstrated my hostility toward her. In the interest of making my time here productive, I needed to hurry this along. "You're obviously lying about something, and if you think anyone is going to hear your scream, you should know I've got an aura of silence hanging around the room. Now, I'd prefer that you answer me honestly, but if you want to keep stringing me along, well..." I didn't take any pleasure from torturing people. There'd been a time, close to 2,000 years ago now, when I would have. I'd hated nobles like this girl, and it was with great satisfaction that I killed them in the most painful and messiest ways possible. Time and loss had tempered those tendencies until I'd grown in wisdom and realized how foolish all the hatred I'd carried around was. I'd made a conscious decision to invest my time and energy into more productive outlets. I'd been a kinder old man because I had the power to afford that luxury. With so many options open to me and centuries of accumulated wealth, it cost me very little to find alternate ways to get what I wanted if someone tried to oppose me. It was the rare day that I'd come into direct confrontation with anyone after I'd become widely known as Kirin of the Night Vale. I did not have that kind of power anymore. This girl might be innocent of any dealings with the wolf pack, but I wasn't sure, and she was doing a poor job of convincing me. For now, I'd use something that didn't leave any permanent damage. "This spell is called Mind Spike," I told her as I cast it. The girl, Suzalia, was much more pliable after a few rounds with my preferred torture spell. She did remarkably well at resisting the pain, but it seemed she hadn't been trained as a mage beyond learning how to activate the various enchanted trinkets she kept on her. That gave her some resistance to divination attacks, but without the discipline and willpower of a true mage, that only took her so far. I quickly got the truth out of her, at least insofar as she knew it. Her father was associated with the Wolfpack in some way, but she didn't know exactly what. Suzalia had met multiple members of the Cabal when they'd come to visit Lord Roanark, and was even able to identify the light and dark-haired women from my surveillance spell as Echo and Ash, respectively. The problem was that while she knew her father was involved with the Cabal, she didn't know how. I pressed her quite hard on that one, even going so far as to use more mana-up mind reading to confirm the truth. But she just assumed he was financially backing the Cabal in exchange for favorable treatment and assistance in the games that nobles played with each other. I didn't believe that for a second. It seemed like I knew more about her sire than she did, at least on the subject of his magical proclivities. I hadn't been able to confirm who he was in the Cabal hierarchy, but the presence of the warded archive in his home was proof enough for me that he was involved somehow. "I have one final question for you," I said. "Your father, is he home now?"
No.
You don't sound sure.
If he is, I don't know where he's at or what he's doing. It's a big castle.
That I believed. Suzalia was rapidly running out of uses to me, leaving me to circle back around to my decision of whether or not to let her live. On the one hand, she was a non-combatant. She wasn't a mage or a threat. On the other hand, even if I knocked her out, someone would find her eventually. I might be long gone by then, but she'd be able to tell them what I looked like and what questions I'd asked. Tactically speaking, the right move was to kill her. It wasn't her fault. She'd simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the only good reason to keep her alive was as a hostage, and having one of those would only slow me down. I wasn't going to kill her because she was part of the Cabal. She wasn't my enemy. I was going to kill her to protect myself. Thank you for your help, Suzalia. For what it's worth, I have no quarrel with you personally. Her eyes widened and she leapt to her feet. Whatever else she might have been, she wasn't stupid. She charged across the room to grab hold of me, or kick me, or maybe just tackle me. Whatever she was trying, my shield ward deflected her rush to the side without me budging even an inch. Before she could get back up, I finished my grasping hand spell. I didn't want the body to be found before I finished my work. For the moment, there was no one else on the floor, but I'd already wasted 10 minutes questioning the girl. As soon as my magic finished its work, I'd be back on the move. I needed to cross the floor to the warded suite to poke around in it, then up a flight of stairs after that to get to that mysterious room at the top of the castle. I straightened up the room while I waited. Then I took a few minutes to ensure I had the advanced ward key structure memorized before breaking it down. Those were the kinds of objects that scry spells loved to lock onto, and I didn't want people running me down that way. I stuck her corpse in my phantom space and walked out of the room. I couldn't say I felt bad about killing Suzalia, but I did my absolute best to avoid running into anyone else. I'd gotten everything I needed to bypass every single ward I encountered, right up to and including walking into the bedroom suite. It was unoccupied, as I'd suspected. No matter, I was only here to rifle through the private library. I did drop the body in the room, on a couch in the corner. It might have been slightly sadistic to leave Susalia's corpse there to be found, since I was assuming this was her father's room. But he was an enemy, and I needed to reclaim the space for all the books I planned on stealing from him. I didn't have it in my heart to feel sympathy for a man who'd helped engineer the subjugation of thousands of people to enrich himself. I might not actively hunt nobles anymore, but my feelings in regard to some of their more common practices and treatments of the peasant class hadn't shifted much in all these centuries. The fact that he was a noble, and most likely a member of the Cabal that had preyed upon my own family, only made it worse. The first thing I did was scour the rooms for anything enchanted to steal or break. There was surprisingly little. I expected Lord Roanarch Ectalis to be wearing his most powerful items, but I'd also thought he'd have reserves or situational equipment that didn't warrant being carried around every day. Perhaps that was stored in that last warded room. There was a separate ward guarding his personal library, the first one I'd seen that Susalia's ward key couldn't get past. Unlike the Tattler ward on the archives, this was designed to physically repel anyone trying to enter who wasn't directly keyed to the ward. The most likely case there was that Roanarch himself was the only one who could get in. Well, him and me. It took me about 5 minutes to figure out how to trick the ward sensors into ignoring me, then another 10 seconds to get the door unlocked. I strode into a dark room and cast a ball of light up into the air to reveal the vault I'd seen in my scrying. Its exterior was lined with books, while the center was given over to 2 padded chairs with a shared end table between them. Another full-sized table sat behind the chairs, made of some richly stained wood that I didn't recognize. I ignored the furnishings in favor of the bookshelves. I was specifically looking for history books that would clue me in to what exactly had happened on this island and how widespread the damage was. How far did I need to travel to escape this mana desert, and what could I expect to find between me and that goal? My hope was that, as an educated and powerful noble, he would have some clues here, and after a few minutes of searching, I thought I'd found a winner. The book was titled, On the Rise and Fall of the Kingdom of Ralvost, which I hoped was the old name for wherever I was. If I was extremely lucky, there'd be a section devoted to calendars that might allow me to finally figure out just how long I'd been stuck in the reincarnation cycle. Despite the soul invocations functioning perfectly, it was beyond obvious at this point that I hadn't been returned immediately like I had planned. I spotted a few more interesting books to flip through, including a trio of atlases that looked to be 100 years old or better, and one called Heaven's Judgment that looked to be mostly propaganda, but listed the supposed ruler of Darrow, the Hierophant, as its author. It was no treasure trove of ancient spell books, but with a little luck it just might finally give me a few of the answers I'd come to Darrow to find. With that accomplished, I pilfered as many books on working magic as I could find. It wasn't that I needed them so much as anything I could do to cripple the enemy's capabilities was a win in my mind. Besides, there might be something interesting in there. I left a single enchantment behind on that table between the 2 chairs, a delayed explosion that would rip the rest of the room apart in half an hour. It probably wouldn't destroy all the books, but it was better than nothing. I glanced at Susalia's corpse once on my way out, then shook my head and refocused on the reason I was here. I still hadn't found Velvet, and there was only one place left to look. Chapter 47. I stepped into the room at the top of the castle. There had been 2 guards outside the door, both dead now. I dragged the bodies in with me using greater telekinesis and deposited them in the corner. Unlike the noble girl, these ones had been armed with simple weapons and no magic. If they hadn't been directly in my way, I'd have gone around them and let them live. As soon as I walked through the door, I understood the security. There was a writing desk off to one side with a small bookshelf next to it and a few barrels on the other side of the room. But the majority of the floor space was taken up by a basin large enough for me to lie down in, set on a stand about 2 feet high, and a curious contraption just to the right of it. At first glance, a scrying pool seemed like a strange choice for someone this rich. Mirrors were more expensive up front, but they were also more reliable. Only poor mages used water for scrying spells. It was convenient, sure, but it cost more mana. Plus, there was a whole process of pouring liquid mana in to mix with the water that made the whole process a bit obnoxious to use. But a scrying pool had one clear advantage over the typical mirror, besides the almost non-existent initial investment. The water could be drained away after the spell ended. With a mirror, nosy and smart mages, such as myself, could reconstruct the contents of the scry by using the right spells. Once that basin was drained and the water went down the pipe leading away, it was gone. There'd be no recovering it. That was the setup here. A sluice was filled with water from the barrels, allowing the mage to empty it into the basin without any real effort whenever he was ready to cast a scrying spell. When he was done, the water would be drained out through the plug in the bottom. It was all very tidy, and other than destroying the equipment, there wasn't much I could accomplish here. I eyed up the bookshelf, which only had 3 thin volumes bound in black. I snagged the first one and flipped through it, a frown on my face. It was in some sort of cipher that I might be able to decode given enough time. The other 2 were more of the same, but I took them anyway. If the information was important enough to be locked behind a guarded door in a warded room and written in code, it was important enough to deny the enemy. If I felt like I wasn't making any headway after an hour or 2, I'd destroy the books, just to make sure there was no way they could be traced back to me. Books weren't great scrying mediums because there were generally dozens of copies of them, which diluted the spells trying to track them. The 3 journals were personal notes, almost certainly unique, and would be much easier to trace. I'd make sure I was behind my warding spells before removing them from my phantom space. All of my precautions were probably overkill. The kind of divinations that could track these books were expensive and complicated, easily advanced tier magic. But then again, Echo had cast a time sight spell on Freak's lair and spotted me. The Cabal had spent an enormous chunk of mana on it, even with her third eye, but I supposed it was worth it to them. It simply proved to me that they had a lot of resources, and that their inner circle was strong enough to cast an occasional advanced tier spell. I would be foolish to underestimate them, so while my precautions were almost certainly wasted effort, I was going to go through with them anyway. I wrecked the plumbing and cracked the basin in 2, then staved in the barrels. It wouldn't be much more than an inconvenience, but it was better than nothing. Before I left, I put up another surveillance spell, though I doubted I'd have the opportunity to come back for this one. Then I walked back out and snuck to my final destination. The wardstone was on the ground floor. That made it harder to reach undetected, simply because of the increased presence of servants and guards. But on the bright side, the door leading into the room itself wasn't guarded. Even if it had been, I possessed the ward key and could have simply walked through the wall if needed. Once inside, the first thing I did was use stone shape to create a false wall over the inside of the doors. Nobody would be getting in without breaking that down first, which I was sure they could do, but not fast enough to catch me. Soon enough, everyone would know what I was up to. Wardstones, like any other inscription, weren't designed to have mana pulled back out of them. They were filled with mana, and then they did their job. They did not like when the mana went the wrong direction. The simpler ones didn't even like having more mana added until they were completely drained. What I was about to do was going to screw with the wards all over the castle. People were going to figure out where I was almost immediately. But I'd been generous with mana usage throughout this infiltration specifically because I'd planned on doing this, and extracting myself was going to be expensive. There was no reason not to top off my reserves and break the wardstone on my way out. So I set up a delayed teleportation spell, one that would go off 2 minutes after I finished casting it. My destination was my old hideout in the outer city, far away from my soon-to-be pursuers. As soon as the spell was finished, I started a mental countdown until it went off. Then I attacked the wardstone. It was a struggle to pull the mana out, but I knew plenty of dirty tricks. And this particular set of inscriptions hadn't been made to defend against any of them. The mana came to me reluctantly, but it did come. The big outer wards surrounding the whole castle were the first to break, but the inner ones quickly went down too. Within 30 seconds, I disrupted every single ward being powered by the stone, including the tattler around the archives. That was guaranteed to alert at least one person, which meant it was only a matter of time until someone tried to force their way in. At the 1-minute mark, I heard people outside the doors. They were trying to open them, but the stone wall prevented that. My own mana crystal was almost 2/3 full, but I wasn't sure I was going to completely charge it up before the teleportation went off. I should have given myself another 30 seconds just to be safe. 20 seconds later, the people on the other side of the doors decided to bust them down by force. Loud booms echoed through the room in rapid fire as they repeatedly slammed something heavy into the stone barrier. Other than glancing at the spiderweb of cracks rapidly forming across the wall, I ignored it. I had 10 seconds left when the cracks broke open, making a hole about a foot wide. My mana crystal was as full as I was going to get it, so I sent mana surging sideways through the runes and caused the wardstone to overload. I looked back just in time to make eye contact with a surprised-looking woman wearing a guard's uniform. I lifted one hand to wave at her, then let the delayed teleportation take me away. I wasn't there to see it, but about 4 seconds later, the wardstone exploded, most likely killing everyone gathered in the hallway. It had been a long day, but I had one last thing to do before I caught some much-needed sleep. I strode through the night, well, as much as someone with legs as short as mine could be said to stride anywhere, to one of the backup ruins I'd noted during my exploration that would keep me hidden, climbed up to the hole in the second floor with a spider climb spell, and created my standard set of non-detection wards to hide under. While I wound down from my exertions, I pulled out one of the encoded journals and started working on a possible cipher. Since time immemorial, mages had been trying to protect their research from the prying eyes of their colleagues, rivals, and apprentices. There was no telling how much knowledge had been lost when they died, leaving behind nothing but spotty notes, written in languages they'd invented themselves. But that did mean that, by necessity, almost every mage had some knowledge of ciphers, and how to break them. I'd lived long enough and raided enough troves claimed from fallen enemies that I was particularly well practiced at it. Sometimes the key to decrypting a set of notes was simple, though I'd seen my fair share of doubly encoded notes left as traps for the unwary, who didn't realize there was a second cipher to break, only to fall victim to malicious instructions when trying to cast spells gained from the decoded notes. I spent an hour working my way through a few ideas I had, but I was tired and the journals would keep until tomorrow. Today had been productive, but I hadn't accomplished the big goal of finding Velvet when I'd raided that castle. Instead, I'd caused a lot of problems and killed people who were only indirectly associated with the Cabal in the process of gaining information and resources. There was plenty of time, and sooner or later I'd find someone in that Cabal. One at a time I'd take them down, regardless of the collateral damage. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. I woke up to a surge of mana and the sound of collapsing stone grating against itself. Alarmed, I bolted upright, only to quickly realize that whatever was happening wasn't centered on me. I climbed to my feet and looked out over the city to spot a plume of dust billowing into the air a few blocks north of me. The sun hadn't yet finished creeping over the horizon, but in the pre-dawn light I could see people running through the streets. The smarter ones were moving away from the disturbance, but there was a ring of enforcers surrounding several blocks that were stopping people for some reason before letting them pass. I was inside that ring, but I doubted it would be difficult to slip past the enforcers if it became necessary. It would probably be easier to just sit tight and wait for them to finish whatever they were doing, assuming it had nothing to do with me. But after my attack on a Wolfpack stronghold last night, that might not be a safe assumption to make. I tilted my head to one side and traced the plume back down to the building. Frowning, I cast a sharpened senses spell to get a better look. Unless I was very much mistaken, that was the building the street kids lived in. Someone with a whole lot of mana was there, and there weren't a lot of reasons for a person like that to target a group of orphans struggling to not starve to death. Unless they were looking for one particular kid, that was. One who'd been a nuisance and who they'd gotten a good look at through divination magic. If that was the case, it meant two things. First, a bunch of kids were having a real bad morning, and it was probably my fault. Second, a Wolfpack mage was only a few blocks away. I pulled my staff out of my phantom space and shadow leaped, once, then again, to land on the roof in the cloud of dust. Below me I heard screaming voices. The smell of blood was in the air. Phantasmal step let me drop through the roof to land in the middle of the room where I'd found the kids splitting their stolen food when I'd first arrived in Darrow. It was covered in bodies and blood spatters now. Standing in the middle was a man who was 6.5 feet of solid muscle, holding a kid up by his throat. Tanner. The man looked over at me and said,
"Huh, you came to me. Stupid of you, but good, because these kids didn't know shit."
The man flexed his hand and crushed Tanner's throat, then threw him aside and advanced on me. Chapter 48. I gave myself a moment to take it all in. There was a ring on his finger with a Wolfpack signet. He was more than twice my height and probably weighed 8 or 9 times as much as me, all of it muscle. His head was shaved and he was bare-chested. Most importantly, his skin shimmered with mana, some sort of strengthening invocation. It actually repelled the dust clogging up the room, leaving him spotless. I suspected it probably worked on bloodstains, too. There were 12 children in the room, all of them obviously and gruesomely dead. Tanner's broken neck would have been the least messy of them all, if his skull hadn't split open from being thrown headfirst into the wall after the mage was done with him. Behind the man himself was a partially collapsed wall that looked like it had been knocked down from the outside. Rubble had poured into the room, and loose chunks of stone had been blasted into the walls and children inside. I noted all of this between one step and the next. This man, Monolith, I suspected, was apparently the kind of person so sadistic he enjoyed murdering innocent people. I'd met his type before. Even at the deepest depths of my own evil ambitions, I'd never enjoyed casual, wanton cruelty against people who'd done me no wrong. I couldn't fathom why some people did. The mage was close enough that he was starting to reach down to grab hold of me when I unleashed a force wave strong enough to bring down the rest of the building, targeted directly at him. He let out a surprised oomph as he was picked up and thrown all the way across the street to crash into a stone wall. It didn't hurt him, not with the invocations reinforcing his body. Though he didn't have that steel texture freakster ability spell had given him, I knew it would take far, far more than a simple force wave to do any real damage. As far as my spell choices went, I would treat this mage as functionally immune to kinetic force. Any spell powerful enough to overwhelm the man's defenses would be a waste of mana. The force wave was just to give me some space and time. Even before the man crashed into the building across the street, I was already building the spell that would end his life. I just needed room to finish it, and maybe I'd get a few answers out of my victim first. You're part of the wolf pack? I asked, stepping through the hole he'd smashed into the orphan's hideout and into the open. The man was just now climbing back to his feet.
I am. You're the kid who killed Freak somehow.
I am. What's your name?
They call me Monolith,
he said while he pulled a pair of leather gloves from his back pocket and slid his hands into them.
Now, I've got orders here, so I'm going to beat your ass, and I need you to try not to die from it. Velvet is pissed at you, and he really wants you alive to hear about it.
What was the point of using code names if it was so easy to guess who was who? Even worse, these idiots had given hints to their strengths in their names, too. Ash was almost certainly a fire magic expert. Monolith was a big bruiser, Weaver created their gear, and Velvet was their smooth talker who kept things organized. I hadn't gotten good looks at all of them yet, but it was easy to guess what someone called Monarch's role in the Cabal was. I guess he should have been home when I came to visit him then, I said. All that effort wasted. Monolith laughed.
Won't hurt my feelings any if you want to do this the hard way. I don't even much care if I kill you, as long as you're fighting back.
There won't be a fight, I told him. I gestured behind me with my staff. After this, no. Why would I bother?
You're surrendering?
Monolith asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. No. How he didn't see the mana building around me, I'd never know. Monolith appeared to be dangerously over-specialized in invocations and not much else. A classic example of why a rounded education was important. Whether he was oblivious or simply ignorant, he was standing in the middle of the street when I unleashed a master-tier conjuration known as Boiling Blood. He paused mid-step and frowned. Then he grabbed at his chest and let out a groan.
What the hell?
He asked as red mist wafted out of his mouth. More came from his ears and nose and around his eyes. Monolith dropped to his knees and coughed, spewing out more red mist. Over the span of a few seconds, his body started to shrivel up, all those bulging muscles becoming wan, wasted things. There was nothing he could do to stop it either, and he knew it. The spell is called Boiling Blood, if it helps, I told him. It's one of the most excruciatingly painful spells I know. Congratulations. It's not often I go out of my way to punish someone for their actions. Did that make me a hypocrite? Probably. I wasn't interested in arguing the ethics of it. The mist started to condense once it came into contact with the air, first turning into a ground-hugging fog before it settled as a red stain in the dirt in a 20-foot radius around Monolith. In the end, his invocations were only making it worse for him. With his skin impermeable, the superheated blood had only a few vents to escape through. The pressure built inside him faster than it could be released, trapped in a cage of his own flesh and pulping his organs. I didn't stay to watch Monolith's death, but only because something else had caught my attention. In the back of my mind, I was always aware of the mana around me. The presence of leech stones being used as currency, and a population perpetually drained of almost all their mana, made it a bit harder to keep track of things, but I'd adapted. That was why I hadn't paid much attention to what felt like a person with a bag of shards a few 100 feet away, not until they started grabbing handfuls and throwing them into the air. I turned to look just in time to watch mana crystals sparkling in the dim light flash as they released their contents and artificial bodies formed around them. In moments, there were 20 diminutive green bipedal monsters in the streets. They charged at me as a howling mob, jagged teeth and blackened nails flashing. I had only a few seconds to decide what to do before my shield ward got put to the test, and the lack of ranged weapons or any semblance of discipline and intelligence made it an easy decision. I levitated straight up into the air while using sharpened senses to get a better look at the caster. He was a tall man, though nowhere near Monolith's height, and somewhat scrawny with pale hair that looked white in the dim light. I put him at perhaps 40 years of age. His eyes were locked onto mine, and as I rose into the air, he threw another handful of mana crystals straight up. Mana swirled around him, catching the stones and blowing them in my direction. The constructs built themselves around the crystals, keeping them as a core, until a dozen giant rats were falling through the sky at me. What the man was doing was more akin to golemancy than it was to summoning, though anyone with a firm grounding in the various magic disciplines would be easily confused, since the end result looked so similar. But the creatures attacking me only appeared to be summoned. In actuality, they were shells of mana given physical form and slaved to the caster's will. My guess was this was the Wolfpack mage known as Swarm. The moniker certainly fit the odd fighting style. Any basic tier spell could destroy one of those constructs, or even something as simple as clubbing them with a stick. The tactic anticipated losses and relied on overwhelming numbers. I could see how it would work, but it certainly seemed wasteful. More importantly, it had a major weakness. Swarm himself was only safe by virtue of the wall of constructs he'd brought to life between him and his target. Distance was his defense, and he didn't have that much of it. Even as I thought that, though, he cast another spell and vanished. A force wall smacked the flying rats out of the air, at least momentarily. Thin skin membranes opened up, revealing them to be something more akin to bats, and they regained altitude. It seemed Swarm was smarter than his partner had been. Monolith was nothing more than a desiccated corpse lying in the street below me, covered in a fine red misting of his own blood. In all fairness, I had used a master tier spell to kill him. It was a good thing I had, too. It would have been much harder to deal with the constructs if I was actively fending off Monolith at the same time. I wondered for a moment why the crystals hadn't already been placed beforehand if the pair were working together. Swarm obviously had a way to control them remotely, and his being there left him vulnerable. They must not have been expecting to find me so quickly. I'd delivered myself into their hands before they'd had time to set up a trap, and then I proceeded to kill Monolith in the span of 30 seconds, while Swarm was still scrambling to get his offense going. That meant he was on the back foot, desperate, prone to mistakes. Good. The damage potential was overkill for weak constructs like these, but arc lightning had more than enough range to jump from bat to bat, frying them and breaking the animating crystals. A single spell got almost all of them, and the remaining two went down to a pair of force bolts. That left the goblinoid constructs on the ground, but even scaling the buildings, they couldn't reach me if I just floated up a bit higher. Destroying the constructs was pointless. It cost the enemy mage a bit of time and mana, but if he was allowed to escape, he'd just make new ones. He disappeared, but he obviously still had some way to control his minions. There were a few methods for that. The easiest was through line-of-sight commands, which could mean he was hiding behind some spell and otherwise on the roof. Another option was through a scrying spell, either of the general area or to see directly through his constructs, much like a mage with a bonded familiar might do. The way Swarm had disappeared reminded me of how the kind of short-range limited teleport spells like Shadow Leap worked. My bet was that he was in some nearby building, scrying the battlefield and directing his constructs. That was easy enough to check with a simple counter-scry spell. As I suspected, someone was spying on me. If it was Swarm, and I had no reason to think otherwise just yet, I could use Tracing Scry to follow the enemy spell back to its source. That took a few seconds to set up, during which time the goblinoids started pelting me with stones they had gathered from the street-level rubble. Those bounced off my shield ward, doing no damage. Tracing Scry suddenly locked on to Swarm, hunched down in a building a quarter of a mile away and feeding mana into more construct crystals to send out another wave of those bat-like monsters. They were massing in 2 different points, winging their ways down nearby streets at ground level so they could burst out and catch me in a pincer attack. Shadow Leap didn't work if I wasn't in a shadow, which I wasn't out in the open air. But nothing was stopping me from switching out Levitate for flight and crossing the distance to where Swarm had fled in a matter of a few seconds, so I did exactly that. There was a gaping hole in the roof that allowed me easy access to the interior, where I found Swarm goggling at me in surprise. "Hello," I said. "Let's have a little chat, shall we?" Chapter 49. Swarm shrieked, literally shrieked, and flung himself away from me. That coming from a man bordering on middle-aged. Saying I was surprised would be an understatement. I actually lost a second trying to process what I was seeing, which was a lanky man tripping over his own uncoordinated limbs in his haste to get away from a small child. Well, not exactly the reaction I was expecting, but I suppose. This would have been an excellent opportunity to kill him outright, but I'd already slain Monolith without asking a single question, and I wasn't planning on letting Swarm go so easily. If nothing else, I really needed to know where to find the rest of the wolf pack, and this guy was the least threatening of any of them so far. It would be a mistake to underestimate him, though, despite his current predicament. His constructs would have ripped me to pieces while he hid and watched if I'd let them. And he still had plenty of mana crystals in a sack held in his hand to work his magic on. This man was probably one of the most dangerous people in the city. The first thing to do was separate him from his weapons, and not just by a little bit. If he could control his constructs from thousands of feet away, just taking the sack from him wasn't going to be good enough. Storing them in my phantom space would do the trick, however. Now, I just need to disarm the man, preferably before he knocked himself unconscious, swinging the sack around wildly. Greater telekinesis snatched the sack out of Swarm's hand, ruining his precarious balance and sending him crashing to the floor, where a smooth, clear ball that I hadn't noticed when I'd arrived rolled away. I grabbed that up, confirmed it was a Scryer's orb, and sent that into my phantom space as well. Just judging from the amount of mana in Swarm's core, he was likely stage 1 or 2. If he was any higher than that, then he was exceptionally low on mana, but I'd need time and some cooperation to probe his core thoroughly enough to determine if that was the case. I didn't expect he'd give that to me, not with the whole us trying to kill each other thing we had going on.
"Stay back!"
Swarm screeched. I recognized the words and mana formation as some sort of wind-based attack, probably a whip or slash designed to cut the target. If Swarm had been faster about casting it, it could have bounced off my shield ward. Instead, I reached out with my own mana and cracked the structure apart before he could finish building it. He had his own shield ward that would prevent me from touching him with a mana drain, but I was betting I could overpower it easily enough with something like Stone Jaws. That was great for putting kinetic pressure on a ward. Unfortunately, I had some concerns about the quality of Swarm's defenses, and accidentally killing him before I got the chance to question him. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to drop your wards and let me mana drain you?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The expression on Swarm's face confirmed it for me. I sighed and added, "I didn't think so." "Okay, well, start screaming when the ward drains so I know to stop." Stone jaws snapped up around Swarm, crushing him between the teeth and stressing his defenses while I tried to gauge how fast the mana was draining out of his shield ward. It was one of those belts, similar to what I'd seen on the two mages who'd attacked my home village a few months back. At maximum capacity, it would hold against a Stone Jaws spell for the entire duration, but if Swarm hadn't been doing the proper maintenance on his gear, things were about to get interesting for him. About 4 seconds into the jaws grinding against his ward, he started screaming. I was about to dismiss the spell before it shredded him, but then I realized it was fear, not pain, that was setting him off. The ward hadn't given way yet. In fact, it seemed to be holding up even better than I'd suspected. Apparently, he had been doing the maintenance, and his gear was better than what I'd already seen. You know, this is a really easy spell to dodge, I said. I don't think I would have even tried it on you, but you seem really uncoordinated. Then again, the last guy I used this on got caught in it too, but I guess he had some other defenses in place and wasn't really trying to avoid it anyway. Swarm's only response was to keep screaming. I'm going to need you to stop doing that, I said. It's counterproductive to the questions I'd like to ask. Swarm did not stop screaming, and with a sigh I enacted another aura of silence around us. I hadn't even gotten to the torture part yet. Suddenly, something cracked inside the jaws. It sounded like stone, almost as if Swarm had managed to shear one of the teeth off the spell. That couldn't be the case, though. The whole spell would have started to collapse if the structure was damaged like that. It was one of the bigger drawbacks to using conjurations instead of transmutations, balanced out by the speed of casting and lower mana costs. I hadn't imagined that sound, though, and if it wasn't the stone, it was something Swarm was doing to try to escape. Light welled up between the teeth, giving me just enough warning to step back before the whole spell fractured and something huge and hunched over broke loose. It was a goblinoid, but unlike the ones I'd left behind, it was probably 14 feet tall and held Swarm cradled in one arm. The other was swinging at me with enough force to turn me to paste if it connected. It wouldn't, of course, not with my shield ward there to prevent exactly this scenario. That was more of a reactive defense, though, designed especially to take a handful of unexpected hits until I could establish stronger defenses. A mana shield would be the most efficient way to deflect an attack, but with my core as small as it was, and the mechanics of how the shield drained mana in response to the amount of damage it took, a large enough hit could bottom out my core and break the shield before I had the chance to pull in more mana from my crystal to replace it. Instead, I opted for the more expensive force wall to block the hand closing in on me. Yellow nails scratched against the thin pane of magic, but it held until the construct drew back its enormous fist and punched it. Tremors shook the floor as it advanced on me a single step, all the space there was in the now cramped building. There was no time to form a strategy. I either needed to attack or flee, and if I was going to flee, it would be best to do it before the huge goblinoid construct managed to block my retreat. It had more than enough mass and reach to get between me and the roof, which would force me to use a different, more expensive method of egress to escape. For the moment, it was easiest to just levitate straight up 50 feet into the air. The constructs weren't real monsters, but they acted like it to sell the illusion that they'd been summoned. As I slipped through the giant's grasp, it howled in fury and jumped after me. Stone cracked and the roof exploded upward, peppering my shield ward with shrapnel and debris. I was forced to go even higher to avoid the giant, which had planted its feet on the walls briefly before launching itself after me again. In response, I hurled a flame lance down at it, targeting Swarm. Somehow, he appeared to be asleep. My best guess was he was so immersed in controlling his construct that he'd completely abandoned the senses of his true body. The giant hunched defensively over him, protecting him from the attack and receiving a long burn across its shoulders and back for its trouble. I doubted it felt anything like pain. Rather than press the attack, once it became obvious that I was out of reach, the giant goblinoid turned to flee across the city to the east. The choice of direction surprised me for a moment, and I wondered if Swarm had gotten confused. I would have expected him to retreat to the inner city where he could get help from his Cabal mates. Then I realized that he wasn't running. He was reconnecting with the rest of the constructs he'd left behind. None of those constructs were individually strong. None of them had much mana. But a spell like this had a way of resonating with its counterparts, and it was entirely possible that having the big one there would empower the rest of them. If Swarm was any good at shaping their physical forms, he might use it to grow wings on them and create an entire platoon of aerial combatants I'd have to deal with. That wasn't as big a problem as it sounded, since arc lightning would likely work just as well on them as it had on the rats, but still it wasn't ideal to let Swarm reconnect with the rest of his forces. I swapped Levitate for Flight and shot off after him, peppering his giant construct with flame lances and lightning bolts. Unfortunately, the construct was too stable to be broken down that easily. I didn't want to dip into my staff's reserves so soon after just having used a Master Tier spell to kill Monolith. At this point, I barely even had enough mana left to do so, and if I did, it would leave me extremely vulnerable to anyone else attacking me. What I needed was a spell that would crack that construct's outer shell, but fighting something like that was like trying to disrupt a ward while an enemy did their best to kill me. The elegant solution required a ludicrous amount of finesse to pull it off. It was time to admit defeat. I wasn't going to hit Swarm with any of the intermediate level conjurations I was using, not with that giant construct protecting him. The only way I was going to stop him was to kill him, which meant I wasn't going to be able to ask him any of my questions. Greater telekinesis required me to have a line of sight to Swarm to use it. Once I'd gotten far enough ahead to get an angle on the body still cradled close to the giant's chest, I grabbed hold of it with my magic. The giant didn't want to let go, which was fine. I expected that. However, the soft, fleshy body caught in the middle of that tug-of-war couldn't withstand the forces pulling on it. Swarm's eyes snapped open, wide with panic and pain. If he'd been thinking clearly, he might have commanded his construct to let him go. Even better, he would have had it spin in place to block my view of him. Either of those actions would have saved his life in that moment. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't that quick on his feet, and I'd focused all of Greater Telekinesis' strength on grabbing hold of his head. It was hard to blame him. His shield ward failed. He'd woken back up to an immense amount of pressure, and he was already involved in a high-stakes running battle across the city. Anyone could make a mistake. It was just that his mistake allowed me to rip his head clean off his body and send it flying several hundred feet into the air. The construct didn't disappear or fall over, but without its creator to give it new baseline commands, it wound down to a stop in the middle of the street. Blood splashed across its chest and ran down its legs to pool in the dirt as the corpse it was holding went limp. "Damn," I said. "That didn't go to plan at all." Chapter 50. After that highly public battle, I needed a new place to lay low. Flying through the air was a good way to get followed, since not only would there be hundreds of witnesses, it would be easy for wide-area scrying to pick me up. Counter-scry worked best to block out spells focused directly on me. and using it on one that was viewing an area I just happened to be in would do little more than draw extra attention to my presence there. There was one place I didn't mind the Wolfpack knowing about, and I'd managed to conserve enough mana to handle a building full of adults without an issue. I took off to the north, trusting my memory to guide me until I found the place I was looking for. Today had been an exhausting day, and I was only 20 minutes into it. On the other hand, I was making good progress, killing 2 Wolfpack mages already. At this rate, I'd be done by lunch. I just needed to find the rest of them and somehow come up with more mana than the entire city could produce in a day. I was more annoyed that I'd missed 3 different opportunities to question members of the Wolfpack because they were just too competent to capture. It was frustrating, specifically because I knew spells that could have done it, but they were out of my reach still. At least in the case of Swarm. Freak Soul Hook had been far too dangerous to risk playing around, and I'd executed Monolith more out of anger than anything. He would have been difficult to keep chained down, but I could have battered him into submission with a slew of targeted mental attacks. It just would have been, as always, prohibitively expensive. The whole fight made me question if it was really worth it to spend my time in Darrow. I'd gotten my family out of danger. Did I care that much about what happened to the rest of the village? And yes, I had questions I was still hoping to have answered here, but it wasn't like this was the only place in the world I could look for those answers. It might be best if I went to ground for a day or two to refill my reserves and then teleported out of here. I could spend a year or two in peace with my family while I built the mana crystal I'd need for true long-distance teleportation and flight, and use alchemy to rapidly advance my age. The world could wait that long for me to be ready. On the other hand, I loathed leaving business unsettled. Walking away now meant giving enemies time to recover and a chance to strike back at me. Regardless of what I decided to do, the first step was shaking loose any scries following me. To do that, I needed to get back to ground level and disappear into the city. An excellent spot to do so was the building right below me, one that belonged to Blue Rat, whom I suspected was responsible for Monolith's presence in the east side of the city. There were plenty of orphan gangs running around Darrow. Somebody had told them which one to look at. I swooped down and flew in through a window on the top floor. Almost immediately, a man with a rat tail tattoo put himself in front of me. "Who the hell do you think you—" Greater telekinesis picked him up and slammed him into the wall hard enough to make him bounce and leave a bloody smear behind. He'd live, but he was out of this fight. A second man froze in place and stared down at his friend, then looked around to make sure there were no witnesses before raising his hands up in front of him and retreating backwards through an open door. I'd already checked out the inside of this building the first time I'd come through, but just in case there were any surprises waiting for me, I scried ahead looking for Blue Rat. He wasn't in his office this time, but that woman who'd been reading erotic fiction was. Thankfully, it looked like she was doing some bookkeeping this time instead. She looked up when I entered the office, and the 2 guards on either side reacted immediately. They were big, too big to be lifted by greater telekinesis, but not too big to be flung around by a force wave spell. Both of them were slammed into the walls hard enough to crack the stone, and the spell washed over the room far enough that it smacked up against the desk, forcing it to jump a few inches. The woman, what was her name? Miyumi, I thought. Her busty friend had said it when I'd last been in the office. Miyumi clicked her tongue in annoyance as the desk jumped and disrupted her writing.
That was unnecessary,
she said. I know a good ink manipulation spell for pulling stains out of parchment, I told her. I'll trade it to you if you tell me where Blue Rat is. Miyumi regarded me silently while she blotted the ink. When she finished, she said,
So, my idiot brother's plan didn't work. No surprise there.
I'm assuming he's the one who told the Wolfpack where to find me.
Yes and no. When the liaison didn't report back in, we figured you had to be the one Velvet was looking for. Either he caught you and took you past the walls, or you killed him. Blue decided to use his emergency contact card to send a message to Velvet. Better to report it before things blew up, and someone came around to ask why we were sitting on information.
She sighed and rubbed a hand over her face.
Of course. Then you did something to piss them off. You know, Velvet himself showed up last night, demanding every last scrap of information we had about you. Interviewed every single person who so much as looked in your direction. He wants you dead. Blue's out in the city right now running the search for you.
That was as good a confirmation as I was likely to get that I'd killed his kid last night. The irony here was that I was looking for Velvet too, but letting myself get captured to facilitate that meeting was a terrible idea. I wanted it to happen on my terms, not when he had 4 of his cabal mates to back him up. Why are you telling me this? I asked. I would have expected more loyalty to him. Miyumi snorted.
All of this office, the building, those people out there doing whatever he tells them. I've been trying to tell them for years that this plan of his isn't going to work. He's trying to get close to the inner city. Thinks they'll make him a mage if he shows he's loyal. They've been using us the entire time, and what have we gotten for our troubles?
I shrugged. A comfortable life, I guess. You look like you're doing pretty well for yourself, sitting here in clean clothes with plenty of entertainment and people who'll do whatever you tell them to. When's the last time you had to work a field or garden? When's the last time you missed a meal? Found yourself short on cash lately?
When's the last time a farmer had to worry about some mage coming around to kill him because he failed at an impossible task?
She shot back. All I'm saying is that for all your complaining, you're doing just fine here. So it must have been worth something.
We could have done this without the mages. All they do is take. Nothing ever comes back. For what it's worth, I hope you do find Velvet, and then the 2 of you can kill each other. Nothing would make me happier. Maybe if my idiot brother manages to survive, he'll finally listen to me.
Our conversation was interrupted by one of the guards getting back to his feet. I glanced over my shoulder and shoved him out into the hall with greater telekinesis. He didn't go very far, not with him being as heavy as he was. The spell was reaching its weight limits to move him at all, but I felt it got the point across. Where did you say Blue Rat was again? I asked.
Or what? You'll throw me into the wall a few times?
She retorted. To start, I told her. I've already killed 2 mages today, and I think I'm up to about 40 or 50 people total in the past few weeks. Believe me when I say that I'm not going to lose any sleep over adding you to the list.
You're a little psycho, aren't you?
Let's just say I never bought into the idea of the intrinsic value of life. I know exactly how little people are worth.
Are you going to kill him?
She asked. Do you care?
A bit, yeah.
Depends on his answers to my questions.
You can see why that makes me hesitate to give you an answer.
What I can see is that you're trying to stall me while those goons out in the hallway get into position. Yes, I'm aware that they've been gathering for the last 2 minutes. No, I'm not concerned about it. I'll go through them in seconds on my way out if they try to stop me. I slammed my staff against the floor for emphasis. Now, where is your brother? Miyumi grimaced, but she held her ground. It made sense when I considered it from her perspective. I was an unknown to her, obviously dangerous in some way, but not physically imposing. It was no wonder people didn't take my threat seriously until the magic came out. She knew Velvet was pissed and he wanted me, and despite me roughing up some thugs, she was probably more scared of him than she was of me. Force magic was incredibly versatile. Telekinesis was the most delicate application of it, but virtually every type of possible impact had been codified in various spells. It was possible to use raw force directed by pure will, but I'd never really seen a need for it. Force darts could pierce flesh easily. Walls could block attacks, and waves could throw enemies away from me. Force Smash was the spell I was looking for right now. It wasn't great for mage fights, mostly because it was a bit slower to cast and tricky to aim at a moving target. But for making an impression, it worked fantastic. I smiled at her and her face paled a bit. Then I sent that hammer of force down directly in the middle of her desk. It exploded, shards of stone and wood going everywhere. They pinged off my shield ward, but she cried out in pain as they lacerated her face, chest, and arms. The guard still collapsed on the ground behind me, the one who'd smartly been pretending to be knocked out so I wouldn't throw him like I'd done to his companion, yelped in surprise and raised an arm to cover his face. He need not have bothered. My position, standing between him and the desk, protected him from the blast. I ignored him for the moment. If he tried to move, I'd sense it and deal with him. Right now, my focus was on Miyumi. She was on her feet, blood dripping from dozens of scrapes and cuts. The book she'd been writing in was shredded from the force smash, and the ink she'd been using was splattered all over the front of her outfit. Hopefully, this demonstration was enough to make her understand that she could be as scared of Velvet as she wanted. I was here in this office with her right now. The Cabal mage wasn't. Where is he? Chapter 51. I walked into a building about a mile away from Blue Rat's office. It was on an otherwise unoccupied street that looked like it had been the site of a battle between two equally matched mages of middling skill, which was to say that a lot of explosive magic had gone off over a wide area. For experienced mages, victory or defeat usually came within a handful of spells, and collateral damage tended to be measured in number of acres leveled. But novices could go on and on, punching holes in buildings until they ran themselves out of mana. Miyumi was still alive, for whatever that was worth. My decision to spare her had been motivated more by my goal to leave a deliberate trail for Cabal agents to follow to the gang. Of course, that hadn't stopped me from dropping the thugs gathered outside that office with a pair of arc lightning spells. Those people weren't necessary for my plan to work, and it set a good precedent about the consequences of crossing me. I was sure a few people at the end of the arcs had survived. The lightning got marginally weaker with each person it jumped to, until it was down to about half strength at the end of the spell. I'd seen at least one person still twitching as I walked by, my staff thumping against the floor with each step. It really was just ridiculously too big, but right now I needed its mana replenishing and transference smoothing properties to extend my reserves as far as possible. Once I'd gotten Blue Rat's location from Miyumi, it had been simple to scry out his temporary command post for directing the search. It also gave me a direction to search out my secondary target, the child friend of Tanner's. I suspected he was still alive, and if so, I planned on having a talk with him. First, though, I needed Blue Rat himself. That had led me to the command post in a shell of a building with a few dozen holes in it. I could feel what I thought were 8 different sources of mana, with a scattering of money attached to some of them. Though when I'd scryed the building 10 minutes ago, there'd only been 4. It was impossible to say if Blue Rat was still there based on just my mana sense, but even if he wasn't, I'd still need to talk to the people inside to find out where he'd gone.
You can't be here?
A thug near the front asked as much as said when I stepped in off the street. I'm here to talk to Blue Rat, I told him. Is he still here? A second thug walked up behind the first and placed a hand on his shoulder.
I got this,
she said, giving him a gentle push to get him out of the way. The first thug seemed more relieved than anything else, and he smoothly stepped off to the side to let her through.
You're Kieran?
She asked. I am.
Okay, follow me,
she said. She pointed at the big, stupid thug and said,
You don't let anyone else in unless they're from the inner city.
He asked, but the woman ignored him and beckoned for me to follow her. For some reason, people always seemed to assume they could sneak around without me noticing them. It wasn't even just the people I'd met since my reincarnation either. Thousands of years of anecdotal experience told me that countless people from all walks of life simply underestimated a powerful mage's defenses and awareness of the world around them. At least this particular gang had the excuse of having spent their whole lives in a magic-starved wasteland. They probably had no clue what a proper mage was capable of. I was more amused than threatened as the men and women under Blue Rat's command scrambled to react to my arrival. Once outside of my immediate line of sight, they were running for reinforcements, gathering weapons, and moving to flank me. 8 people rapidly turned into 20, then 30 as they ran to relay messages to their fellow dulls out in the streets. Even without magic, I could hear the occasional scuffle or whispered instructions coming from the rooms we passed. To my amusement, my escort could also obviously hear the noises and had the most aggravated expression on her face. Amateurs, huh? I said. She sighed and nodded.
I told Blue Rat this whole plan was a waste of time. If you beat inner city mages and came back looking for us, the only way we were surviving was to throw ourselves at your feet and beg.
Huh, a smart one. Maybe the Blue Rat gang would have been better off led by her. It's convenient to be constantly underestimated, but it is nice to occasionally get some respect from other people, I said.
I know how you feel. You mind if I ask you a question?
I can't promise an answer, but sure.
Are you really a kid? We've got a betting pool going with a few different theories.
Biologically, my body is around 4 years old, I said.
But?
She prompted. What are the theories? I'll let you know if one is right.
All right.
The woman paused at the end of the hall and sighed again at the sound of people shuffling behind it.
Waste of time,
she muttered. Then, raising her voice back to normal volume, she said,
So, the top theory is that you're a body snatcher with a vendetta against the city because one of the mages there killed your original body, and the kid was just unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's not even close to correct. Well, it kind of was, except I wasn't really a body snatcher, and my vendetta against the Wolfpack had nothing to do with them trying to kill me. At this point, it was more preemptive self-defense than anything. They'd started it, I'd hit them back. Now I was going to hit them again, hard enough to put them all in the ground, because I didn't think someone like Velvet was going to just let me walk away, and I didn't need that kind of problem popping up 5 years down the road, long after I'd put him out of my mind. It wasn't that I blamed Velvet, necessarily. I understood why he wanted me dead, I just wasn't going to sit back and let him work on pulling that off. Once I'd killed him, I'd reconsider my stance on hunting the rest of the wolf pack, depending on how they took the death of their members. Some cabals were as close as family and would never forgive the murder of those they saw as brothers and sisters. Others operated as more business associates and would be open to ending hostilities if they thought it was too costly to continue.
Good. I didn't bet on that one.
The woman said.
Second, most popular theory is that you're some sort of fake person created specifically for combat. That your creator made you a child to make it easier for you to blend in and surprise your victims when you attack them.
No, I said flatly. That's not even possible. It wasn't that artificial humans couldn't be grown, but they had extremely limited intelligence. They were basically golems in a flesh suit, and in an environment with no ambient mana, they'd die quickly unless the creator poured a ridiculous amount of resources into keeping them alive.
Changeling?
She asked.
You were never a person to begin with?
Also no.
Favorite child of our ancestor spirits, chosen to be the hope of all mankind?
What? No. Did people really bet on that?
A few.
She said. Did you? I asked.
No.
The flush in her cheeks said otherwise. You did, I said.
I believe I've given you my answer already. Come on. The idiots have had more than enough time to hide themselves. Just out of curiosity, would a few dozen crossbows have even the slightest hope of stopping you?
Not really, I said. Not even if I was unconscious. She sighed and shook her head.
And you're not even worried about telling me that. This whole plan was hopeless from the start. Look, could you do me a favor and not kill all of us? Most of the people here never had a choice about being anything else.
You don't have me figured out at all if you think I care, I told her. Blue Rat is actively aiding my enemies. You're leading me into a trap that you know doesn't have a chance of succeeding and hoping that by acting friendly I'll show mercy to people trying to kill me because they all had shitty lives. If you want to save them, I suggest you go around and tell them to get out of this building while I talk to your boss. Or don't, and I'll leave anyone who pulls the trigger on their crossbow as a charred, smoking corpse on the ground. The woman paused for a second, then nodded.
Right. Can't ask for more than that.
She led me through the doorway, pausing only once to lean into another room about halfway down the hall and mutter something that I wouldn't normally have been able to hear, but a bit of mana applied to my senses fixed that.
Kid said if you want to live, get the hell out of the building. Not telling you what to do, but I believe him. Pass it on to the rest of the gang. Everyone makes their own decision.
Huh. How about that? I knew she was a smart one. There was an unexpected compassionate streak in her, too. Fine for people living in quaint little villages that never saw skies filled with smoke or tasted air thick with the coppery tang of blood, but a hindrance to those who fought and struggled to stay alive. Given her position in a street gang, I had to wonder what her story was.
Here we are,
she said at the end of the hall.
Good luck.
Thanks, I said. Sorry you didn't win your betting pool.
Nobody else did either.
True. Good luck. I'm sorry, what was your name again? She hesitated for a moment, then said,
Lixana.
Good luck, Lixana, I told her. For what it's worth, I think your talents are wasted here.
It's all I have,
she said simply. Then she opened the door and gestured for me to enter. I was expecting some kind of trap, but either the word had spread quickly that staying meant dying, or the trap was supposed to come later. All I saw was a makeshift table made of a flat piece of stone propped up on a pile of rubble, with Blue Rat sitting next to it. He was covered in dirt and dust and had a notable black eye. His back was slumped down, weariness evident in the curve of his shoulders and the droop of his head. When I walked in, he glanced up briefly and started laughing, a strained, helpless, frustrated sound.
You know, I've got 100 people scouring the streets looking for you on threat of death,
he said.
Over half my crew pulled off their jobs to scour every nook and cranny, and then you just walked right in to see me. I'm guessing you stopped at my office first to find out where I was?
I nodded, not saying anything, and Blue Rat continued.
Naomi still alive?
She is, I said.
Good. Good. That's something. You know, kid, I don't know how you did it, but you pissed off all the wrong people.
I am aware. I met 2 of them less than an hour ago.
And you got away? Color me impressed.
No, I killed them, I said. The color drained out of Blue Rat's face, but I could see something cold and calculating behind those eyes. He slapped a hand on the table and pushed himself to his feet, then paused, surprise visible on his face for the briefest of moments before he got control of his expression. Were you expecting something to happen just now? I asked. Chapter 52. As amusing as it was to watch Blue Rat squirm, I did have other problems to take care of. We waited in silence for a moment to confirm that no one was going to pop up in response to his kill signal. Then I said, "Look, I'm not here to kill you. I just have a message for the Wolf Pack. I'm sure they're going to track me from my fight with Monolith and Swarm, and that trail is going to lead straight to you. So, when somebody shows up, you're going to give them my message. And, well, if you don't survive being the messenger, tough break. I'm not exactly overflowing with sympathy for you at the moment." It wasn't even that all his people had abandoned him yet. I could still sense most of them in the building, surrounding us. But word had gotten around quickly, probably before I'd even arrived if I had to guess. I'd fried some people at the gang's base, but that left plenty of living bodies to run ahead and warn them of what I'd done and that I was coming. Their ambush plan had too many holes to be something they'd spent time developing, but it wasn't falling apart so bad that it felt like it had been thought up and implemented between me walking in off the street and this moment. Most likely, they'd had a few minutes of warning while I'd scryed and found my way here. With the time constraints they'd been working under, they'd managed a half-decent setup. It was obvious this wasn't the command room Blue Rat was running the show from. It was essentially empty, except for a map on the table next to the man. There were no assistants, no furniture, and honestly, no reason to be here. I didn't believe for a second that the room had been chosen for any reason besides the abundance of holes in the walls through which the gang's no doubt crack archery team had been commanded to pincushion me. A little over half of the would-be assassins had abandoned their posts and were already fleeing the building. Those were the ones who'd presumably bet on Blue Rat not surviving this encounter. That was going to make things awkward for them soon enough, since I had no intention of killing him. I wondered if he'd get away with punishing all of them, or if he'd have no choice but to let their insubordination go. I shifted my gaze from the holes in the stone walls back to Blue Rat. "So, unless you've got any other tricks or traps you'd like to try out on me, let's get down to business." I got a sullen scowl in response, but all he said was, "What's the message?" "I assume some subordinate of Velvet's is going to come through to find out just what happened out here," I said. "Those 2 mages who rolled you out of bed in the middle of the night and put you to work are dead. That's 3 core members of the Wolfpack I've taken down in this city, and I've got names and targets. Velvet, obviously. Weaver, Ash, Echo, Keeper, Monarch. Freak's already dead. You can let Velvet know he's my next target. I paused and considered it for a second. Did I trust Blue Rat to deliver a message to the rest? No, not really. But did it matter if he screwed up bypassing Velvet trying? Also no. If you think you can get a message around Velvet to the rest of the Cabal, you can tell them that I'm willing to end this little spat of ours once Velvet's dead. I don't need to kill him myself. I just need him gone. Feel free to deliver that part, or not, at your own discretion. You don't strike me as a man with the means to decide who exactly you get to report to, so I won't hold it against you if you'd rather not tell that part to Velvet directly. Blue Rat's jaw dropped somewhere around the middle of my little speech. Once it was clear that I was done, he shook his head and said,
"You're insane. You can't take down the entire Cabal. Even if you could, the Hierophant would kill you for disrupting the city."
"Do I look like I'm worried?" I asked. The men who hadn't cleared out were still standing in their hiding places, though as far as I could tell without casting any actual divinations, they weren't doing anything besides listening in. That, too, was part of the plan. They knew about me now. They were coming after me. I wanted them to know that I wasn't giving up, and to think that there was a way of appeasing me. I doubted Velvet would be the next mage I killed, but if it got out that his death was what I'd been after all along, it just might help me get close enough to the rest of them to finish the job. More than that, I wanted them to think I was focused on him, that I had some personal vendetta against one particular member of their group. The truth was that I'd never even heard of him until a few days ago, and couldn't care less if he was the next person to die or the last person. My only reason for focusing on him now was that he was coming after me hard. Not that I blamed him. He was hardly the only person to get irrational about his family. I was the same way anymore. "You might as well call back your people," I told Blue Rat. "The ones that are still alive and willing to listen to your orders, at least. You were never going to find me anyway, not like this." Then I turned around and walked away, leaving Blue Rat standing there, mouth still agape, with no time to process what I'd told him or give any sort of order to the few people still watching the room. There was someone waiting for me out in the hall ahead. I was pretty sure I knew who without having to check.
Thanks,
Lixana said as I turned the corner and spotted her. "Didn't do it to be nice," I said. "I don't trust Blue Rat to give them the message. The more people who hear it, the better the chances of it reaching the Cabal."
Still, some people I think of as friends are alive.
"For now," I said. "I wonder how the Cabal will react. It might be better to convince anyone important to you to clear out soon. By the way, there's a new kid who just joined a few days ago, maybe 10 or 11. Brown hair, scar on his cheek. You know who I'm talking about?"
I do.
she said.
Why?
"I want to talk to him before I leave. Is he around here?"
Probably somewhere. You going to kill him?
"Nope." She nodded thoughtfully.
Fine. I think I know where you can find him.
"Lead the way," I said. It turned out Blue Rat had people working in shifts, and Tanner's friend was sleeping in one of the buildings the gang had taken over. Lixana led me straight to him while the other gang members watched in confusion or suspicion. More than one tried to approach her, but she just waved them back with promises to explain later.
Juby,
She said, reaching out a hand to shake his shoulder.
wake up.
What?
He asked sleepily.
Go away, I'm tired.
Wake up.
She said again.
You've got a visitor.
Huh?
He sat up slowly and rubbed at his eyes, then froze when he saw me. Any trace of weariness vanished from his face, replaced with complete and utter panic. Juby tried to fling himself away from me, only to jerk to a halt when Lixana's hand clamped down on him.
Relax, kiddo,
she said.
He just wants to talk. You do just want to talk, right?
Yes, I said. It was a struggle not to roll my eyes. If I wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have woken back up.
Do you have any idea how creepy it is to hear a child talk like that?
She asked me. I'm sure it's not my problem, I told her. Think of me as a very short adult if it makes you feel any better.
Not really,
she muttered. What do you want? Juby asked, his voice quivering. You told them about me, didn't you? I asked. No, he said. I didn't. I wouldn't. Yeah, you did. I swear on my parents' graves I didn't, Juby said. You're lying, but that's fine. I don't much care. You delivered 2 of them straight to me, saved me the effort of hunting them down. What do you want then? Juby asked. Come with me. We're going for a walk, I said. Get your stuff together if you have any and head for the door. I'll meet you there. Juby started walking away, though he shot furtive glances back at me every few steps. I ignored that and said to Lixana, if he doesn't come back, just tell people I killed him. Don't waste time looking for him.
Are you going to kill him?
She asked quietly. No. When I first met him, he told me he didn't want to be pressed into working for Blue Rat's gang. I'm giving him his opportunity to leave. I don't know if he'll take it, but after everything that's happened to him, I'm going to give him a chance to walk away. His friends are all dead. Monolith tore them apart. Or maybe a few of them survived. I didn't stop to count the bodies or anything. Maybe he'll go find the survivors if there are any. Or maybe he'll decide he's got nothing else left to do with his life and he'll come back. Either way, it'll be his decision. Considering how much this city has cost him, I think he's earned that.
I don't get you,
Lixana said.
Are you a nice guy or a psycho hiding in a kid's body? You threatened to murder dozens of people just a few minutes ago. You did kill people back at the main building earlier today. But now you're taking pity on some random kid you've known for all of 5 minutes? Are you just a sucker for a sob story? It doesn't fit.
People are complicated, and we're hypocrites. Everyone's got their soft spots, I said, quiet enough that no one else around us could hear. I am a monster in so many ways. Human life has no real value to me, but the children, if I can give them just a bit of kindness, I will. Life will kick them enough when they grow up. Keep it to yourself. If I find my enemies hiding behind a wall of children, thinking that will save them, I swear by the 6 moons in the night sky that I will hunt you down personally and end you in a manner more painful than you can possibly imagine. There will be no escape from my wrath, not to the farthest shores or the deepest caverns. Then she did something that surprised me. She smiled and said,
You might be a monster, but you're human too. It's comforting to know you have a heart under all that other crap. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your shameful weakness. Are you sure you want to be known as a child killer if Juby decides not to come back?
I've been rightfully called worse things in my life, I said. Now, I need to go. Juby is trying to make a run for it, and I'm going to be annoyed if he gets far enough away that I have to make an effort to chase him down.
Goodbye, Kieran. For what it's worth, I hope you do free the city of the mages, keeping it under their thumbs.
That's not why I'm here, I told her. If it happens, it'll just be a lucky coincidence for you. Goodbye. Chapter 53. There was no way I was going to catch up to Juby on foot. but fortunately for me, I didn't have to. Shadow Leap had some sharp limitations, one of which was being able to see where I wanted to jump to. Normally, that would limit me to line-of-sight jumps only, but it was possible to combine it with a scrying spell to pick out destinations outside of the spell's normal reach. I was already scrying on Juby anyway, so it was a simple task to walk into the shadows in the dormitory and pop out of the side of a building 100 feet ahead of the fleeing child. Then I just waited for him to jog my way, then stepped out of the darkness in front of him. He was so busy paying attention to the street behind him that he didn't even see me. If not for my shield ward, he would have bowled me over and probably kept going. As it happened, I felt a spike in the speed the ward was draining mana as it deflected the impact, and Juby bounced off me to land flat on his back. I leaned over and offered him a hand up. "At least you're running in the right direction," I said. "Come on, let's go."
But how?"
Juby sputtered. I pulled Juby back to his feet and then let my staff vanish back into my phantom space. Hopefully this next part would go smoothly enough that I didn't need to spend any more mana. I'd been rather liberal with it today, and it was getting to the point where I was wondering if there might be a third monster fish for me to hunt. "I thought you said you didn't want to work for Blue Rat's crew," I said. "But here you are anyway."
"Well, it's not like I had much of a choice,"
Juby said. He scowled down at me as he dusted off his backside.
"You refused to help us with all your fancy magic."
"Fair enough, but when Blue Rat started looking for information about me, you sold me out." Juby's face paled and he quickly stammered out,
No, it wasn't like that."
"Yes, it was," I said. "I'm not mad. You did what you needed to survive. But here's the thing. You took the easy way out. Saved your own skin at the cost of someone else's. You just thought it'd be me." He must have decided there was no point in trying to deny it because all he said was,
"And so what? It's like you said, I did what I had to do. It wasn't the easy way, it was the only way."
While we talked, I'd been steering us back toward the wreckage left over from my running fight with Monolith and Swarm. It was spread out across a few blocks, and it'd be another minute before we got to the edge of it, so I held off making my point. It wasn't the only way. You could have lied, or you could have run. You gave in to Blue Rat's gang and joined up because you figured if you went willingly, you wouldn't have to stand up for yourself. And when they wanted that information, I bet you gave that up just as quickly, didn't you?
"I'm not like you,"
Juby said.
"I don't have magic. I can't make the adults do what I want. It's not fair to expect me to do all the things you would do."
"No, I don't expect you to wave a hand and kill them," I said. "Of course not. But you had other options besides joining up with them. There were risks, yes, but did you even try anything else? Or were you too afraid of getting caught and beaten or killed?"
"Like I said, so what? I'm sorry I had to rat you out, but you came out of it just fine. No harm done."
"To me," I said. "No harm done to me."
"You can't blame me for all those guys you killed. If you're so great, why didn't you do something else instead of just magicking them all to death?"
"Oh, no. You misunderstand," I said. "I'm not talking about the mages who came after me, or those thugs from your gang." We turned onto the street that had the orphan's hideout on it. It wasn't much of a sanctuary anymore, not after the street-facing wall had been almost completely removed. Monolith's body was still on the street, still staining the ground around it red. It wouldn't be much longer before the wind scoured the coating of dried blood away. "That guy," I said, pointing to the corpse, "is one of the Cabal mages. Maybe you met him. Twice as tall as me, looks like a pile of muscles stacked on top of one another. Shaved head." Juby nodded mutely. I'd expected as much. Someone had to have made a connection between this specific pack of street kids and me, and Juby was the obvious link. We were around the edge of Blue Rat's territory. Not quite outside his reach, but not close enough to his operations that I thought he could have been the one to point the Wolfpack's hunters in this direction. It was easy to picture Juby volunteering information about me when Blue Rat started asking questions about who had taken out that enforcer tower near the east wall. He'd been sent with the group that had intercepted me for my initial chat with the gang leader, after all. When the Cabal sent out a pair of their inner circle to ask some very pointed questions, I imagined Juby hadn't been given much of a choice about answering them. I didn't hold it against him. We weren't friends. He had no reason to protect me. But I suspected he hadn't thought through the consequences of telling them where he'd had dealings with me at. The wheels were turning behind his eyes now, though. As we walked toward Monolith's corpse, his gaze strayed to the side, to the busted wall and the bloodstains on the street. "This is what you gave that man," I said, stopping in front of the hole. From street level, it was hard to see the floor of the building, but that just meant Juby didn't have to see the bodies. The blood on the walls told the tale well enough. "He came here and started killing your friends trying to get more information. I guess he didn't like their answers."
"It's my fault,"
Juby breathed out, so low I almost didn't hear him.
"I did this."
"No," I said sharply. "You didn't kill your friends. Don't ever think that. That man lying dead in the street behind us is responsible for this. But you enabled his actions by being careless and selfish. I don't blame you for this outcome. I'm telling you that you could have prevented it if you'd made different choices. That's not the same as being your fault."
"They're all dead,"
Juby said.
"Leo, Nevin, Cag. All of them."
"Probably not all of them," I cut in. "I'm not sure how many of you there were, but I think at least some of them escaped. This is why I brought you here. Not to punish you, but to make you aware of the consequences of your actions and give you a chance to gather up the survivors."
"And then what? We find a different empty building to huddle up in while we try not to starve? Waiting for some asshole with too much magic to decide we're inconvenient?"
"How do you feel about leaving?" I asked.
"What? The city? Sounds like a good way to get eaten alive."
"What if I could take you somewhere else? To a safe place?"
"I'd ask what's in it for you, because chances are I can't afford your price."
"Let's just say you're not the only one who could have avoided this outcome by making different choices," I said. "I'm not going to force you to do anything, Juby. If you want to walk away from me right now, that's fine. Go back to Blue Rat or take your chances out on the street. I won't blame you. All I'm offering is a chance to have a different future." I picked up a pebble off the ground and held it up while I enchanted it with a shielded scry beacon, one that only I'd be able to find casually. "Here, how about this? You take this with you. It will let me know where you are. Go find your friends, everyone who's still left. Tomorrow morning I'll come to you, and you can tell me your decision. Or throw it away and find some new corner of the city to hide in, where you'll never see me again. Your choice." Juby reached a hand out to pluck the pebble from between my fingers, but froze halfway there.
"How do I know this isn't a trap?"
"What would you like to hear?" I asked. "If I wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't need to do anything so convoluted. If I wanted to chase down anyone Monolith missed slaughtering, I could do that myself." I understood where he was coming from. The default reaction to a generous offer from somebody in his position was to try to figure out where the hook was in it before biting down. No one just gave street kids anything, and if it didn't appear to be a trap, chances were that just meant they couldn't figure out what the angle was. The problem there was that there wasn't anything I could do to overcome that mindset. Not without investing a huge amount of time into integrating myself into their group. I would have to prove I was one of them, day after day, and even then a savvy street urchin knew to trust his fellows only so far. Plenty of homeless kids would stab one another in the back to get ahead. My only recourse was to present Juby with the argument that there was absolutely nothing for me to gain from the interaction. I doubted he'd believe me right now, but maybe once he had some time to think about it while he was searching for the rest of his friends, he'd accept my words as the truth. "Take the pebble," I said. "Stash it somewhere safe if you don't want to carry it with you. Go back to your friends. I already told Blue Rat's head of security to consider you permanently gone if you don't come back in the next few hours. If anyone asks her, I killed you in retaliation. They're not going to come looking for you. So, there are your options. Go back to the gang, go find your friends and try to carve out a new home somewhere else, or let me take you away from the city to a safe haven." Pragmatically speaking, it would be best for me to abandon Juby and the other kids to the whims of fate at this point. There was little they could do today but be a drain on my resources, especially since teleporting them back to the new settlement I was starting would use up practically everything I had left. But I could stand to take a few more days away from Darrow to recover my strength. Killing 2 Cabal mages was good progress for how long I'd been back in the city, but now I was getting dangerously low on mana. I'd do it anyway if they agreed to it. Food would be an issue at first, but we'd figure it out. Maybe I could buy or steal some supplies in Darrow, or just hunt something up myself. That valley had to have some edible wildlife in it. That was assuming the orphans took me up on my offer, which was still very much up in the air. I placed the pebble in Juby's open hand and pressed on his fingers to curl them up. Then I let go and walked away. "It's your decision," I said as I left. Chapter 54. I settled into my new hideout on the north side of the city, ironically only a block away from an enforcer tower. The whole quadrant was far more heavily trafficked for some reason, but this was only a temporary base for me, so I didn't worry about finding something perfect for my needs. It just felt pointless after how much care I'd taken with my original spots in the Eastern District, only to end up abandoning them in the end. Once I'd raised a short-duration set of privacy wards to help keep my presence hidden, I started my morning rituals. It was a few hours late, but I wasn't keen on skipping them, especially the part where I slathered myself in the ointment of aging I'd made. It was still too soon to get a definitive read on it, but I strongly suspected it was working at a slightly slower pace than what my original recipe would have done. In another week or so, I'd be sure. I spent another few hours just pushing my mana regeneration as hard as I safely could. That wasn't a practice I'd gotten into the habit of doing in my past life, and even now, knowing how badly I needed it, it was hard to just sit there and focus on doing nothing else. The extra mana gains didn't scale very well with my Stage 2 core, and as much as every little bit helped, I quickly gave it up in favor of something a bit more productive. The book I'd taken from Velvet's personal library, On the Rise and Fall of the Kingdom of Ralvost, was still waiting for me to read it. Since my other big project was working on decrypting Velvet's journals, and I didn't much feel like doing that, I opted to having a more relaxed afternoon of just absorbing information, and hopefully teasing out a few answers in regard to my own situation. I didn't recognize the calendar being referenced, which wasn't terribly surprising to me. I hadn't found one I could use as a frame of reference yet, and I'd been on the lookout for that too. My soul invocations should have dragged me through the reincarnation cycle within a handful of years at most, but it seemed to have taken longer. I was guessing that, at minimum, I'd been gone for a few decades. Something like this huge mana desert would not have escaped my notice during my first life, but it also couldn't grow overnight. 50 or 60 years having passed me by would not surprise me. Once I'd skimmed the book for any calendar conversion references and come up blank, I flipped back to the front and started reading. Most of the text was fairly generic to any kingdom's creation. There was a war, of course, and one set of people lost territory to another. It was slightly interesting in that several times large-scale magical tactics were used, which proved at least that these people had some concept of the heights to which magic could take them, even if they themselves didn't have a chance of getting there. That was followed by the reclamation step, where people established new towns, built roads, beat back the monsters encroaching on them from the wilderness, and eventually became a full kingdom. There wasn't much of interest there, though admittedly I might have missed a detail or two at the speed I was skimming through the text. It wasn't the first history book I'd read, not even the first one since being reborn, and so far it hadn't held any of the answers I was looking for. I only stopped when a particular name caught my eye. There was an archmage associated with the kingdom, or at least someone the book claimed to be an archmage. We weren't that numerous at any given time, but the name sounded familiar. I searched my memories, trying to figure out where I'd heard it before. "Ah," I said softly. I'd had an apprentice for about 30 years, one who'd been moderately successful as far as apprentices went. I hadn't expected him to ever reach the rank of archmage, not on raw talent alone, but he was clever enough that all he really lacked was time. That wasn't saying much, of course. There were plenty of people who had the drive to succeed, but would get old and die long before they reached their goals. Ammon Nasect was one of them. He'd been a third or fourth-born son of some minor noble when he'd entered my tutelage. If the archmage mentioned in the book was the same Ammon I'd briefly taught, that meant Ralvost had been created after my death, which also meant it had fallen after my death. The kingdom had a 600-year history, if this book was to be believed. Either the name was a coincidence, or I'd been gone for the better part of a millennium. Worse, Ralvost hadn't disappeared yesterday. I might not be able to map its timeline to the calendar I'd been using when I died, but it was possible to figure out how long it had been between the kingdom's collapse and today. I flipped back and forth, trying to line up the date on the currently used Galvashian calendar. If there was any overlap, I wasn't able to confirm it. That wasn't terribly surprising, but I wasn't happy about it. It was still possible that I might dig out the odd reference somewhere in the text that helped me place the Kingdom of Ralvost on a timeline, but like so many old history books, they were written with assumptions of common knowledge at the time. I went back to reading, though at this point it was more curiosity about this archmage who shared a name with my former apprentice than because I expected to find an answer to any of my own questions. If I could confirm it was the same person, then it would tell me that I'd been gone for, at the very least, a few centuries. That shouldn't have happened, so I was hoping the name was just a coincidence. I was still flipping through the pages, scanning them for keywords relevant to my interest, when I spotted something that chilled me. Hurriedly going back to the beginning of the passage, I read it more fully. At this point, the Splinter faction in the Royal Academy for the Sorcerous Arts had gained enough mystical might that they were ready to claim independence from the kingdom and the draconian oaths it placed on its mages' souls. Archmage Ammon, now a feared figure in the political landscape due to his legendary unwillingness to compromise on even the smallest matters, was finally made aware of the brewing insurrection and moved quickly to quash it. Some scholars argue that the Archmage was well aware of the Splinter faction long before they made their move, perhaps even that he was secretly behind the insurrection. As feared as Ammon Nasect was, he was not the ruler of Ralvost, and he did not enjoy absolute power. The Splinter faction, now calling themselves the Liberators, provided the Archmage with the perfect excuse to seize even more power by quelling their rebellion. No written accounts survived the conflict detailing exactly how the Liberators managed to do it, beyond that they raided the forbidden vaults of the Night Vale to obtain the knowledge of how to use their secret weapon. But they managed to enslave the moon core of Amadir with their magic and used it as a boundless font of energy for their super weapon. Whole towns were wiped off the map in an instant, and the Liberators made it very clear that they could do that as often as it took to see their demands met. Ralvost was left with almost no choice. Either they capitulated, or they unleashed the Archmage to protect them. Perhaps it would have been better to surrender, as Ammon's actions were arguably far worse than leaving the Liberators in possession of the moon core. Sources claimed the Archmage promised a moon core of their own to use in their defense. It is conceivable that he even planned to do exactly that. Perhaps he later changed his mind, or perhaps he simply could not duplicate the methods used by the Liberators. Either way, with the mana of the celestial heavens barred to him, Ammon turned to the mana of Manok itself. Whatever magic he found in the Night Vale's vaults must have been sealed away for a good reason. With it, Ammon bored a hole to the world core itself and attempted to enslave its mana the same way the Liberators had Amadir's. We are left with only speculations as to how it was accomplished, but Ammon successfully used the mana he took to fire a lance of mana into the night sky, fracturing the Liberator's stolen moon into pieces that rained down on an unsuspecting world below. The kingdom of Ralvost survived the bombardment, though many other civilizations were crippled or even outright destroyed that night. Ammon's actions would have far-reaching consequences for Manok as a whole, however. Something in his ritual damaged the moon core, and mana soon began to disappear, used up and never to be refreshed. The political backlash ended Ammon's career as the Archmage of Ralvost, but he was not content to go gracefully into the night. He seized power instead, ruling for another 40 years until he was forced from control when the waning mana levels left him unable to hold his position through sheer force. At that point, with Ralvost's ruling family destroyed or exiled, the kingdom itself unraveled into warring duchies and eventually collapsed. I set the book down. That was a lot to unpack, and I needed a few minutes to come to terms with the implications. First and foremost, if everything I'd read was correct, the mana desert I was trapped in might be a global phenomenon. I desperately hoped it was speculation on the author's part, but it was disturbingly plausible. The world core itself being broken was just about the only reason I could come up with for mana disappearing everywhere. The living creatures crawling across its surface generated pitiful, insignificant amounts of mana compared to the entire planet. Once again, the timeline for these events was an issue. I just couldn't fathom how I'd messed up my soul invocation so bad that it had taken me centuries to work through the reincarnation cycle. Even if I'd done nothing to speed the process up, every source I'd been able to find agreed that souls never spent more time being disembodied than they did being alive. I'd lived longer than most, but 2,000 years of life balanced by 2,000 years as a soul was hard to believe. And again, that assumed the invocations I'd put on my soul prior to my death had failed somehow. The text also implied that my vaults had been discovered, and my research turned toward making planet-breaking spells. It was true that I'd briefly looked into altering lunar orbit in order to force an early convergence for my own spell, but I hadn't done any research on taking over the core of an entire moon. I had no idea how that was even possible. Though if it was, perhaps I'd be better served tapping into one of the remaining moons as a source of personal mana. The book hadn't straight out said that the Night Veil had been destroyed, but the possibility remained. Whether Ammon had done it directly as a result of tapping into the world core, or if it had just been one of the many, many casualties of having pieces of a moon crash down to the ground, wasn't really all that relevant. It was just as possible that the Night Veil had been spared and was still waiting for me. But I doubted it. Even if it survived, my defenses had obviously been breached, if for no other reason than time's inexorable march. If I believed this book, I now knew where the missing moon had gone, and why there was no mana anywhere. That just left narrowing down exactly how long I'd been gone, though it hardly seemed important at this point, and what I was going to do to fix these problems. Chapter 55. I didn't get much done that day, not after I finished reading that book. Details were light after that one passage, mostly speculation since it appeared that nobody quite knew exactly what had happened after Ammon had blown an entire moon out of the sky and sent it raining down on Mannock in 1,000,000 pieces. There was the immediate aftermath to the kingdom of Ralvost itself, which the historian who'd penned the book had personally lived through and was able to give an anecdotal account of how bad things had been. But, as far as the rest of the world went, there was little new information to be gleaned from that book itself. I needed to verify this story somehow, not necessarily the actual events themselves, but that the fallout was accurate. It provided an explanation for the missing moon that no one seemed to be aware was gone, and the lack of ambient mana in this area. But there were other, less apocalyptic possibilities. If what I'd just read was accurate, it meant there was no escaping this mana shortage, and that I should expect all of my equipment, research, and preparations left waiting for me back at the Night Veil to be gone. The whole area might not even exist anymore if Ammon had used it as his base of operations for his insane world core tapping plan. There was one thing I thought I might be able to prove. I'd been wondering about that underground lake ever since I'd found it, but I'd had too many other things taking priority over investigating it. That wasn't likely to change anytime soon, but once I had the time to make the proper preparations, I was going to see what exactly was sitting at the bottom of those cold, monster-infested waters. Could it be a big chunk of moon falling from the sky that had destroyed this city? I had guesses and theories about a lot of things, but the one question I couldn't answer was how long it had been between my death and reincarnation. At this point, I had to throw out all my working knowledge of soul invocations on the subject. It was obvious that, for whatever reason, the spells had failed me. Or rather, I should say that parts of them had worked, and other parts hadn't. I was still on Mannock, that was irrefutable, But centuries had passed, so many that my old life was forgotten history. Normally, I would have thought that meant I needed to measure my disappearance in millennia. But if I assumed the apocalypse really had occurred in my absence, it was also reasonable to assume a great deal of knowledge had vanished at the same time. On the other hand, I didn't have any other region to compare to Darrow. Things could be exponentially worse here than other places due to a chunk of moon crashing down in the middle of the city. Or they could be better, I muttered to myself, suddenly struck by an idea. What if I'd actually gotten incredibly lucky to be reborn here? The moon core had to have landed somewhere. If it was still in one piece and generating mana, wherever it landed might be the most mana-dense area on the planet. Best case scenario for me, the moon core had landed on Darrow, intact and functional, just waiting for someone to claim it. It would generate mana at a rate that was absurd compared to any living creature. Even as I had that thought, I shook my head. Given the size of Amadir's core, it would almost had to have broken apart for anything to survive for 1,000 miles of its impact. Chances were that if there was a piece of Amadir at the bottom of that lake, it was small and either not the moon core or merely a broken shard, dark and inert. My thoughts went round and round in circles into the evening while I sat there and generated mana. I left my wards long enough to find something to eat, then hunkered back down and munched on the food in annoyance. Perhaps I'd given the Wolfpack too much credit, but I'd really thought I was starting to get a good read on their strength. Maybe they were just too busy putting out whatever fires I'd caused and focused elsewhere. With a sigh, I settled back down and pulled out Velvet's coded journal to work on that some more. Had I ever thought code-breaking was fun? Maybe years ago, but it was just tedious now, especially since I wasn't using any divinations to assist so I could conserve my mana. I dozed in spurts all evening, 10 minutes here, 20 there. There was no telling when I'd need to react, so I slept lightly. Finally, sometime well after midnight, the Tattler ward I'd placed all the way around the building tripped. Whoever they were dressed all in black, with a mask covering their face. They scaled the outside of the building easily and quickly and slipped into the room I was resting in through a hole in the ceiling. They were so good that, even watching, the biggest sign of movement I caught was the shadow of one of their limbs as they entered from the roof. The assassin's mana core was shrouded exceptionally well, the best I'd seen yet since reincarnating. It was almost a perfect shielding, so much so that I decided it was worth the expense to use Life Sight to keep track of them. I quickly cast the spell, then frowned when I picked up interference from an enchanted object the assassin was wearing. It was the mask, I decided. If the one Yano had been wearing was a prototype, this one was a masterpiece. It was making it difficult for me to even keep track of the assassin, though some argument could be made for their own skill, and the fact that I was handicapping myself by pretending to be asleep. The assassin crawled closer, literally skittering across the ceiling to get right above me. Then, with no hesitation or time to prepare themselves, they dropped straight down on top of where I was laying. Or rather, they dropped down to where a mirrored illusion of me was laying. I was actually hidden 10 feet away behind a partially collapsed wall. I'd made my way between two chunks of stone that were leaning against each other to help protect myself from being spotted by anyone just casually looking into the building. As soon as the assassin landed, the stone-shaped trap I'd threaded into the defective anti-scrying wards went off. The stone basically turned to water beneath their feet, just for an instant, dropping them into the floor up to their ankles before hardening again. Tendrils of flexible rock also reared up like striking snakes and lashed out at their arms to catch hold of them and hold them tight. That did not mean the assassin wasn't still dangerous. There were plenty of ways to fight without moving, and unless I missed my guess, this assassin wasn't just a dull using fancy equipment. It wouldn't really be safe to question them until I'd drained their mana core and fully disarmed them. But that was just what I was planning on doing. I'd had enough of being forced to kill Cabal mages when they came after me. I crawled out of my hiding spot and walked around the wall to confront my would-be killer. They were tall, about 6 feet or so if I was correctly accounting for how deep they'd sunk into the stone, but so thin as to appear starved. I noted a missing finger on one hand, which was curled around the open air, as if it was holding a weapon or tool. There didn't seem to be anything there, but sometimes things weren't always visible to the naked eye. Their face was hidden behind a mask, simple black cloth wrapped around the bottom half like a bandit trying to hide their identity from their victims, and a shawl with spiderweb patterns was draped around their head. If I had to guess, both the mask and the shawl were magical. Hard brown eyes stared down at me, cold and passionless. This was a job to the killer, and their victim wasn't a person. Killing me was a chore they got paid to do, not the snuffing out of a child's life. Perhaps I misjudged the wolf pack, thinking they'd send one of their own to finish me off. Maybe they'd just hired a convenient killer. All my planning could be for nothing. Even caught in stone like that, I was wary about magical attacks. My shield ward was fully recharged, but there was no such thing as too much defensive magic. As I approached, I split my focus between trying to read the assassin's body language and keeping an eye on whatever was going on with their hand. "Let me start by saying thanks for playing along," I said. I would have been annoyed at the wasted mana otherwise. "Just to be clear, you're a member of the Wolfpack Cabal, right?"
I am.
They, or rather she, said. "Assassination specialty? You're good at dodging scrying and enhanced senses."
Flattering me will not save you.
Couldn't hurt my chances. So I'm curious, did Velvet send you or was it someone else? That didn't merit an answer, apparently, so I continued. "I left 2 messages, but I had to wonder if the second one would make it past him. Since it said I'd be open to ending the conflict once Velvet was dead, I figured he didn't have a lot of incentive to pass that one up the chain."
That has nothing to do with why I'm here.
She said.
The Master wishes to question you.
"Oh, are you offering me the chance to come along peacefully?"
No.
"I see," I said, giving a significant look at her feet. There were plenty of ways to get free, but I hadn't been just idly chatting. I'd been buying time by keeping my would-be assassin focused on me, instead of on trying to free herself, while I worked on a remotely cast mana drain. She must have sensed something, since the instant I connected the spell to her, she made her move. Her body became insubstantial with a spell similar to my own phantasmal step, and she dropped through the floor to the ground level below. I tracked her with life sense and tried to keep the mana drain going on her, but the temporary core I'd tried to slip into her hadn't stuck, and the spell fizzled without stealing any mana from her. She didn't even make it to the ground before a second spell, probably Shadow Leap or something similar, twisted her body through space into the dark corner behind and above me. Even with a scrying spell, I couldn't see or hear her. It seemed her repertoire of magic focused strongly on evading notice and moving around in places she shouldn't be able to get into. That was going to make her difficult to catch. Life sense was still running, though, and I could vaguely feel her mana core. That pair of spells had taken a good chunk of her reserves, which really just meant I needed to keep the pressure on her until she was out of mana. It wasn't as convenient as mana draining her, but the end result would be the same. That was my plan at first, until I realized I hadn't accounted for something. That weapon in her hand, the one I couldn't see and wasn't sure if it was really there. A second after she reappeared behind me, she dropped down to attack me, and that was when I confirmed the presence of some sort of magical weapon. It went straight through my shield ward like it wasn't even there, unraveling the magic that should have protected me, and driving straight for my back. Chapter 56. As soon as I felt my ward split to let something through, I cast a force wave to throw everything around me back. The assassin mage was hurled into the wall, losing whatever tool she was using to bypass my wards. That tool struck me on the shoulder, splitting open my shirt and drawing a hot, painful line of blood across my skin. "A vanishing knife?" I asked, glancing at the weapon as it became visible. Without the assassin holding it, the enchantment probably stopped concealing it. Vanishing knives were expensive to produce and to operate. They'd been relatively rare even back in my day, if only because people like me made a point of hunting down and destroying them and the people willing to create them. No mage wanted to see a weapon that could cut through magic in the hands of their enemies. The assassin lunged for the weapon, literally bouncing off the ceiling to go over top of me, but I punted it with telekinesis and sent it flying through a hole in the wall. That was not a weapon I wanted floating in my phantom space, not with such a high risk of it damaging things. Before the assassin could escape, I grabbed her with greater telekinesis and threw her into the ceiling. The spell only worked for a second before she slipped out of it and rode the momentum to phantasmal step through the ceiling and land on the roof. It wasn't exactly an unexpected outcome, especially given her kit seemed to be focused so heavily on movement, but it did make it hard to pin her down without killing her. "What is it with you people and your high-quality toys?" I asked, knowing she could still hear me. "Every time I run into one of you, I'm surprised by the sophistication of your equipment. You guys always have 2 or 3 pieces that are exactly in line with my expectations. And then occasionally you pull out something that I doubt your master enchanter could make if his life depended on it." The assassin didn't answer me, unsurprisingly. She was a professional, probably taught things like not to make idle chatter that would give away her position. Or maybe she just had that dour personality that meant she never got invited to any parties growing up. Either way, it didn't look like I was going to get anything out of her as long as she was on the loose. From what I could tell, she didn't have any sort of shield ward for herself. Considering her weapon of choice, that wasn't particularly surprising. There wasn't much point in spending money on something she'd dispel every time she attacked. That did leave her vulnerable, though. That wouldn't be a problem when she killed her victim without them ever realizing she was there, but it was a major liability against me. The way I saw it, she had 3 choices. The first, and probably smartest choice, was to cut her losses and run. I did not suspect she'd go that route. The second choice was to go after the vanishing knife, but that came with the complication of leaving cover to grab it from where it had landed out on the street. If she went after it, she'd need powerful magic to protect her from attacks. The third choice was the one I considered most likely. She'd come after me directly. My shield ward would rebuild itself automatically over the next 20 or so seconds, which left her with a very brief window to take a shot at me before she had no choice but to recover her weapon. Given what she'd displayed so far and how quickly her core was diminishing, the attack would be sudden, come from an unexpected angle, and be as brutal as possible. I felt the mana appear behind me, just to my left where the shadows were thickest. Life Sense immediately picked the assassin out for me, far more reliably than my eyes and ears. She came out of her shadow leap mid-kick, one leg already in the air and lined up to strike the back of my head. This was exactly the kind of attack my shield ward had been designed to protect me from, except it was still rebuilding itself around me. I could have killed her in that instant. All I had to do was be willing to take the blow in order to deliver one of my own. She'd already told me her mission was to capture me for questioning, ironically enough, so I had good odds that the attack wouldn't kill me. But it still would have meant getting kicked in the head, which I was not all right with. A mana shield flashed into existence around me at the same time I reached up a hand charged with paralyzing grasp. The spell needed almost direct contact to function, which meant some tricky timing to hold mana shield stable just long enough to absorb the force, then immediately dropping it to touch the assassin's leg. She was quick, her movements empowered with some sort of speed-boosting invocation. I knew because I was doing the exact same thing, and I still missed her by a hair's breadth. Her leg bounced off the mana shield and, rather than be confused or surprised, she simply continued her attack, jumping straight up and letting the momentum spin her to kick out at me from the other direction. At that point, I did get clipped, though I ducked low enough that the kick tore across my scalp rather than broke my nose. It wasn't an ideal situation, but it worked for me. Paralyzing grasp was a bit of a misnomer. It required contact with the target, which was generally achieved most easily through the hands, but that wasn't a requirement. I released the spell up through my head into her leg and tumbled backwards from the force of the kick. Even though it barely grazed me, there was enough strength behind it that I was glad I hadn't tried my luck at her striking to injure, not kill. Maybe she didn't care if she killed me, or maybe she couldn't properly calibrate her strength for use against a child. Either way, pain blossomed in my head, more than I'd felt since the day of my rebirth. But while my body was young, my mind wasn't. I'd been hurt many times. For the last 100 years or so of my previous life, my world had been pain. So much so that not even the magic keeping my body from rotting away could block it out. I could handle being barely touched by a kick moving fast enough to crack my skull. It still knocked me on my ass and left me vulnerable, but by that point, the assassin's muscles were contracting painfully from the lightning surging through her body. She wouldn't be getting up in the next few minutes, though I'd be willing to bet she'd shake the spell off quicker than anyone else I'd used it on. I needed to work fast if I wanted to keep her contained. The first thing to do was drain her mana. I cast the spell and slapped a hand on her arm. "Well, that's done," I told her. "Now let's see about getting rid of your toys and binding you so you can't escape." The assassin tried to jerk away from me, but it was more of a slight twitch, not quite enough movement to count as a flop. The fact that she was already twitching was a bad sign, though. Working quickly, I jerked the shawl wrapped around her head away and undid the straps holding the mask in place. I honestly wasn't sure if I could pull off a stone-shaped spell again, not at the rate the assassin was pulling out of my paralyzing grasp spell. Perhaps her equipment had helped her partially resist the spell. More likely, she'd used part of her mana reserves to block the flow of lightning inside her body, and I just hadn't noticed in the moment. If I didn't have the long minutes needed to bind her to the floor with ropes of stone, I'd just need to buy myself more time. Whatever she'd done before, I'd taken her equipment and her mana. It only took a few seconds to cast Strangling Hand, and she was in no condition to resist the spell. She went unconscious quickly enough. Now I needed to restrain her before the loss of air caused brain damage. I didn't dare release her until I knew for sure she couldn't attack me, and I'd rather kill her than risk letting her get away. I worked as quickly as I could, and under the effects of my spell, I got her into a sitting position against the wall, then formed bands of stone across her wrists, forearms, crossing her chest, and coming down from her shoulders, as well as across her neck, waist, legs above and below the knees, and ankles. Only then did I let the strangling hand spell fade, but even as the assassin's eyes started flickering, I thickened the loops of stone holding her in place. It grew over her hands completely, sealing them, motionless, to the wall. I couldn't imagine what she might do with her feet free to move, but more stone grew up around those as well. Last, a cap of stone grew over the top of her skull, holding it tightly in place. By the time her eyes focused and she saw me, I had her restrained with something like 200 pounds of stone I'd pulled from the building and wound around her. If it had just been the weight, I suspected she might still have made a run for it, though it would slow her down significantly. But no, the stone was growing out of the building, chaining her to it in a similar pattern to the one I'd used on Yano. "I thought I'd see if you were in the mood to talk now," I said. "Spent an awful lot of mana on this whole setup, so I hope it's comfortable for you."
Pinching my arm a bit.
She told me. "That's unfortunate to hear. I'll keep it in mind for next time." She rolled her eyes and said,
"So you got me. Congratulations. First time for everything. What do you want?"
"Let's start with that knife of yours. Where'd you get that?"
"The master gave it to me."
"And who is this master?" I asked.
"Master of the Cabal."
"What's their name?" The assassin hesitated for a second, then shrugged as much as her bindings would allow and said,
"Monarch."
That wasn't anything I couldn't have guessed for myself, but I liked that so far she was willing to cooperate. Now I just needed to make sure she wasn't feeding me bad info. "You know, you're the 4th Cabal mage I've gone up against. How many more of you am I going to have to take care of?"
"Velvet, from the sounds of it. After that, who knows? Up to you and the master to figure that out."
I let out a soft laugh. Well, there's some truth to that. Let me rephrase the question. How many mages are part of the Wolf Pack? Just the core members. I don't care about those trash mages kept around to pad the numbers. She frowned and said,
9?
"You're asking me? How would I know?"
Well, you killed 3 of them. Wait, so 7?
"Are you sure of that?" I asked, while casting a quick mind read. "That doesn't even add up."
Ash and Echo, Weaver, Velvet. Freak's dead, so that's 4. Keeper and Monarch is 6. Hangman doesn't really count, and nobody's supposed to know about Sibilant. Oh, there's me, I guess. So 7. 7.
She said confidently. Ah, a new name. And finally, I'd found someone who knew about Sibilant. I'd been curious about that one for a while. I held up a hand and started ticking off names. Monolith, Swarm, and Freak are dead, so we won't count those. Ash, Echo, Velvet, and Weaver, that's 4. You and Monarch make 6. Who's number 7?
Keeper. She doesn't get out much. Doubt you'll ever see her.
Keeper, I repeated. That's 7, but what about Sibilant? For the first time, I saw a bit of emotion on her face, and it was fear.
"How do you know that name?"
she whispered. Chapter 57. Everyone who knows about Sibilant doesn't seem to want to talk about him, I said. So I'm thinking he's either the power behind the throne, or he's your spy master. And since you're obviously the Cabal's hatchet man, one of them at least, you seem like the kind of person who'd know a thing or two about this guy.
"I don't know anything about him,"
she said. Well, now that's just an obvious lie. The assassin tried to shake her head, but my stone-shaped cap held it steady.
"No, really. I get my orders delivered telepathically. I don't get to ask questions or clarifications, and the standing order is he doesn't exist.
I'm going to go with Spymaster then. It's nice to have an answer to that. It was starting to bug me how I couldn't find any trace of him in your organization's records. I doubted for even a second that the assassin had as little contact with Sibilant as she claimed. Telepathy just wasn't cheap enough for someone who wasn't at least stage 4 to rely that heavily on it. Dead drops and scrying made far more sense. Or, more likely, Sibilant had 2 or 3 people in a similar position to Velvet's reporting to him. Successfully managing a network of informants meant doing a lot of compartmentalization, so if one person got caught, an assassin who'd been baited into a trap, for example, they couldn't give up too much information about the organization. Now that I was starting to nail down just exactly who Sibilant was, I was starting to lean even more heavily towards suing for peace with the Cabal. A paranoid enough spymaster would be an enormous pain to dig out, and this one sounded like he kept his loose ends nice and tidy. Unless I wanted to spend months or even years playing games with Sibilant, it would probably be better to bypass him completely and go straight for Monarch. Of course, that plan only worked if Monarch actually was the one in charge. If it did turn out that Sibilant was running things from the shadows, I basically had no choice but to deal with him if I wanted to break the wolf pack. To do anything less would be a temporary solution. I needed to know more before I made a decision. Let's move on for now, I said. There are other people I want to know about. Let's start with Velvet, since he seems to be my most immediate problem.
He wants to kill you,
the assassin said. I am aware. What disciplines does he specialize in?
Enchantment, I think. He focuses on mental and emotional manipulation.
That wasn't surprising, given what I already knew of him. That ribbon his daughter had been wearing was probably a lesser version of something Velvet carried on his person. He was the kind of enemy who kept sending minions and never took any risks himself, a problem that would keep harassing me relentlessly until I made the effort to stamp him out. I wondered if he'd repaired the wardstone in his castle yet, or if I should pay him another visit soon. What about those 2 investigators of his, Ash and Echo? The assassin tried to shake her head and failed. I caught a brief tinge of annoyance before she smoothed her expression back out and said,
Ash is an enforcer, not an investigator. She likes fire magic.
Again, it wasn't anything I didn't already know. She wasn't who I was interested in, though. And Echo?
I don't know,
the assassin said. Don't start holding out on me now. So far, all you've done is give me easily obtainable information that I'd already figured out for myself, and I think you know that. That's why you've been so cooperative, right? The assassin didn't say anything. I went on. Figured as much. Look, don't think I won't resort to torturing you to get what I want. I promise you I can and I will. I'd rather not waste the mana, but I've been trying to capture one of you Cabal mages all week, and now that I have one, I've got a lot of questions I plan on getting answers to. That would throw my plans to mass teleport a group of orphans out of the city tomorrow morning into disarray, but if it came down to getting information now in exchange for taking a few extra days to scrounge up the mana for the teleportation spell, that wasn't a hard decision to make.
Make me an offer.
What? I asked.
Make me an offer,
she repeated.
You want to know about the Cabal? What's it worth to you?
You'd sell them out, just like that.
It's not like they're my friends or anything. Job's not worth getting killed over.
I spent another hour's worth of mana generation to sneak a quick second of mind reading in there.
I'd kill half of them myself if this kid paid well enough.
Well, either she had a very, very disciplined mind and had correctly guessed I'd skim her thoughts to verify what she was saying, or she was serious about turning on them. Okay, let's say that I believe you, I started. What are you interested in? You want money? Mana? I guess that's really the same thing here.
Power.
She said immediately. Her eyes lingered on the shield ward pendant hanging from my neck. What, the Cabal's toys aren't good enough for you? I asked. That vanishing knife you had is practically the perfect weapon for a mage-hunting assassin.
I was surprised you knew what it was. And you asked about Echo. You know what she has, too, don't you?
If we were entering into negotiations, there was no point in denying it. I do, but I have a sneaking suspicion that your guy in the Cabal didn't make it. Weaver, I think you call him.
He makes good stuff. That mask was his work. But the knife was something else. The master has a cache of them, but not even she knows how to duplicate them.
And you want me to do it for you? I asked. The assassin scoffed.
Those pieces? Of course not. Those are leftover from the Age of Wonders.
The what age now? I'd skimmed a dozen history books in the last few months, and I hadn't heard any particular block of years referred to that way. I made a mental note to come back to that later when I wasn't so busy. Then... I see. You want the toys I took from the others. It was easy to spot the naked greed in the assassin's eyes.
You can do better than that,
she said.
What else?
Something someone else has on them currently. Someone you're assuming I'll kill in the near future with the information you're going to give me.
You're doing good enough that you've killed 3 of us so far. Caught me, so might as well call it 4. I figure you've got decent odds of getting another 1 or 2 before someone manages to pin you down.
I'm actually losing interest in killing the rest of you, I said. To be perfectly honest with you, your whole cabal is less impressive than I initially thought. The mana is nice, but nothing I couldn't get elsewhere for less risk. I came here for some answers to a few nagging questions I had. And to ensure that you people wouldn't be a threat to me. As far as I can tell, I've basically accomplished everything I needed to. Killing Velvet would wrap up a loose end, but I'm starting to doubt he has the resources to come after me if I decide to just leave. In truth, I was actually quite interested in those toys from the so-called Age of Wonders. Those were above and beyond anything else I'd seen in this life, and confiscating them would go a long way into defanging the wolf pack. If I was going up against someone who had a whole armory of trinkets at that level, I needed to reconsider my strategies. Just the weapons I'd seen already were serious threats to me.
Where would you even go?
The assassin asked. I gave her a flat stare. Somewhere else. I don't think the details are relevant to this conversation.
Suit yourself? I'm telling you that you're not going to be able to hide in any village or town. We've got people in all of them.
I'm not looking for advice on this subject, I said. Let's get back on topic. You want something powerful. I'm guessing you don't much care where it comes from or how you get it. What is it?
I want to be a ghost,
she said.
Go anywhere, at any time. No one will ever see me unless I let them.
I snorted. Well, that's certainly possible, but not without far more mana than you have. Which reminds me, I am keeping an eye on how fast you're generating new mana. You're not going to phase through the stone any time in the next few hours, so I hope you weren't planning your daring escape.
You can't tell that,
the assassin said. Sure I can. This conversation's been going on for a little over 5 minutes. You've generated 1/50th of the mana you used when you escaped my stone snare trap. If I walk away and leave you here to free yourself, you'll be able to escape in just over 4 hours. Though I suspect you'll actually escape much sooner, because you know that spell can be cast for less mana if you concentrate and do it right. I took the fact that she was staring daggers at me now to be proof I was right. How about this? You already know the basic versions of the spells you need, and you've got a knife that can cut through wards, albeit not without setting them off. What you really lack is mana. We all need more of that. In exchange for the information you have, I will give you a potion that will give you a chance to fix your lackluster ignition.
My lackluster what?
Your blessing, or whatever you want to call it. How much faster do you generate mana now than back when your core was dormant? It's hard to call it without a baseline to compare it to, but I'm going to guess somewhere between 5 and 7 times faster. Am I close?
No.
She snapped. So you have no interest in a potion that would make your core malleable enough to give you a second chance at igniting it, potentially doubling or even tripling your mana generation?
There's no such thing.
Of course there is, I said, and I know how to make it. Did you think I took all those materials from Freak's lab just for the fun of it?
Shit.
She swore.
You're for real.
Dead serious.
I want the potion first.
Nope. 2 reasons. First, I don't trust you. Second, I have to make it.
I'm not helping you on credit,
the assassin said. I feel like letting you live is good collateral, but if you want more, I'll return your knife to you. Just know that if you ever raise it against me again, I'll kill you on the spot. And yes, I'll see you coming, just like I did this time. I walked over to the hole in the wall and spotted the knife still laying in the street. Darrow wasn't all that active at night, at least not out here. A simple telekinesis spell was enough to bring it back to my grasp. I glanced over at the assassin who was eyeing the blade hungrily. You know, I never did get your name, I said.
They call me Hayes.
She paused, thinking.
I guess I won't be using that much longer. My name is Rory. What's yours?
Kieran, I said. Well, Rory, do we have a deal?
I'll answer some questions. You return my knife and let me go. I'll give you a week to make the potion and tell you everything else once you give it to me.
No, I'm not negotiating on this. You're the one lacking leverage here. I'll get answers to everything I want to know tonight. Then I'll give you your knife back. I'll make your potion for you and give it to you when it's ready, which will likely be closer to a month.
A month? Freak never took that long to make anything.
How would you even know? I asked. Besides, I'm not making anything as simple as his concoctions. That's the deal. You want it? Or should I start carving off pieces of you until I've learned everything I want to know?
Shit. He's got me. Better than being tortured to death.
Her mind whispered into my spell. It was important enough to me to know that she wasn't immediately going to betray me that I decided to spend a bit more mana confirming it. That didn't mean she wouldn't betray me later, of course, which was exactly why I was withholding payment for now.
Fine,
she said through gritted teeth.
We've got a deal.
Chapter 58. Rory, as it turned out, wasn't a great source of information. She knew where her fellow Cabal mates lived and worked, and she was willing to point them out when I used Swarm's scrying orb to scan the inner city. Now that I knew what kinds of wards the walls had on them, I was able to slip past them without triggering anything. But her working knowledge of their mastery of the various magical disciplines was sparse, as were her reports of what kind of artifacts of power they might be wielding. That wasn't to say I got no useful information at all, of course. I now knew that Velvet had a hypnotic tool in the form of a false tooth that he activated when he smiled at people. Rory insisted it was powerful enough to charm anyone with a dormant core outright. Weaver had a room that allowed him to brand runes directly onto any object, over 1,000 according to my news source. That just sounded like a lesser version of my own crucible, probably a portable setup comprised of various panels. I also learned that Keeper was the mage responsible for the Cabal's secret vaults, and was in possession of a sphere that stored memories. That was interesting to me, but not necessarily relevant, depending on whose memories were in there. Unless it contained information on how a group of rogue mages had enslaved a moon core to their will, or how my wayward apprentice managed to break the world core fighting back, I didn't suspect the magical secrets inside that sphere would be valuable to me. Finally, I learned about Monarch, who had taught everyone else everything they knew. Her expertise spanned every discipline, though some careful probing led me to believe she was merely at the level of what I would have considered a well-rounded mage with them, possibly a master mage in divinations. Also, she was apparently untouchable, possessing a torque that served as the basis of the inferior shield ward belts I'd sometimes encountered on various Cabal members. Attempts at replicating its rune structures in full had all met with failure. Rory had eyed up my own amulet when she told me that, an unspoken question in the air that I ignored. Satisfying her curiosity wasn't the point of our deal. She'd kept her life and her weapon, though I did have some hesitancies about returning that to her, and we arranged a dead drop for her potion once I'd finished it. It was safe to assume neither of us wanted to see the other ever again. What I didn't tell her was that, while we were discussing her knowledge of the strengths and weaknesses of the Cabal, I was tinkering with the enchantment on her vanishing knife. It was so complex that I doubted anyone but me would ever even notice the change I made to it. Functionally, it was exactly the same as before I got it, except that it would need to be charged slightly more often due to the fact that I now possessed an awareness of where the knife was. The range was limited, about 500 feet or so, but there was no way I was giving an assassin who'd tried to kill me a weapon that could cut through my defenses without putting some safeguards on it. She wouldn't be able to sneak up on me while wielding it anymore, not unless she ran the enchantment on it completely dry and broke it completely, at which point it would just be an ordinary knife and no longer a threat anyway. Finally, we talked about Sibilant. There wasn't much to say. Rory had never met the man, wasn't even sure he was a man. Orders were delivered telepathically or relayed via Velvet. There were never any letters or notes, nothing that could be intercepted, and Rory didn't report her success to anyone. I was apparently the first target who'd ever managed to beat her. Sibilant might not even be a real person. It was entirely possible the whole persona was just a fabrication of Monarch's, another layer of obfuscation to confuse enemies trying to follow trails of information. I couldn't dismiss it as a possibility, but I didn't consider it very likely. Someone had to be doing all that work, and if Monarch was busy being in charge, that meant it wasn't her. It was still possible that Sibilant was an alter ego of someone else in the Cabal, rather than an actual person in his own right, though.
And that's everyone important.
Rory said after we were done.
Time to let me go.
One more thing, I said. Who's Hangman? Despite being tightly bound to the wall, she somehow managed to shudder.
I don't know if he's even a person. Monarch's personal bodyguard. Almost 7 feet tall, skeletally thin. Never speaks, rarely seen. Dresses kind of like me, actually. The working theory among the Cabal is that he's some sort of construct freak built for her, but nobody can confirm it. He's creepy, I'll tell you that, but ultimately irrelevant if you're strong enough to beat everyone else.
I didn't love that she hadn't volunteered the information, but if she was right, I could think of Hangman as more of a security measure than an adversary. No, that was a dangerous assumption. Whether he was a person or construct, he could still move independently. Just because Rory said he was Monarch's bodyguard didn't make it so. The simple fact of the matter was that I didn't trust the assassin. Nobody sane would. It was tempting to weave a scrying beacon into her knife too, but I'd used up my available time with my first modification, and I considered that to be more important. I did not want that knife coming anywhere near me without my knowledge, and besides, I already knew where to scry now. "I think I've got everything I need," I announced, my mind hard at work concocting counters for everything I'd learned in the last hour.
Great. Let me go.
Assuming you've told me the truth, at least.
I have. Let me go.
I doubt it, I said. No, I don't think you've lied outright, but you're happy to omit details that I might find important.
If you have other questions, ask them. Otherwise, let me go.
I was already low enough on mana that I wouldn't be able to do the teleportation until the evening, and only then if no other emergencies came up. I didn't like being that low. It left me vulnerable. A mage lived and died by how much mana he had available to him when it came time to fight. I needed to retreat and recover. I glanced at Rory, then placed the knife at her feet. Our deal was to give you back your knife and provide you with a potion in exchange for information. I didn't say anything about freeing you.
What? You little...
You'll get yourself free in another hour or two, I'm sure, and I'll be long gone by then, I told her. Good luck with wherever you go next. I don't really care so long as you stay away from me. Then I left her bound in stone, her mana core slowly generating what she needed to cast the spell that would free her. Maybe a few hours to reflect on her life would do her some good, but somehow I doubted it. Maintaining an anti-scrying invocation while I found a new place to hide put me on a clock, so I focused more on just moving further away from the building I'd set my trap in than finding the perfect new chunk of ruins to settle in. Once I'd selected one that was so dusty I suspected nobody had been through it in a while, I set up a new set of screening wards, properly this time, and released the invocation. I had a few hours left before I needed to check on the scrying beacon I'd given Juby, time which I spent wisely in the form of a much-needed nap. This new body wasn't nearly as strong as an adult's, and I covered for that weakness with a lot of mana shaped into invocations to give me more endurance. It was nice to relax all of those and just drift off to sleep. By the time I woke back up, the sun was high in the sky. I'd overslept by at least 2 hours. Part of me felt guilty, but I'd needed the rest. After taking a few minutes for my own business, I cast a scrying spell focused on the shielded beacon I'd given Juby. I still wasn't sure if he was going to take me up on my offer, and I wouldn't have been surprised at all if he'd just left it lying in a street somewhere. He hadn't done that. It was sitting on a pile of rubble in the corner of a building with 6 kids inside. All of them were injured in some way. At first glance, I would say they'd been blasted with stone shrapnel, leaving most of them with painful but ultimately minor lacerations. One of them had a broken arm, and another a broken leg. The other 4 were healthy enough that they'd recover on their own over the coming weeks, assuming nothing else went wrong and they were able to get plenty of food and rest. Since that wasn't a guarantee for them in Darrow by any means, I suspected there was a lot of concentrated misery in that one little room. I didn't see Juby, but I had no doubt he was nearby. He'd kept the scry beacon and gathered up the orphans, so I assumed there was some interest in my offer. Now all I had to do was finish generating the mana I needed while I found them. My scrying spell had enough flexibility that I could pull it back from the beacon to get a look around, though that wasn't much help, since I didn't actually recognize the streets. I did know that it was somewhere north of me by almost 2 miles. I debated on casting my anti-scrying invocations again, but that had really only been necessary to keep the wolf pack from following me from my last known location. Now that I was back out of sight, it would be pure dumb luck for them to find me by scrying random streets. It wasn't worth the mana cost, not when I was already short on what I needed. I was awake and on the move. It was better to save the mana for if they managed to find me than to use it to hide. I broke down my wards, scavenged what little mana I could from them, and started walking in the right direction. Occasionally, I had to check with my beacon to correct my course, but after an hour or so, I started noticing familiar-looking streets and buildings. I approached the building my scrying beacon was inside and saw 2 kids sitting outside. Both of them watched me warily while pretending to pay no attention at all. But as I approached, one of them shifted in place and grabbed hold of what I expected was a stone shiv. "I'm looking for Juby," I said. "Not here," the older of the 2 kids, probably 8 or so, told me. "I know. When will he be back?" "None of your business." "Wait, aren't you the magic kid?" the younger one asked me. "Yup, that's me." "You're the reason that mage tried to kill us," the older one said. "He was looking for you." I shrugged. "I guess you could think of it that way. I don't really feel like it was my fault. I certainly never asked him to come after me or anyone else." "Get out of here! You've caused enough problems." I wasn't really surprised by the attitude, but I wasn't going to let it stop me. "I'm going inside to wait for Juby to get back. Once everyone's here, I'll explain my offer and you can decide for yourselves if you want my help." "I said to leave!" Both of them had sharpened stone shards in their hands now, but they couldn't get through my shield ward that way. I just walked past them, letting the ward bump them aside, and stepped into the cool darkness. Those broken bones should be tended, if nothing else. I'd take care of that first while I waited. Mentally, I pushed the teleportation back a few hours at least. Who knew what else could go wrong between now and then? Chapter 59. Fixing broken bones earned me a bit of goodwill, but street kids didn't dismiss suspicion easily. So, other than some muttered thanks from the kids I'd actually healed, I didn't get much in the way of gratitude. Mostly, what changed was that no one tried to throw me out, and the kids didn't slowly empty out of the room to go hide elsewhere. It was a start. It took an hour for Juby to come back, during which time I mostly just sat and observed. Orphans weren't ever a happy-go-lucky bunch, especially not the ones surviving on their own, but this group was particularly morose. I couldn't blame them, not after what happened. I didn't have a head count, but they'd taken heavy losses, and the survivors weren't in great shape. Juby froze when he came in and saw me sitting there. Apparently, no one had warned him about my presence. He shook himself out of it after a moment and made his way across the room. "Didn't think you'd actually show up." "Sorry, I overslept. It was a rough day." "Yeah, it was." "How many did you find?" 9, he said, a touch of bitterness in the word. I didn't ask how many there'd been originally. More than 9. Maybe 3 or 4 times as many. "Are they all here?" "Close enough," Juby said. "The older ones, the ones who will make decisions, are all here. Everyone else will follow their lead." It looked like I'd already met everyone who was left, except for the one kid who'd come in with Juby. Most of them were somewhere between Seneca and me in age, with Juby being the oldest, followed by the 2 who were guarding outside. One child was even younger than me, perhaps 2. How he'd managed to survive it all was a mystery. One of the other orphans must have gotten him to safety, possibly dying in the process, since no one was near him now. I stood up on a pile of rocks and pulled my staff out of my phantom space to get their attention. "All right, let me just say my piece and you can decide what you want to do then. Some of you might remember me. I'm the kid who can do magic. I know what happened to your group, and I'm sorry. I killed the man responsible for attacking you, but believe me, I know how little vengeance means on an empty belly. I'm here today to make you an offer. I am going to use my magic to leave the city for a little while so I can recover my strength. The place I'll be going to is a small farm that's so far away from here, I guarantee nobody from Darrow is ever going to walk there. You'd need magic like mine, and you'd need to know where it is already to get there. It is probably the safest place in the world for you right now. I'm not going to lie and say it's a land of plenty. Yes, there's food and safety there, but if you choose to go, you'll need to help out. It's not a place to get a handout, it's a home, and homes need work put into them to keep growing. When I go, I'll take as many of you as want to go with me. I'll be there for a week or two before returning here. Anyone who comes with me and decides they don't like it can come right back here. This is a one-time opportunity for you. I'm not asking you for any money. I'm not trading you any favors. If I wasn't already going to cast the spell to take me there, I wouldn't offer to let any of you come along. If you go there, you'll be treated fairly, but you will work to earn your keep. I'm going to cast the spell tonight, so take that time to decide what you want to do and gather up anything you think you need to take. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. I climbed back down and resumed my seat, this time with my staff floating in the air next to me. It was a bit of a waste, but I felt it did a good job of helping convince the kids that I really could do what I'd just promised them. They clumped together into little groups and whispered to each other, occasionally shooting glances at me. One of the door guard kids, the one who'd tried to run me off, walked up to loom over me. "How do we know you're not lying?" he asked. "You don't. You can either trust me or not. Your choice." "I don't trust you." "Okay." I could feel his eyes boring into me now, trying to figure out what the game was, what angle I was working. "That's it? Okay? You're a shitty con man." "I'm not trying to con you," I said. "Sure you're not." The kid ran off, stopped briefly to talk to his friend, and then disappeared into the streets. I watched him go, but like I'd said, I wasn't trying to force anybody. This was just my way of making up just a little bit for bringing misfortune down on them. Plus, I hadn't quite given up on the idea of bringing up a new generation of mages. I had the feeling that my work in Darrow was almost done, that it was time to start looking to the future. From what I'd learned, there was no escaping the state of the world. If I wanted magic to come back in a real way, I had a century's worth of work to do, on top of probably another 2 decades or more to bring myself back up to the height of my power. A few assistants and researchers would help speed things up. "What's it like?" one of the younger kids asked. "Lots of trees, big garden. We'll have to make that bigger. The building has windows with glass in them. It's not much yet, but it's going to grow into something special." I fended off a few more questions, and the group quickly divided in 3. 2 kids insisted I was a liar running a scam of some kind. They couldn't quite figure out what my supposed scam was, but they didn't need to know every step of the plan to sniff out a setup when they found one. The other group was 4 kids, surprisingly led by Juby, who thought my offer was genuine. The rest of the kids were undecided. This was mostly the middle-age bracket, the ones who'd been on their own long enough to learn not to rely on anyone, but who didn't know what to do and followed the leads of other smarter kids, most of whom were no longer alive. Hours crept by, and I fed a steady stream of mana into my staff. The arguments died down as hunger drove the orphans out to look for food, a fact that the 2 dissenters used to try to discredit me. "If he's going to take care of us like he says, why isn't he providing us with food now?" one of them demanded as he jabbed an accusatory finger my way. "Do you think he's got a farm in his back pocket or something?" another child yelled back. "The food's out there, not here." I ignored both of them and pulled Juby aside. I should have enough mana by this evening. I'll need enough space to draw a circle 10 feet wide. Can I do that here, or should I find a nearby building to work in? I don't know if here's a good place, Juby said. He nodded his head toward the dissenting faction, now 3 strong. They might try to mess it up. That would be unpleasant for them, I said. I'm not forcing anyone to go, but I also won't tolerate interference when I leave. Spirits protect me, Juby muttered. You scare the hell out of me when you say stuff like that. Come with me, I said. I'll find a place to work, and you can lead everyone who decides to go there. Together, we left to find a new place for me to work. The circle was complete and fully powered. I'd carved it into the stone and would need to remember to come back and destroy it later. Not that it would tell anyone who found it where I'd gone. It was just a generic rune structure to split the teleportation effect across everyone inside the circle. There were 6 children with me. Juby was the oldest, and he held the 2-year-old boy in his arms. The 3 who'd been against coming with me were not present, nor was a girl about Seneca's age who was related to one of those boys. This will take a few minutes, I said. Just remain inside the circle and do not distract me. There was going to be a brief moment when the spell hit its crescendo where those who were sensitive to mana would feel it. It was unlikely anyone who wasn't standing in the streets outside would react fast enough to interfere, but if they did, they'd quickly find all the mana that was about to go to this teleport spell being redirected into tearing their head off. With any luck, it wouldn't come to that. The teleportation spell came together as slowly as ever, its progress inexorable. I felt the nearby beacon in my mind, and the one farther away hidden with my crucible. Beyond that was the one in Arcanist. Finally, the last beacon attached to my scrying mirror flared up, all the way out near the eastern coast and buried deep in the mountains. I selected my destination and let the magic course through the circle of runes. Someone with a lot of mana appeared at the far reach of my mana sense, a few 100 feet away. Whoever it was, they raced forward, homing directly in on my spell. I felt them approach the building just as the teleport effect kicked in, and got a split-second glimpse of the dark-haired woman, Ash, before the spell took hold. There was a burst of fire, then the world washed away, and we were standing near the garden of my new home amidst a chorus of fearful screams. My mother, working in the garden a bare 20 feet away, also yelled out in fright and leapt to her feet. The kids either screamed or clung to each other while I sagged in exhaustion in the middle of the group. Mana generation be damned, I needed a good night's rest. I was allowed only a few seconds of leaning against my staff before Mother waded through the orphan kids and grabbed hold of me.
Gravin, what's happening? Are you all right?
Fine, I said wearily. I'm fine, really. I should have reached out first to let you know I was coming, but my mana budget was tight. I'm sorry.
What's going on?
She asked as she ran a critical eye over me.
Are we in trouble?
No, nothing like that. One of the mages behind Noctra caught up to us at the last moment, but I teleported us all out before she could get off an attack. It was just a bit of a scare for the kids having all that fire come at us. Father and Ayaka came out from around the house, followed by Seneca, whose eyes lit up at the group of kids. Talik was nowhere to be found, but we quickly gathered everyone together. It turned out he'd gotten brave and was taking trips into the valley to study the trees down there, to see if he could get extra mana from them like they'd done back at the arbor. Okay, I said. Let's do a round of introductions first. Then I'll tell you how we're going to keep everyone fed and where you're going to sleep. That talk took a while, and by the time everyone was satisfied, I was beyond exhausted. I fell face first onto the pallet in my room, well before the sun went down. and left everyone else to get to know each other. Chapter 60. The next 3 weeks were some of the most restful I'd had in months, despite all the extra work I had to do. The first order of business was to expand the garden, which thankfully was handled by the adults. Then we got it seeded, and I used a spell called Mass Plant Growth to speed everything up so we could increase our food reserves to accommodate the extra mouths. That cost me my entire first day's worth of mana, but I considered it worth the cost. The next day, I went beyond the barrier with Talik to help him with his tree experiments. Plants were a source of mana in this environment, but not a good one. They generated it at far greater rates than humans due to their sheer size, but they also used it as quickly as they made it, just trying to keep themselves alive. The key to tapping into their mana was to find the biggest, healthiest ones there were, the ones with abundant water and good soil, that could survive without mana supplementing their nutrients. Those were, unfortunately, few and far between. Talik had started mapping out the valley and had found a few, but without the drawstone setup they'd used back in Arcanist, he hadn't quite figured out how to extract the mana from those few candidates that had any. Mana Drain was far too difficult a spell for him to use right now, but I did take the time to get Talik started on enchanting work, and promised to come back to combining multiple disciplines together once he'd gotten a handle on that. In the meantime, I harvested as much mana as I thought I could safely get without hurting the trees. Taking it all right now could very well mean the death of them, which would make it hard to come back and get a second round later. After that came a second construction project to give the orphans a place to live as well as the expansion of the fields, then regular lessons in mana control. Mother finally went through the ignition ritual, an audience of strange children watching her. With more than a little trepidation, it was agreed that we needed all the mana we could get, and Seneca was also allowed to ignite her core. Much to my surprise, she needed almost no help in achieving a perfect Stage 1 core. I'd expected her to reach that point, but not without more assistance from me.
Just like that? Juby asked after. You just made 2 new mages like you were the chief spirit passing out blessings left and right.
I did, I said, and I'll do the same for all of you. The more mana this little village of ours has, the safer we are, and the faster we'll grow. I left the mana control lessons to the adults, and focused my efforts on recovering my strength. I had 2 teleports to make to return to Darrow, and I needed a day in Alcarist to make the potion I'd promised Rory in exchange for her information. It hadn't been very long since I'd planted a new batch of herbs in the hopes of growing the needed reagents, and I had some concerns about not having the required resources. Without a teleportation beacon, it would have taken me 4 days to generate the mana needed to return to my impromptu alchemy workshop. It cost me half that, as it was, and when I appeared there, I immediately displaced a thin layer of dust. After sneezing a few times and using elemental manipulation to clean the place up, I eyed up the room. At least I knew no one had been in here while I'd been gone. I snuck out to the arbor to claim my supplies from the greenhouse and avoided everyone as much as possible. One of the arborists stopped in surprise when he spotted me entering the greenhouse, but he didn't try to stop me. Still, it put a clock on my work, since he was almost certainly going to tell Shell I was here. I didn't want to deal with her questions if I didn't have to. I'd need to come back at least one more time for personal reasons, and I suspected I'd also be taking some homesick family members with me next time. At the moment, they still had too much to do getting our new home ready for the future, but eventually the work would be done, and that would change. I had everything I needed to make one single potion, the same one I'd promised Father. It would need to go to Rory first, unfortunately. After going over the quality of my materials and figuring out how long it would take to refine things to the level I needed them, I came to an unhappy conclusion. Knowing that Shell would hunt me down, I left the door to my lab open so that she wouldn't interrupt me when she came in. It felt like a futile gesture when I made it, but to my surprise, when she strode through the doorway an hour later, she took one glance at what I was doing and sat down in the chair I'd placed in the corner, specifically for her. "Good afternoon," I said.
Hello, Gravin. What are you working on today?
Potion of mutability to allow those with lackluster ignitions a chance to smooth over some of the imperfections in their cores.
Interesting.
She said.
Are you going to be around for a day or two? I have some questions about a transmutation spell I'm trying to make.
"Which one's that?" I asked.
I'm trying to reshape wood to sort of grow things in the shape I need.
I glanced over at her. "While the tree is still alive?"
Yes.
"Don't bother," I said. "It's not even close to worth the effort to transmute living things under most circumstances, and it's certainly not going to be something you're capable of without years of study. Even transmuting wooden planks or plant fibers is difficult to do. That's why I'm dressed like this instead of wearing a shirt with the correct number of holes."
So your advice is to just hire a carpenter?
Or learn to make whatever it is you want from stone or metal. Those can be transmuted with basic and intermediate tier spells, depending on how complex what you're trying to make is. It took me another 3 hours to finish up my potion, but in the end I had a vial of golden liquid stoppered with a chunk of cork in my possession. "Huh," I said as I held it up to the light. "Not great. The substitutions I had to make to the recipe don't appear to have worked out well."
I'm surprised you'd make anything less than perfect quality.
Shell told me. "Not enough mana in the ingredients," I said. "If I'd had a few more weeks to wait, I could have made a better version, but I promised this one to someone in the next few days."
Hope it's not someone important.
Shell said. "Nah, I'm still doing the best I can by them, and it's not like they could get it somewhere else. I feel no guilt over not producing the highest quality potion possible."
I suppose that's fair. Could they take another one later to try again?
"If they could find one, sure," I said. "Good luck with that. Mages with strong alchemy skills aren't exactly abundant around here. Not to mention that I'd already killed the Wolfpack's alchemist, and I wasn't even sure he was good enough to make something like this. I hadn't seen any similar recipes in the books I'd stolen from him, at least."
Speaking of mages, I was wondering if you'd be willing to oversee an ignition.
Shell said.
Van has been thinking about doing it on his own for the last week, but he's held off, hoping you'd come by again. I've also been working with a few other villagers, teaching them the mana manipulation techniques you showed us to enhance their control.
"How many full storage crystals do you have?" I asked. If the mana wasn't coming from me, and I could get a top-off to my own reserves, I'd be happy to spend 15 minutes helping my last former student ignite his core, especially since Van was an arborist, the only group in the village I was still on good terms with.
6.
Shell said. "Standard size?" I asked.
Yes.
I did some quick mental math. I'd probably need 2 of them just for Van's ignition. 3 more would cover my teleportation mana, and the last one would round off what I'd burned doing alchemy. If I took all of them, I could arrive in Darrow with my mana crystal more than 3/4 of the way full. "I'll take all of them." She recoiled.
All of them? You only needed 3 of mine.
I had more time to generate mana on my own before. I'm going directly back into hostile territory in the next hour or so this time. I had a woman trying to set me on fire while I teleported out of Darrow a few weeks ago. Shell's eyes widened a bit, but she remained as cool as ever.
That's unfortunate, but I'm afraid we need those crystals too. We can't just give all our stockpiled mana away.
That's fine, I understand. Tell Vaughn I said good luck.
I could let you have 4. That'd still be 2 full crystals of your own use.
Call it 5 and we've got a deal, I said.
5 and you make us 10 more panes of glass.
Shell countered. I considered that for a second and shook my head. That's less mana than just 4. Give me all 6 and I'll make you 5 panes of glass, but only if you've already got the sand for it. I don't have time to wait around for it to be hauled in. She hesitated for a second, probably doing mental calculations of her own, but then she nodded and said,
Deal.
If Carrot or any of the others knew about me being in the village, they didn't go out of their way to bother me. I walked the long way around back to the arbor while Shell went to fetch Van. As promised, they had a whole box full of sand gathered up to be transmuted into sheets of glass for their greenhouses. I made the glass, then drained the storage crystals Shell had ordered be brought out to me. Van's ignition ritual didn't go as smoothly as my mother's, not even close, but he still got a respectable 15 times base speed increase to his mana generation. That put him a little way ahead of Shell, if I remembered correctly. With my bargain complete, I found an out-of-the-way corner and began my teleportation spell. My shield ward was full, and I had no reason to think my original Darrow beacon had been compromised, but I cast the spell fully prepared to fight for my life when I came out on the other side, if necessary. The world faded away, then snapped back into focus inside the building I'd chosen to hide in. Immediately, I swept the area for the presence of other people. Nothing. Then I checked the wards. They were still functional, but beginning to degrade. Considering how long they'd been in use without maintenance now, that wasn't terribly surprising. Still, I'd need to set up a new beacon. I'd used this one too many times, and this part of the city was compromised. Now that I'd gotten everything I needed out of the outer city, the only thing left to do was go pay Velvet a visit. Then set up a meeting with his boss to see if I'd need to finish killing the rest of them, or if they'd gotten the message yet. I had no plans on leaving them with their little war chest full of advanced and master-tier magical toys, and I suspected Monarch wasn't going to willingly hand it over. My money was on me having to finish wiping out the entire cabal, but we'd find out soon enough. Chapter 61. I knew how to get through the wall without having to cross the underground lake now. The biggest problem was that a wide street circled the outside of the inner wall, one that was properly maintained and patrolled regularly. I really only needed about 30 seconds to pick my way through the wards without setting them off, but I ended up walking for over an hour without finding a single stretch of the street without people on it. I could just go through and not worry about the witnesses, but the Wolfpack had seen me teleport off, and I'd been out of Darrow for 3 weeks. That was plenty of time to let down their guard a bit, and I wanted to keep the element of surprise if possible. I could probably still go through the underground tunnel, but I'd used it already, and the Wolfpack definitely knew about it now. After I'd stolen all the mana from their traps, they'd probably collapsed the whole thing. But if I couldn't find a bit of privacy along this wall, I was going to go down there and find out for myself. I was expecting it to be a waste of time only because, given what I knew they knew, blocking off that tunnel was the smart decision.
What's up, guys? It would be really awesome if you please like and subscribe for more. Thank you.